Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Edward finally moved back in with Esme and Carlisle. Calling them happy didn't come close. They practically glowed for days. Over the next few months, and in 1934, I worked with Edward nonstop on his self-control. His thirst was at its worst, like watching an alcoholic try to quit cold turkey. I had to trail him everywhere, every night, which meant I couldn't do anything for myself. No diner trips, no shopping, nothing. But he was finally improving. He didn't need nightly hunts anymore, which gave me enough breathing room to take a day for myself. I left early that morning and headed to Gringotts, New York for some cash. I parked a block away, stepped out, and straightened my suit jacket. A quick look in the side mirror confirmed my hair was exactly how I liked it. Short on the sides, long on top, slicked back cleanly. Turning the corner, the bank came into view. Gringotts sat at 5th Avenue and 42nd like it owned the city. Marble and granite walls, carvings from ancient history layered into the facade, Corinthian columns guarding the front doors. It took up 2 full blocks and looked like it had been there since the dawn of civilization because, well, it essentially had. 2 guards in Black Legion armor pulled the glass doors open as I approached. I gave them a small smirk and stepped inside. The lobby was massive. Crystal chandeliers, a vaulted ceiling painted with scenes of fortune 4 stories above, marble mosaics underfoot. I grabbed my checkbook rather than whipping out the gold card. No need to cause a scene, just to take out $1,000. While I filled out the check, light spilled in from behind me. I capped my pen and turned. A beautiful blonde woman walked in wearing an expensive white dress and a wide-brimmed hat to match. She carried a woven picnic basket. When she passed me, she glanced my way. Her dark brown eyes held a flicker of curiosity. I smiled without thinking. She looked away quickly, a shy smile slipping through. I didn't look away as she walked past. A well-dressed man came from behind the teller counters to greet her, followed by a younger man in a suit. The older man was clearly her father. The younger looked like an eager subordinate. "Mom sent me to bring your lunch," she said, handing the basket over. Her father chuckled, accepted it, and turned slightly. "Rose, I'd like you to meet our new loan officer, Royce King. His father is the bank's vice president." I didn't hear the rest. Rosalie Hale. My mind snapped back into focus only when the teller called me forward. I slid the check over, asked for the withdrawal, and turned just enough to watch Rosalie shake Royce King's hand. The teller pushed my cash toward me. "Here you are, sir. $1,000. I pocketed the bills and stepped away, eyes drifting back to Rosalie again. She stood much too close to Royce for my liking. I sighed inwardly. I was going to need my journal sent over. My memory of this world's events had been slipping more and more with each passing year. My original plan for the day was already ruined by the time I drove back to Carlisle's apartment. When I opened the door, 4 large boxes sat stacked along the entryway. An envelope with my name rested on top. I tore it open. "This year's income sheets of all your businesses. You're welcome. Julius." Shit, I muttered. Carlisle must have told Julius where I was. Edward stepped into the hall. "What are all of those?" "Just paperwork from work," I said quickly, shoving the letter back into the envelope. I popped open the first box, searching for a very specific red folder. "Work?" Edward asked, confused. "You mentioned owning a few businesses, but only in passing." "I do," I said, checking the next box. "A couple here, a couple overseas." I finally found the red folder and opened it. "Oh, look at that," I said in a deliberately casual tone. Edward moved closer. "What is it?" I smirked. "We're in the black again. Nearly 2,000 years straight." I handed him the folder and walked into the kitchen. Esme sat at the table sketching house designs. She looked up. "Adam, what do you think of this one?" The drawing was beautiful. Modern lines blended with the classic touches she loved. Open spaces, elegant shapes, plenty of light. A home that felt alive. It's stunning, I told her. You always find a way to make a house feel like a sanctuary. Esme smiled warmly and set it aside. Behind me, Edward flipped through the red folder. His eyes widened more with every page. Don't hurt yourself, kid, I said, taking a drink of water. Adam, Edward said slowly, you said you owned a few businesses. Not all of them. He jabbed a finger at the page. Coca-Cola, Standard Oil, General Electric, Ford. And wait, is this right? You own Gringotts? The whole global system? Including their trading fleet. He looked up at me, stunned. Adam, you're a trillionaire. This is unbelievable. I shrugged, turned to the last page. He did, and nearly dropped the folder. 3 trillion? There isn't that much money in the entire world. There isn't, I said. That number is the total value of everything I own. Investments, properties, gold, lots of gold. Edward stared at the folder again. With this kind of wealth, you could change the world. Or ruin it, I said. The air shifted as my tone sharpened. Power corrupts fast. I've seen it happen. I prefer to stay quiet and keep things balanced. Esme nodded. You've always used your influence responsibly. I trust you. Edward exhaled a long breath. This explains a lot. You have more money than, well, everything. Esme checked her watch and looked up at me again. If you're free this afternoon, I'd love your thoughts on a few more designs. This new project is important to me. Of course, I said. I just need to send a letter to England. After that, I'm yours for the day. Sunlight warmed the kitchen as the 3 of us settled back into our routines. For all the power, all the centuries, all the complications that came with my life, moments like this grounded me. Family, love, the bonds that held us together. In the end, those are the only things that ever mattered. I closed the door behind me, humming a fast, upbeat tune under my breath. I dropped my keys into the small dish by the entryway, shrugged off my jacket, and hung it up. The humming didn't stop. Someone seems to be in a good mood, Carlyle said from behind me, curiosity already creeping into his voice. I turned with a smirk. That's because I'm in a good mood, Carlyle. His brow lifted. I couldn't wipe the smile off my face. I looked down, gave a nervous little laugh. There's this girl. A book hit the floor, followed by Esme's startled gasp from the living room. A girl, Carlyle repeated, eyes wide. Yeah. Esme blurred past him in a flash and stopped right in front of me, hands clasped. What's her name? I chuckled. Evelyn Russo. She's a waitress at Dino's down by the docks. Oh, a waitress, Esme said, delighted, the job title not even registering compared to the idea of me having a love interest. I nodded, then heard Carlyle mutter, damn it, under his breath. I turned. Sorry? What was that? Carlyle froze. What was what? You just said, damn it. What? He blinked fast, panic creeping in. He tried to play dumb, but I tilted my head, letting him know I wasn't dropping it. He cleared his throat, visibly uncomfortable. Well, you see, Julius, and I may or may not have had a small bet. My eyebrows shot up. What? Carlyle gave a nervous laugh. What was the bet? It's been a running joke between us, he admitted, smiling awkwardly. We bet on whether you'd ever have a partner, and whether they be male or female. My eyes widened, just as Esme whipped around and leveled a glare at him. Carlyle raised his hands like a man giving up his last defense. Before Esme could unleash the storm, I grabbed the spotlight. I clutched my chest dramatically. Carlyle, you wound me. I dropped to my knees as if struck by heartbreak itself. He glared at me over Esme's shoulder while she scolded him. I just grinned. He was about to get it 10 times worse from her than anything I could do. Later that night, I stepped out of my room for a drink. Carlyle called my name from his office. I changed course and walked in. He sat behind his ornate wooden desk, hands pressed together, looking like a man preparing for court. I sat down in the chair across from him and raised one eyebrow, waiting. He sighed. I'd like to apologize for earlier. His voice was loud enough for Esme to hear. I smirked but stayed silent. It was childish of me to take part in that bet with Julius and Jane. I blinked. Jane was involved? Carlyle shrugged. If it helps, she won. I stared. Really? She bet you'd find a female partner. he said. I leaned back, processing that. And you? He bit his lip. I bet you'd stay single. And Julius bet I'd have a male partner. I guessed. Carlyle gave a sheepish shrug. My expression flattened. He laughed anyway. It was all in good fun, Adam. We have too much time on our hands. You know that as well as I do. And if I'm not mistaken, pranks are one of your favorite pastimes. He wasn't wrong. I sighed, then let out a sudden laugh. Carlyle joined in. All right, I said, wiping a tear from the corner of my eye. Silence settled, comfortable at first. Then Carlyle leaned forward, expression sharpening. I have a question. I tilted my head. Go on. Do you think you can handle it? I blinked. Handle what? He hesitated. She's mortal, Adam. What happens if you fall in love with her? His words hit me like a truck. Shit, I breathed. I hadn't even considered that. And from what you've written in your journals, and what Julius has told me, you didn't handle losing your sons well. All emotion drained from my face. Carlyle noticed, but pushed on gently. I'm only asking because if you fall in love with her and she stays human, could your heart take that? I tapped the chair arm, letting the question settle in my chest. Finally, I spoke. Honestly, that never crossed my mind when I was with her. Carlyle nodded softly. I get it. He looked toward the bookshelf as if the past lived there. His voice softened. When I met Esme, she was just a girl. Years passed, she grew older, and a bond formed between us. I never expected it. Then one day, I learned she'd married. His voice darkened with an old ache. It was arranged. She didn't want it. She had a miscarriage. It destroyed her. I stayed silent, letting him continue. I heard what happened and went looking for her. I followed her scent and found her at the bottom of a cliff, barely alive. He exhaled slowly. I changed her out of selfishness and hope. Selfishness because the bond was still there and I couldn't lose her. Hope that she wouldn't hate me for saving her the only way I could. He looked back at me, eyes steady. I'm telling you this because I don't want you to feel that kind of loss again. Losing your sons hurt you deeply, but losing someone you love more than anything, it's a different kind of pain. His words hung in the air, heavy and sincere. And for a long moment, neither of us said a thing. I ended up not going to the diner for a few days. Instead, I stayed with Edward, helping him with his control some more. Thankfully, a week and a half after I'd sent the letter to my bank in England, my personal journal arrived here in New York at my New York bank. Getting the journal was as simple as placing a call on a private line to the bank's president, asking for it to be delivered. And delivered it was, in an armored truck and 10 of Gringotts guards. To say it was a bit of a shock for the residents of the building we lived on would be less than accurate. Opening the front door, Esme knew immediately who they were there for. Coming to the door after she had called for me, I myself was surprised to see the long hallway filled with men in black suits and purple ties. Hi, I said, looking at all the faces. Stepping forward, a very familiar face came into my view. It was none other than Rosalie's father. Good afternoon, sir, he said, bowing his head slightly, a respectful tone in his voice, with a splash of reverence. I'm Joseph Hale, the bank's head accountant. I have been tasked in bringing you a package as well as a letter, he said, lifting a briefcase that was literally shackled to his right wrist. I looked at the cuffs, raising a brow at the spectacle. Very well, I said, not in my head. Turning to another man, Joseph nodded his head. Taking a key from around his neck, the man handed it over to Joseph. Unlocking the case, Joseph very carefully pulled out a large package wrapped in cardboard paper and tied together with twine. Placed between the twine and the package was a thick letter. Gently taking the package, I looked at the letter, unable to place the handwriting. Looking back up at Mr. Hale and the rest of the men behind him, I didn't know what to do, so I just went with my gut reaction. Thank you all for giving me this very important package. I will be sure to tell your bosses how well this was delivered, I said with a wide smile, before closing the door slowly. Locking the door, I looked down at the package. What is that, Adam? Esme asked, standing just off to my side. Not wanting her to become too curious about the package, I looked up at her and smiled. Just some old papers I want to go over. Nothing too important, I said, slipping the envelope out from under the twine knot. Putting the wrapped journal under my arm, I ripped the seal open, pulling out the pristine paper from within. Bank Head of England. Jeffrey Montgomery Grimsby. To Mr. Gotts, I have securely sent the item which was locked within your vault on the lowest level of our bank. The item has not been opened or tampered with, as I supervised its securement myself, as well as packaging. The package was also shipped under the protection of 3 guards and the bank's vice president on one of the bank's own cargo ships. Your ever-loyal servant, Jeffrey Montgomery, GRMSBY. I refolded the letter quickly, shoving it back into the envelope. Certainly one way to end a message, I thought, shaking my head. Closing my room's door behind me, I set the package on the desk I had placed in my room before pulling out the chair and sitting. Untying the knot, I pulled the cardboard paper off to reveal the worn-out cover of the journal. The cover was made from deer hide and had clearly seen better days. Deep scarring covered it with numerous stains of age. Slowly opening the front, the sound of popping came from it, quite a few flakes falling onto my desk. The pages were a dark yellowish color and were as dry as bark. It didn't take me long to realize that this journal was on the brink of turning into a pile of dust in my hands. So with extra care, I slowly started to turn the pages, passing pages of businesses I could invest in, certain historical moments I remember at the time, and much more. Making it to the last quarter of the journal, I started to get into the Twilight characters. Each page held their names, discretions, and anything I knew about their background and how or why they were changed. Flipping through the pages, I finally made it to the one I sought. Rosalie Hale, known for her striking beauty, which is often described as ethereal and captivating. Rosalie has long, golden blonde hair, a statuesque figure, and is often compared to a goddess in her appearance. Despite her stunning looks, Rosalie has a complex personality. She is fiercely protective of her family and has a strong sense of pride. Rosalie initially struggles with her vampire nature and her longing for a human life, particularly the desire to be a mother. Throughout the series, she shows a mix of strength, vulnerability, and loyalty. Her backstory involves a tragic history of being turned into a vampire against her will, which contributes to her characteristics. Rosalie Hale died in the early 1930s. Exact date unknown. She was attacked and assaulted by a group of men, leaving her in a near-death state. In her dying moments, she was found by Carlisle Cullen, who was drawn to her by the smell of her blood. He decided to transform her into a vampire to save her life. This traumatic experience greatly influenced her and shaped her feelings about humanity, motherhood, and her vampire existence. Rosalie's transformation allowed her to survive, but also left her with a strong resentment toward her vampire nature and a longing for the human experiences she lost, particularly the ability to have children. Shit, I thought, slowly sitting back in my chair, the creaking wood filling my room. Hey, Adam, Carlisle's voice said through my door. I'm going shopping. Would you like to join? He asked. Turning my head, I looked at my locked door. Yeah, that sounds good to me. I could use some fresh air myself, I said, sitting forward in my chair, gently closing the journal before putting in my suitcase and locking it. Sliding the suitcase back under my bed, I stood up, checking my clothes. I was currently wearing dark blue jeans and a black woolen V-neck sweater, with no shirt underneath. Unusual for the time, yes, but too comfortable for me to really care what people thought. Putting on my first-gen Chuck Taylor Converse, I opened the door. I found Carlisle, talking to Esme in the living room, seeing if there was anything he needed to pick up while out. Stopping, I turned and walked to Edward's room, tapping a few times on his door. Yes, I heard Edward ask from within. Opening his door, I leaned my head into his room. Edward was sitting in his leather chair, a book in hand. Me and Carlisle are heading out for a little while. Is there anything you need while we are out? I asked, making sure to include him in our lives so we wouldn't start acting too much like an outcast than he already tends to do. Edward shook his head, bringing his book back up to continue reading. I'm well, thank you, he said. I looked at the title of the book, A Farewell to Arms. I decided I would leave him to his sad book. So, giving him a small smile, I closed his door and made my way back down the hallway, where I saw Carlisle talking to Esme. Ready to go? I asked, getting their attention. Ah, yes, Carlisle said, giving Esme a quick kiss before heading towards the door. The night went well. Carlisle didn't buy anything and instead followed after me as I did. I didn't buy anything big, but instead I bought cool little knickknacks that caught my eye, like some marbles and a yo-yo. Ignoring the playful jab Carlisle gave me for that, I continued buying stuff. The thing about Manhattan, especially at this point in time, was that the shopping district was thriving. Of course, even back then, I'm sure it still did, but if I remember correctly, a lot of shopping had moved to the internet. Walking into the lobby of the large building we called home, I played with my new toys as we stepped into our private elevator. Do you know how much money I could have made if I came up with the idea to make these? I said, dropping the yo-yo, then snapping it back and into my grip. Carlisle looked at me with a raised brow. Adam, you have trillions. Do you really need more money? He asked. I shrugged. No, but could you imagine? I said with a chuckle as the elevator let out a soft ting as the doors to the elevator opened. Walking down the long hallway, I put the yo-yo back in my pocket and pulled out a slinky. Reaching the door, Carlisle opened it, stepping in first. They just stepped in. I will put him on now, Esme's voice said from the living room. Walking down the hallway of the apartment, I saw Esme setting down the handset, turning to look at us, her face panicked. What is it, love? Carlisle asked, stopping just inside the living room. It's Jane. Julius has been attacked, she said, clenching her hands together. Hearing those words, my playful mood vanished. Stepping past Carlisle, I walked straight to the phone, picking up the handset and putting it to my ear. Is Julius okay? I asked, my voice as hard as granite. Yes, he's okay. But it was a close call, Adam. What happened? I asked, turning to see Edward stepping out and into the living room, probably alerted by the sounds of Esme's worried voice. We were out for a walk. Then out of nowhere, 5 vampires appeared. They dropped down from the rooftops. Jane's voice was slightly rushed. They surprised us, catching us off guard. They went for Julius first, focusing their attack at him. He was only grazed a few times before reacting, killing them all quickly. How did they get so close without either of you noticing? I asked, my brows coming together in concern. We don't know for sure, but we think they were waiting for us. We would have heard them walking on roofing from a good distance away. I agreed with that. Though it might have been some time since they had been in a conflict with other vampires, they knew what they were doing. Letting out a small sigh, I transferred the handset to my other hand before continuing. Has Julius healed up? I asked, jotting down some words on a notepad that was placed by the phone. Yes. After the attack and taking care of the bodies, we went for a hunt. Good, I said, handing Carlisle the note. I'm going to be heading to England as soon as possible. Expect me in a week's time. Do you think that is necessary? Jane asked. Yes, I said simply. The fact that 5 vampires attacked you should be enough to concern you as well, especially since I presume you had never seen these vampires before. I asked as I saw Carlisle reading the note. That is true, and the reason I am calling. Julius thinks it might just be some coven that moved close to us and didn't want us close by. But the issue with that is that we don't hunt humans and hardly ever leave the castle anymore other than to hunt. So how could any coven that moved close by know we even existed before we learned of them first? That's what has me worried. Who else knows you are there in England other than me and... The Volturi, Jane interrupted. Exactly, I said, but that's not to say it's them. There are other possibilities that could have led to this that we just don't know at the moment, which is the reason I'm heading there. If it is the Volturi, I will want to be there. And if it is not, Jane asked, then I still want to be there. I said, picking up Carlisle's voice as he talked through the phone in his office. If it's not the Volturi, and as Julius thinks, it isn't the slightest inconvenience for me to be there. It's better to be safe than sorry. Thank you, Adam, Jane said, letting out a sigh, audible through the phone. The both of you are family, Jane. It's what we do for each other. I said, also, where's Julius now? I asked. He's currently in his office talking to some of his contacts, looking into who these vampires might have been. Right. Well, I won't be leaving for a few more hours, so if you get any news, call back and let me know. I said before we hung up the calls. Turning, Edward was the first to speak. Who was that? He asked. I looked over at him. That was Jane. Did Carlisle ever tell you about her and Julius? I asked. Edward shook his head in the negative. Julius and Jane are very old friends of mine. Julius is like a brother to me, like Jane is a sister. I've known them for a bit over 2,000 years now. Edward's eyes grew slightly wider as he imagined living for so long. And as I'm sure you heard, they were attacked. I'm heading to London tomorrow to check things out. Make sure it wasn't anything other than a new coven moving close by. Do you think it's that simple? Esme asked as Carlyle walked back into the living room, done with the task I had given him. I shook my head. I highly doubt it. Things are never that simple. I have you booked on a ship to London. It departs first thing in the morning, Carlyle said, handing me a small piece of paper with the details written on it. Taking the paper, I looked it over and saw the ship would be departing at 9 in the morning tomorrow. Thank you, Carlyle, I said, folding the paper. As I did so, Edward's eyes narrowed slightly, his brow furrowing in that familiar expression of determination mixed with curiosity. I want to come with you, he said, voice firm and leaving little room for negotiation. I sighed, expecting this would happen, but still hoping he might be sensible enough to stay behind. Edward, it's not a good idea. We don't know what we're walking into. It could be dangerous, potentially more than you can handle. His arms folded across his chest, and he took a step closer, his resolve unwavering. That's exactly why I need to go. If there's danger, I can help. Esme, who had been listening quietly, placed a gentle hand on Edward's arm. Edward, Adam's right. We don't know what this is about. It might be safer for you to stay here. Edward shook his head, his determination only growing stronger. I understand the risks, but I'm not a child. I can handle myself, and I want to help. If this involves the Volturi or something worse, it's even more reason for me to be there. Carlyle looked between us, his gaze thoughtful. Adam, Edward has a point. His abilities might be useful, and if it does come down to ITI, having more allies at your back could be beneficial. I ran a hand through my hair, weighing the pros and cons. Edward was stubborn, and once he set his mind on something, there was little one could do to dissuade him. Besides, he was right. His talents could be an asset. Finally, I nodded, albeit reluctantly. Fine, you can come, but you follow my lead, and if I say it's too dangerous, you'll be leaving. Understood. A flicker of relief crossed Edward's face, quickly replaced by a serious nod. Understood. Good, I said, watching as Edward left to start his packing. As Edward left the room to prepare, Carlyle approached me, his expression one of concern and support. Thank you for letting him come. He needs to get out more, especially with everything he's been going through lately. I nodded, understanding his words. Edward had been dealing with his own struggles, particularly that of his thirst for human blood, and still coming to terms with what he now is and what he has done. So this is London, Edward said as we stood on the side of the ship, looking over the bustling harbor our ship was currently in the process of docking at. Quite the sight, no? I asked, leaning on the ship's railing, a cigar between my fingers. It's certainly different, Edward said, looking up at the gray sky. I turned to look at him, smirking. It's a sort of safe haven country for vampires, I said, standing up and looking around. It's cloudy or overcast most days, allowing vampires to live a somewhat better life out in the open than most other places on Earth. Brr! The ship's steam horn boomed. I looked around us. It looks like the ship is about to disembark. We should get a move on, I said, leaning down and grabbing my suitcase by my feet while flicking the cigar over the side of the ship. Edward quickly followed my actions, grabbing his own suitcase as I started walking towards where the gangplank bridge was about to be put into place. Weaving through the large crowd with millennia of experience, I made it look easy as I moved through small gaps and opening in the swarm of people to reach the walkway quickly, Edward barely managing to stay close to me. Reaching the bottom of the staircase, I looked around. This way, I said, pointing my finger to our right where the exit of the dockyard should be. Walking to our right, we made it to a busy road full of black cabs and other cars, waiting for passengers. Looking around, I caught sight of a well-dressed man who was holding out a small white sight with "Gots" written in large black lettering. That must be our ride, I said, walking towards the man before I even finished speaking. As we got closer, I saw the car the man was standing in front of. It was a black and red Austin 7. It was a nice common car, easy to get around in. walking up confidently. The man seemed to recognize me as he came to a sort of attention as I walked up. "Good afternoon, sir," the young man said, placing the sign behind his back as he drew himself up. "Good afternoon," I said in my American accent. "I am William Green and will be your driver. May I get your luggage loaded, sirs?" William asked, his English accent thick. "Sure thing. Just be careful," I said, handing over my suitcase, which must have weighed close to 50 pounds. The weight of the case surprised William as he grabbed hold to the handle, nearly dropping it as I let go of it. "Alf, looks like someone didn't pack light," William said with a laugh as he moved to the back of the car. Placing the suitcases in the trunk, or now that we are in England, boot of the car, we headed out to Julius and Jane's castle. Edward sat in the back seats while I stayed up front and chatted with William. The whole ride, Edward couldn't keep his eyes away from the window as he absorbed all of the new sights he was seeing. It took us nearly 45 minutes to reach the castle, and I couldn't help but smile as it came into view. It hadn't changed in the slightest. It still towered over the surrounding building and was still surrounded by the same massive stone wall. "Is that a castle?" Edward asked, leaning closer to the window. "That it is," I said with a chuckle. "Quite stereotypical of them, isn't it?" I said with a chuckle, knowing he would get what I meant without me having to say it out loud in the car with William. I heard him grunt in the back seat in response. Pulling onto a gravel road, I saw that it led to a large metal gate, which was in the place of where the large oak and steel doors to the walls that circled the castle used to be. As we approached, two men in nice suits stepped out from beside the gate to stop us before we could get too close. Quickly winding his window down, William leaned his head out to talk with one of the guards. "Good afternoon, sirs," he said cheerily to both severe-looking men. "What's your business here?" one of the guards asked, stepping up to the window and leaning down to get a look inside the car. "We're here on behalf of Mr. Gotts," William replied smoothly, handing over a small envelope. The guard took it, scrutinized the contents briefly, then nodded and stepped back. "Proceed," he said, signaling to the other guard to open the gate. The massive metal structure creaked and groaned as it swung open, revealing the cobbled path leading to the imposing castle. As we drove through, I couldn't help but spot the bulges in their nice suit jackets. It seems Gringotts guards now carry guns. Damn it, Julius. Damn you. Can you keep them white guards the way I want them? I whined in my head silently. Passing through the gate and stone walls, I couldn't help but admire the sprawling grounds which hadn't changed in a few hundred years on the inside of the walls. The castle was surrounded by carefully manicured gardens, dotted with ancient oaks and guarded by statues that seemed to watch our every move. It was as if the place was frozen in time, untouched by the modern world beyond its walls. Edward, still peering out of the window, seemed captivated. "This is incredible," he breathed, his eyes wide with awe. I nodded, understanding his amazement. "Julius has always appreciated nature," I said. William brought the car to a gentle stop at the foot of the grand stone staircase leading to the castle's entrance. As we stepped out, the heavy wooden doors at the top of the stairs swung open, and a tall, elegant figure appeared at the threshold. His dark hair was cut to a medium length that just reached his shoulders, his eyes a mix of brown and gold. "Ah, welcome, welcome." Julius's voice boomed across the courtyard as he descended the steps, arms outstretched in greeting. His presence was commanding, yet there was a warmth in his eyes that put one at ease. "Julius," I said, extending my hand, which he clasped firmly before pulling me into a quick embrace. "It's been far too long," he said, slapping my back hard a few times, which might have killed a normal man. "Indeed," Julius replied, shifting his gaze to Edward. "And you must be Edward. It is a true pleasure to finally meet you," he said, extended a hand, which Edward shook somewhat awkwardly, clearly still adjusting to the grandeur of his surroundings. "I trust your journey was pleasant?" Julius inquired as he gestured for us to follow him inside. "Very much so," I replied, glancing at Edward, who nodded in agreement. Inside, the castle was a blend of the medieval and the modern, with ancient tapestries lining the walls and soft electric lamps casting a warm glow. The air was cool and carried a faint scent of lavender and old books. Julius led us through a series of grand halls which brought back old memories. Each room was more impressive than the last, until we finally arrived at the main sitting room. A fire was crackling in the fireplace, and plush armchairs were arranged invitingly around it. "Please, make yourselves comfortable," Julius said, motioning toward the chairs. "We have much to discuss." Stepping into the cozy sitting room, I plopped down comfortably in one of the chairs, propping my feet up and onto the small wooden coffee table. "Remove your feet before I remove them for you," a new yet familiar voice said coldly from the sitting room's entrance. Turning my head, I saw Jane walking into the room, a small smile playing on her lips. I grinned. "Ah, Jane, it's been a while." I laughed, standing to my feet. "That it has," Jane said, wrapping her arms around my torso in a hug. Patting her back, I couldn't help but smile. "And all it took to get a hug from you is to be gone for 100 years or so." I laughed as Jane squeezed harder around my waist. Releasing me, Jane turned and looked at Edward, who was sitting in the middle of a fancy leather couch. "And this is Edward?" Jane asked in a playful voice as she sauntered over to him, her hand outstretched. "It is a pleasure," Edward said, standing quickly from his seat. "That it is," Jane said, her eyes glinting mischievously. Then Jane turned, pointing to a wall behind me. Turning myself, I saw a large woven tapestry taking up a whole of one side of the room. A smile came to my lips as I looked at the piece of art and history. Covering the entire tapestry were faces with names woven underneath. All the way at the very top was me. Then under me was Gerard and Oliver, who branched off their own families. Looking all the way at the bottom, I saw what looked to be a new addition. From some research, we found that Edward is a direct descendant of Oliver's. Julius said, walking closer to the artwork. We had lost track of them from a false death certificate, when in reality, it was mistaken identity. Someone had somehow gotten hold of Edward's great-grandfather's wallet and identification papers. Not long after which, he died a rather gruesome death. The body was unrecognizable, and the identification papers were all they could go on. Turning to look at Edward, Julius smiled slightly. "We had everyone from your grandparents to you added to the tapestry, Edward," Julius said, pointing to where a small image of Edward's likeness was added to the tapestry. Standing, Edward slowly walked towards the tapestry, his eyes moving from one face to another. "Carlyle sent us photos of you and your family members," Jane added. Slowly, Edward's eyes reached the top, where I, Gerard, and Oliver were. While he was busy taking in all of that, I turned to face Jane and Julius, who were now standing by the couch. "So what have you learned about the attack?" I asked, walking back to my seat. "As of yet, nothing," Julius said. "We got in contact with some of the other Coven leaders here in England, but they knew nothing of the attack or who was behind it." I nodded my head, figuring as much. "We will go to the other Covens tomorrow and ask again," I said, plopping down in the leather armchair while letting out a long sigh. Julius raised a brow at my words. "But we have already asked them, Adam." "Why again?" he asked, confused and slightly perturbed. "Well, last time you didn't have me or Edward," I said, giving him a hard stare. "Edward can read minds. If the other Coven leaders were lying, how would you know unless you were in their minds?" I said, tapping my forehead. "True. Most Coven leaders here in England are no younger than 200 years old. They would have the ability to mask the fact that they are lying quite well," Jane said, looking at Julius with a small smile. "I suppose we could go to the first few Covens tomorrow," Julius said, looking into the fire in the fireplace. "Good," I said, standing to my feet. "Now, it has been a long trip, so I'm going to take a nap," I said, turning and leaving the large room. I left without another word, and Edward by himself. I figured they could have a good talk without me hanging around. Finding my old room, I took a nice long nap. Waking up, I saw that it was dark outside. Making my way back downstairs, I found Jane still in the sitting room, reading a large book. "Good evening," I said through a yawn. Looking up from her book, Jane smiled at me. "Good evening, Adam. How did you sleep?" she asked as I looked at the fireplace. "It was good," I said, walking over to the fireplace. "Are they in the library?" I asked. "Yes. They went down about an hour ago," Jane said, picking her book back up to continue. I nodded, pulling the secret lever to open the entrance to my personal library. Stepping through, I listened as it closed behind me as I descended the stairs. Reaching the library, I found Edward seated at a large wooden table with one of my journals in front of him as he deciphered the words with a handful of word key sheets in his hands. Turning my head, I saw Julius reading one of my signed copies of Alexander Pope's An Essay on Man. "It's good to see the both of you bonding," I said as I stepped off the stairs, causing both to look up from their books. "This is incredible, Adam," Edward said as he gestured at my journal in front of himself. "To document so much from so long ago, it's amazing," he said, setting the old word key sheets down. "Yeah, just be careful, would you?" I said, walking closer to look at the journal. "These things are old and haven't exactly been taken care of over the years," I said, rubbing my fingers over the cracked and worn pages. "Of course, Julius told me as much," Edward said, going back to reading. Walking over to Julius, I took a seat in the leather chair next to Julius's. "So, who's going to be the first we meet tomorrow?" I asked. Julius set down the book and intertwined his fingers together. "To start off, we should visit the Brando Coven. They are relatively new to England and have a total of 6 members. They came here from Portugal around 5 years ago. And have you ever met them in person?" I asked. Julius nodded. "There isn't a coven here in England I haven't met before," he said with a smile. "Because unlike you, Adam, I actually try to become acquainted with other covens." I shrugged my shoulders. "They just tend to annoy me, Julius. That's why I mostly try to leave them alone. It's the Victorian-era ones who always annoy me," Julius said, surprising me. Turning to look at him, I raised a brow. "They're just too pompous for my liking," he said, picking his book back up, causing me to laugh. "Very well. We leave in the morning," I said, standing to my feet. We ended up leaving just after dawn, going to see the closest coven, the Brando Coven, which were in the center of London, not even a mile from Buckingham Palace. Sitting in the driver's seat of Julius's 1930 Lagonda 4-seater. "Why am I in the passenger seat of my own car?" Julius asked, turning his head to look at me, the wind swirling his hair around as we weaved through traffic. "Because you drive like an old woman," I said playfully, pulling hard on the wheel to take a corner about 10 miles over the speed limit. "Geez," Julius shouted as the back tires skidded across the concrete. "Relax, would ya?" I said as a laugh escaped my mouth. "Hey, over there," Julius shouted, pointing to a large 4-story brick home. Smashing the brake, the car came to a careening halt. "Adam, if there is anything wrong with my car after this, you are buying me a new one." Julius scowled. "Relax, dear. You know he's good for it," Jane said, a small smile gracing her face as she leaned forward in the back seat. "Trillionaire," I heard Edward murmur from behind me. "Right," I interjected. "This their home?" I asked, putting the car in park and pulling out the key. "Yes, that's their home. There's 5 of them. We don't know if any of them have powers," Julius said, turning in his seat to look at the home. "That's fine," I said, opening my car door and pulling the lever for the chair to move forward so Edward and Jane could get out. Vampires actually having powers is quite rare. Slamming the door shut, I adjusted my suit jacket before stepping onto the curb. "Is there anything I should know about them?" I asked as we approached the home. "They were all turned in the Victorian era," Julius said, turning to look at me. His expression told me everything I needed to know about how he felt about them. "Okay," I said, taking a few steps up until I was at the door. "They know we are here," Edward whispered from the back of our group. "They're confused as to why Jane and Julius are here, as well as who Adam and I are." "How useful," I chuckled, knocking on their door. "Just remember the plan, Edward," I said, turning to look at him. He nodded his head. "Good," I said, just as the front door was opened to reveal a tall, skinny man with shoulder-length brown hair and one of those weird curly mustaches. "Good evening, sir," I said in my best upper-crust British accents, with a smarmy look on my face. "Evening," the man said in a higher-pitched voice. "If you would be so kind, we would like to ask you a few questions," I said, an insincere smile on my face. The man looked at me for a moment before looking past me at Julius and Jane. "It would be in your best interest to spare some time for him," Jane said, her voice like honey as she spoke to the man. His blood-red eyes lingered on her for a moment before they shot back to look at me. "Very well," he said, backing away from the door to let us in. "I'm most thankful," I said cheerily as I stepped through the door, quickly followed by Julius, Jane, and Edward. As I stepped in, I saw 4 others standing in the foyer. I ignored them and their reactions to me as I looked around their rather impressive home. "I see all of you are still living in a bygone era," I said, changing my accent back to my more normal American. The other 4 vampires were 3 men and 1 woman. The men were all wearing more modern clothes, while the woman wore a gray dress straight from the Victorian era. The 3 men all had longish hair and clean-shaven faces, all with brown hair, except for the woman who had blonde hair. "It is what we are most comfortable with," the woman said, raising her chin to look down her nose at me. "That I can understand. But you do know there was something called electricity that was invented quite some time ago. I believe it was on the rise in popularity when all of you were still human. Live how you like, but why make life harder on yourselves?" I asked, turning to look at them. The woman raised an eyebrow at my comment, clearly unamused. "We prefer tradition. After all, it is the essence of who we are," she retorted, her voice dripping with disdain. "Tradition is a lovely thing, but it can also be a cage," I replied, glancing at Edward. He was already scanning the minds of the other vampires, his focus intense. I could tell he was searching for any hint of hostility or knowledge about the recent attack. The woman grimaced. "Who are you to question how we live, human?" The woman snarled, her fangs showing as she spoke. "He's someone you really don't want to anger," Jane said behind me in a calm, level tone. The woman turned to look at Jane, the sneer still on her face, but was interrupted before she could speak. "He's human. What could he possibly do to worry us?" One of the other men standing by the woman asked, stepping forward. "He wouldn't need to do anything," Julius chimed in. "Me and my mate here would be enough to kill all of you before you had time to process the fact that your heads were removed from your bodies. But I suppose we might as well tell you," Julius said, crossing his arms over his chest. "His name is Adam. He's the first man," Julius said, dropping my name like a nuke. The room went silent for a moment before the woman let out a loud laugh that echoed off the walls, shortly followed by the others. "Adam, the first man," the woman said through fits of laughter. I turned to look at Julius. "Can I do it my way now?" I asked. He let out a sigh, looking at the group of vampires who were still laughing. "Why not?" he said with a shrug, exasperated. Grinning, I turned to the vampires who were looking at each other, wiping fake tears from their eyes. "Time to do this the old-fashioned way," I said with a grin, the vampires not hearing my words. I disappeared with a snap, my movements so fast it displaced the air where I had stood. I appeared holding the woman by the throat and off the ground on the other end of the foyer. The laughter now gone from the room as Julius held the other vampires still with his telepathic ability. "We could have done this the nice way," I said, squeezing hard on her throat as she looked down at me, panic now filling her eyes. "But no, we had to do it this way," I said, my eyes growing colder with every second. "I'm going to ask this once, and one time only. What do you know about the attack on Jane and Julius?" I asked, my grip loosening just enough for her to answer. "Nothing," she managed to get out through gritted teeth. Turning my head, I looked at Edward, whose eyes were narrowed as he focused on the woman. "She knows something, but is trying to cover whatever it is up with other thoughts," he said, looking at me. Turning, I looked at Jane. I spoke. "Do your stuff. Maybe that'll help loosen her lips and thoughts," I said, turning the woman in my grip towards Jane. The woman must not have known what her powers were, because she looked right into Jane's eyes as she said that magical words. "Pain," Jane said, her voice now hard. In a millisecond, the woman started to scream and convulse as the fiery pain washed through her. Grabbing hold of the woman's hands to keep her from scratching me, I watched her twitch for a few moments before speaking again. "All you have to do is tell us, and all of this can stop," I said loudly so all could hear me over her screams. "Next time I have to ask, I'm going to start killing the members of your coven," I said, just as Jane released her from pain. "Speak," I yelled, but she remained silent. "So be it," I said, not needing to turn as I heard the tearing of stony flesh as Julius telepathically tore off one of the male vampire's heads. Pain, Jane again said, sending the woman into convulsions again. You don't even have to say it, just think of it, and we will know. I shouted as the woman screamed. And whoa, she screamed. I got it, Adam, Edward said, his eyes growing wide as he sorted through whatever the woman let slip in her mind. The woman stopped convulsing as Jane released her from her gaze. Turning to look at Edward, I raised a brow. What is it? I asked. It seems most of the covens here in England have banded together into a coalition of sorts to get rid of Jane and Julius. He said, turning to look at me. What? I exclaimed in astonishment. Something about how they will have free reign over the country since the Volturi don't come here. Edward said, raising one of his brows. I couldn't stop the scoff that escaped my lips as I listened to his words. Turning to the woman, I shook her hard. How stupid are all of you? They're the reason the Volturi don't come here. I said, tightening my grip on the woman's neck. Kill them, and guess who's coming? The Volturi, you numbskulls. I said, shaking my head as the woman snarled at me. Turning to Edward, I spoke. Did you get all the covens involved? I asked. He slowly nodded. I think so, he said with a shrug. It doesn't matter. You probably got most of them, which should be enough to dissuade the ones you didn't get from ever trying something like this again. I said, slowly turning to look the woman in the eyes. Sorry about this, I said with a wide smile as I slowly started to add more pressure to my grip on her neck until cracks began to appear. Then, like a rock under a compressor, her head separated from her body, sending both clattering to the polished wooden floors. Glancing down at her body for a moment, I turned to Julius and nodded, giving him the go-ahead to kill the others, which he did with a lazy motion of one of his hands, twisting the heads off the other vampires. Looks like we're going to have a busy few days, I said, rubbing my hands together, removing the crystal dust left on my hands from the woman. Yes, but we should act against the other covens in one sweep, not giving them time to disperse, Jane said, stepping closer to Julius, grabbing hold of one of his free hands with her own. Yes, it should be early in the morning, after all of them are home after their night hunts. Julius added. I nodded. So tonight we plan, and tomorrow morning we act, going from one guilty coven to the next. I said, turning to look at Edward. How are you holding up, kid? I asked. He nodded, not seeming bothered by what he had just witnessed, but I knew how good he was at hiding his emotions, so it made a mental note to ask again later. What do we do with the bodies? Edward asked, changing the subject away from himself. Definitely need to ask again later, I thought as I went along with his change in subject. We burn them, I said, turning to look into one of the large rooms connected to the foyer. The room I looked into was a large plush sitting room with a large fireplace that was lit. Me and you will put them into this fireplace. Julius and Jane, you two will put 3 of them in the basement furnace, I said, taking off my jacket and rolling up my sleeves. Later that night, after a long planning session with Julius and Jane, where we planned tomorrow's activities, I decided to get some fresh air on one of the castle's balconies to get some of the night's fresh air. As I closed the door behind me, I spotted Edward leaning against the stone wall of the balcony. Not saying anything, I leaned against the wall a few paces away from him. Long day, I asked, looking up at the cloudy sky, unable to see the stars. I heard the rustle of fabric as he shrugged. Yeah, he said simply. I turned to look at him. You know that what happened today won't be the last time, I asked. He nodded his head. I do, he said simply. I nodded good, I said, letting Edward deal with how he felt about killing other vampires on his own. I just wanted to make sure he wasn't falling back into his dark self again. I looked back out into the night, catching sight of the castle's chapel. Hey, you want to see something? I asked, looking at Edward, who turned to look at me. Sure, he said, pushing himself off the wall. Smirking at him, I said, then follow me. Jumping over the wall, I plummeted 3 stories to the ground, rolling as I hit the bottom, jumping back onto my feet as I looked up at Edward, who was looking down at me from the balcony with a raised brow. You can do it, I yelled up to him dramatically as I gave him a thumbs up. Shaking his head, Edward disappeared from the balcony for a moment before I saw his blurred figure come shooting away from the balcony. "There you go," I said with a laugh as Edward hit the ground running. "That's one way to do it," I said with a shake of my head. Walking towards me, Edward spoke. "So where to now?" he asked. "This way," I said, turning towards the chapel. Reaching its old wooden door, I pulled on the metal hinge, opening the door with a slight tug. Stepping in, I saw it hadn't been changed since its creation so long ago. "I've missed this place," I said as Edward closed the door behind him. "This is what you wanted to show me?" he asked, confused. I shook my head, walking down the middle of the church to the large stone altar. Stopping, I pointed to the carved engravings on the side of the altar. "Read that out loud for me, would you?" I asked as Edward stopped beside me. "In perpetuum unity, in perpetuum memorati, in perpetuum gray," he said, deciphering the words in his head. "Forever united, forever remembered, forever gray," he said slowly. "Do you know what this is?" I asked, gently putting my hand on top of the smooth, polished stone. He shook his head. "This is the family crypt," I said, using the one hand I had on top to push the top to the side. "It's time to meet your very great-grandparents," I said, dropping down and into the crypt. Hitting the bottom, I quickly moved to the side as Edward soon followed. Wafting my hand in front of me, I fanned the clouds of dust away from my face. "It seems I have to do some cleaning down here," I said, turning to look at Edward, who was turning his head in all directions. "Come on," I said, gesturing for him to follow. "They're all the way at the end," I said, starting the rather long walk to them. As we walked, I pointed out each stone coffin that had a person carved into the top, telling Edward about them and who they were. I planned, with your consent of course, to have the Greys who died in America be brought here to be laid to rest. From your mother onward with their wives or husbands, I said, turning slightly to see Edward's reaction, which didn't disappoint. His head snapped to look at me. "Really?" he asked loudly, his voice reverberating off the stone walls of the crypt. I nodded. If we never would have lost track of them, then they would all already be here. But we did, I said, giving Edward a sad smile. I had the crypt expanded for more to be added, so we have more than enough room down here, I said as we finally reached the tombs of Oliver, Gerard, and their wives. Pointing at Oliver's tomb, I explained, "He is your great, however many, grandfather, Oliver," I said, then moving my finger to his wife. "And she's your grandmother, Emma," I said, watching as he moved close to the carved stone figures of them. "And these two," I said, pointing to the other tombs, "are your great, how many ever, uncle and auntie, Gerard and Isabel," I said, stepping closer to the tombs myself to go look at them. "I kind of look like him," Edward said as he looked down at the carved figure of Oliver. Turning my head slightly, I had to agree as I looked at the carved face, then Edward's. You actually do," I said, amazed at just realizing. Of course, they didn't look exactly the same, but you could definitely see the similarities. Leaving the chapel, I was telling Edward a story about Oliver when my ears picked up on a strange sound. Coming to a halt, I turned to Edward. "Did you hear that?" I asked in a whisper. The sound I heard sounded like a stone cracking or possibly being stepped on. "Hear what?" Edward began when I heard the sound again. "Adam," Edward said, turning his head upwards to the top of the stone walls that surrounded the castle. Following his gaze, I saw vampires beginning to blur to a stop along the wall of the castle. "That's not good," I said in a curious tone. "They found out what happened to the Brando coven," Edward said, turning his head to look at the numerous vampires linking the walls. "They didn't know we knew about them. But as soon as they figured out what happened to the Brando coven, they decided to do a full-out attack before we could, hopefully catching us off guard. But that clearly didn't work." Edward whispered to me. "No kidding," I said in a normal tone. Stepping forward, I stood in front of Edward as I spoke. "Which one of you is the leader?" I shouted. It wasn't necessary for me to do that, but I was hoping it would be loud enough to get Jane and Julius's attention. None of them moved. "Oh, don't be shy now. Show yourself, coward," I shouted again. "Coward, you say?" a male voice said from my side in a pompous tone. Turning my head, I saw a young man with long, golden blonde shoulder-length hair, crouched on the wall, a little smirk on his face. Those are very big words to be coming from a human, he chuckled. Are you the leader? I shouted. He smiled at me. Perhaps, he said with a small smile. No, you're not, I said, turning my head to look at the other vampire. Excuse me, the prick said in an affronted voice. You heard me. You're too good looking to be the leader, I said, continuing my scan of the other vampires as I spoke. Even for vampires, you're good looking, which means you're just a front for whoever is really pulling the strings, I said, hoping Edward was reading the minds of the vampires because I couldn't tell who it was. It's that one, Edward said, pointing to a rat-faced vampire. The man was average height with a bit of a gut and dirty-looking curly brown hair. So you're the leader? I asked, turning to look at the man. I saw he was now sneering at us. Bingo, I said, firing a finger gun at the vampire. This made him raise a brow, but before he had time to realize what was happening, I was standing next to him, prying his head off his shoulders with a simple twist of my hands. As soon as the other vampires realized I had disappeared from where I had been standing, they attacked. But thankfully my shouting must have gotten Julius and Jane's attention, because as soon as the attacking vampires moved, Julius and Jane appeared as blurring figures into the courtyard. Julius came to a stop right in front of Edward's frozen form, lifting his hands as well as 10 vampires from the walls with his mind. Jane also stopped next to Edward, quickly firing her pain ability on multiple vampires in quick succession, causing them to drop to their knees with just the split seconds of her pain ability. All the while, I moved through the mass of vampires surrounding me, pulling off heads and limbs with my bare hands, occasionally using my aura to manifest small blades along the outside of my hands to chop through vampires. Sidestepping a swipe from a vampire behind me, I came face to face with the good-looking vampire dude. Hey, it's good to see you, I said loudly with a laugh before I crushed his shocked face between my palms, before returning to the fight with ease as his nearly headless corpse fell to the cobbled stone. I lost myself in the fight, but remembered not to use any shock waves. If I did, there was a good chance I might cause harm to the walls, castle, or the buildings surrounding the castle. The last thing I wanted was to deal with Julius winning about the damages. Turning, I went to swing at one of the last remaining vampires, but he was yanked into the air before I could get to him, to be smashed together with another vampire Julius was holding in the air with the force of 2 trucks colliding. The sound that came from them hitting, it might as well have been 2 trucks. Ignoring that impressive feat, I hurriedly dispatched the last of the still standing vampires. Kicking the body of a dead vampire to the side, I looked over the side of the stone wall to see Julius and Jane turned and talking to Edward. Is everyone still in one piece? I asked in a normal voice. Turning to look at me, Julius gave me a thumbs up before turning back to talk to Edward. Figuring I would get a start on dealing with the Bodis of the vampires, I started to throw them over the side of the wall and into the courtyard. Making sure not to miss any limbs, I leaned over the wall again. Would you by chance have a gas can? I asked Julius, who was now in the process of lifting the Bodis of the vampires into a pile with his telekinesis. It's petrol, and yes, we do. Julius said, Gas, petrol, it's the same damn thing. I said, dropping over the side of the wall. Yes, but I say it correctly, Julius said with a snicker. It's a liquid, not a gas. He added, lifting more bodies to add to his mounting pile of corpses. Leaving him to get all of the bodies into a pile, I walked over to Jane and Edward, who were still talking. Reaching them, Jane turned to look at me. It would seem that was all of the Cullens, she said, gesturing at Edward. He says he managed to get that from some of the vampires' minds before you and Julius killed them. I smiled at that. Don't you love it when the problem comes to you? I said with a chuckle. She smirked, sure. But normally a problem isn't close to 100 vampires wanting to tear you to bits. She said, leaving to help Julius set fire to the large pile of vampires. Looking at Edward, I raised a brow. How are you feeling? I asked, tuning myself to watch as Julius poured gas on the pile of vampires. I'm good, he said, not sounding like he felt what he said. Are you sure about that? I asked. He looked towards the pile of bodies. No, he said simply. Want to talk about it? I asked. He didn't say anything, and instead watched as Jane lit a match and tossed it onto the pile, causing a large plume of fire to shoot up and engulf the Bodis. I held reserves when it came to you being the Atom, he said, turning to glance at me. But during this fight, I couldn't even follow your motions. You moved so fast and ripped vampires apart like they were made out of tissue paper. I turned to look at him with a raised brow. Where are you going with this? I asked. He shrugged his shoulders, the flicker of the large fire dancing over his face. I honestly don't know, he said with a shake of his head. Maybe now I just had something confirmed that I didn't want to be true. He said. Before we could continue, we all turned our heads in the direction of a banging sound coming from the front gate. Oh, I said, alarmed. It's the police. They got noise complaints about loud sounds of screaming and bangs that sounded like gunshots and explosions. Edward said, his eyes growing wide. Turning to look at Julius and Jane, I shouted. Not it, before blurring into the building, leaving Julius to deal with the problem. We ended up staying for another month in England as I made sure we had ended all of the covens involved in this little coup d'etat against Julius and Jane. After going to each of the involved covens' place of residence, I found letters sent between the covens detailing their harebrained plan, which wasn't very smart. Their plan was to give Julius and Jane the boot, preferably dead. After they successfully did that, they were going to send an emissary to the Volturi, telling them that England was now a state of free vampires who could do as they wished. Like I said, not very smart. Other than that, Julius and Jane took Edward across England to show him the country. While I dealt with everything else, my payment for running away when the entire police force showed up outside the castle. It wasn't too bad, though. It's not like I haven't seen every crack and crevice this country had to offer. Edward and I took a ship back to America around the end of 1934 on a luxurious cruise liner, celebrating the new year while on board. Docking back in New York, we were picked up by Carlyle. It's good to see you, Carlyle, I said, giving him a quick hug. Yes, it's only been, a few months. He chuckled, giving my back a hard pat. That doesn't mean I haven't missed you. I chuckled, picking my suitcase back up. It's good to see you, Carlyle, Edward said as he and Carlyle hugged. Anything important happen while we were gone? I asked, putting my suitcase in the trunk. Kind of, Carlyle said, fiddling with the keys in his hands, not looking at me. Oh, really? I said, glancing at Edward, who looked just as confused. And what kind of happened? I asked. Well, we might have a new member of the coven, Carlyle said, dropping a bomb on my head. What? I said loudly, unable to control my tone. Fuck, fuck, I thought, mentally freaking out. I had planned on saving her somehow when we returned from England, not thinking she would have been changed so soon. Controlling my reaction, I changed my face to one of happiness, while still freaking out on the inside. That's great news, Carlyle. I'm so happy for you, I said, taking a step closer to give him a pat on the shoulder while I smiled wide. Thanks, Adam, Carlyle said, wincing as I patted his shoulder. What's their name? I asked. Her name is Rosalie, Carlyle said, a small smile showing on his face. Why me, Lord? I cried in my head. Rosalie, Edward murmured under his breath. Getting into Carlyle's Ford, I closed my door, my thoughts wandering as Carlyle started the car. The whole drive back to the apartments, Carlyle continued to talk about Rosalie, as if he was trying to convince us to accept her. Interrupting him, I had to ask, how long ago did you change her? He turned to look at me. About a week ago. So on New Year's night, I found her in an alley. She had been, well, she should be the one to tell you. But it wasn't good, Adam. I nodded my head, remembering something I had written in my personal hidden journal. And what has she been doing recently? Nothing, Carlyle said, turning onto our road. At the moment, she's been in our home while she gets herself under control. Carlyle said. I nodded. So she hasn't left to go anywhere? I asked. He shook his head, giving me a concerned look. Why do you ask? Because now she's a vampire and most likely wanting revenge, I said, returning his gaze. His brows creased together. She said she didn't know who attacked her, Carlyle said, glancing between me and the road. Of course she did, I said, opening my door as Carlyle pulled in front of our apartment building. Quickly grabbing our suitcases, we made our way to the top floor. It became instantly apparent that something was off as soon as we walked through the door and saw Esme pacing in front of the hallway to the living room. "Oh, thank goodness you're back," she said to Carlyle, giving me and Edward a rushed smile before she began to speak again. "Rosalie is gone. She left through her bedroom window," she said, beginning to pace again. "How long ago did you notice she was gone?" Carlyle asked. Esme shrugged. "Maybe 10 minutes after you left. So about an hour ago," Esme said, turning to look at us with worried eyes. "It will be almost impossible to find her," Esme said, shaking her head side to side. Carlyle nodded while letting out a sigh. "The best we can hope for now is that she returns on her own," he said, a sad look in his eyes. "Maybe for all of you, but I think I might be able to track her down," I said, digging in my pocket for a small black notebook. "Really?" Esme asked excitedly. I nodded my head, flipping through the black notebook, finding the extension for the New York bank. Finding it, I walked to the phone, making a personal call to the bank head. After giving the password, I was sent straight to the bank head, where I got the address of one of their workers. Writing the address of their apartment on a small piece of paper, I folded it and put it in my pocket. Hanging up the phone, I turned to see everyone looking at me. "Who's this Mr. King?" Carlyle asked. "Someone I suspect as her target." "What?" Carlyle and Esme asked in unison, confused as to how I could already have a suspect in mind, while Edward stood there with a bored-looking expression. "It's a long story. I'll explain when I get back," I said, starting for the door. "I'll come with you," Carlyle said, starting after me. Coming to an abrupt halt, I turned to face him. "It will be best if you wait here," I said, giving him a shooing motion with my hands. But Carlyle started before I cut him off. "Carlyle, let me do my magic," I said, giving him a stern look as I kept my voice level. He stared at me for a moment before nodding his head in agreement. "Very well," he said, taking a step backwards. "Thank you," I said, turning and heading for the door again. Standing on a ledge of the 45th floor of a high-rise apartment building, I crouched down as I looked through the window at a familiar young man who was currently trying to drown himself with alcohol as tears ran down his face. "No matter how much you drink, she's still coming for you," I thought with an evil smile as I waited for the inevitable moment when Rose showed up. And just like I knew, she did come for him. The sounds of gunshots and screams cut through the air like a knife as Rose killed her way to King Jr. I watched as he started to cry and backed himself into a corner as the inevitable began to happen. The screams and gunshots stopped nearly as quickly as they began, leaving a defining silence before the door exploded and the wedding dress-clad Rosalie marched her way in. She stopped just inside the door to give her prey a wicked smile before she pounced and ripped King apart. As she did that, I managed to open the window, allowing me to sneak inside while she did her business. Stepping onto the carpeted floor, I quietly closed the window behind me as I quietly walked over to the large plush chair in the corner of the room. Sitting down, I watched as Rosalie ripped off a leg, then an arm, beating the man with his own appendages. Only when there was nothing but mush left of him, Rosalie finally stopped, her head back as she let out an audible sigh. "Feeling better?" I asked, reaching into my pocket for the gold cigarette case. Not that I needed a smoke, but to give my hands something to do. In a blur, Rosalie twisted around, her teeth bared in a snarl. "Relax, would ya?" I said, placing a cigarette between my lips as I flicked the lid of my lighter, lighting the cigarette. "Who are you?" she snarled, bracing herself to attack me. I put a hand up to placate her, while I lit the cigarette before beginning. "I'm Adam. I'm sure Carlyle has told you who I am," I said, taking a pull off my cigarette. Rosalie arched a brow as she stared at me, her demeanor not shifting, which was okay because it gave me time to look her over. She had certainly changed since the last time I had seen her in the bank all those months ago. Yes, she still looked the same, but there was also something very different about her. Her skin looked smoother, her hair more vibrant, and her eyes more piercing. Rosalie grimaced, her back seeming to straighten just a tad as she looked me over. Then one of her eyebrows seemed to twitch. "I've seen you before," she said, her eyes slightly drifting as she recalled the memory. "From the bank," she said, refocusing her blood-red eyes back on me. I nodded my head. "Yes, that was me," I said, tapping the ash from my cigarette onto the carpet. "Quite the coincidence, don't you think?" I asked with a smirk. She sneered again before I turned to look at the doorway. It seems it is time for our grand escape, I said, standing up. What? Rosalie asked as she looked between the door and me. More police are on their way up the elevator now. They just got onto the ground floor, I said, walking over to the curtains. She looked at me with a raised brow. You must be joking, she said, looking down the hall through the broken door of the room at the solitary elevator at the end of the hall. No, I'm not, I said, pulling my lighter out of my pocket. Now, if you wouldn't mind, could you open that window there so we can leave while I cover your tracks? I asked as I lit the curtains on fire, then the bed and other flammable things. Waiting until I was sure the room was well and surely on fire, I shooed Rosalie out of the room. Just as she was stepping onto the ledge of the window, we both turned our heads at the sound of the elevator opening down the hallway. I heard Rosalie say under her breath as I stepped onto the ledge beside her. What now? Rosalie asked as we looked down at the brightly lit city below us. We jump, I said, taking a final drag off of my cigarette before flicking it away. Jump, Rosalie asked, alarmed. Yeah, jump, I said, turning to look at her with a smirk. Can we even do that? She asked, alarmed. I can, yes. But normally for vampires like yourself, no. At the moment, you are much stronger than a regular vampire and can do some pretty incredible things like this, I said as the heat from the burning room behind us grew. She looked down at the ground far below us, then back at me. Scared of heights? I asked with a playful grin. Yes, she said as the sound of cracking timber came from behind us. Well, take your time. We have a few more minutes before the fire causes the room behind us to collapse, I said, leaning on the brick wall of the window's recess. I couldn't help but chuckle silently as I thought about our current predicament. Rosalie shifted from foot to foot as she gained her courage in a white wedding dress on the 45th floor of a luxurious apartment building with a fire burning behind us. As she stood there, I listened to the timbers and bricks beginning to collapse behind us. Time's up, I said, quickly grabbing hold of Rosalie's arm before leaning backwards. Rosalie let out an ear-piercing scream as we dropped, her nails digging into my arms as I positioned myself, so I was on the bottom. Looking down, I saw she had her eyes shut while she dug her head into my chest. You're missing the best part, I said with a loud laugh as I watched the ledge we had just been standing on collapse. Turning our bodies, I lifted Rosalie slightly, so when we landed, it would be my feet hitting the ground instead of both of ours at the same time. Which is what happened. My feet slammed into the ground, cracking the concrete ground under me 3 feet in all directions, my $200 shoes exploding with the force of my landing. I stood there for a moment as the sound of sirens got closer and people began to line the streets to watch the burning building. Looking at the faces, I looked to see if we had been spotted, which we hadn't. Everyone's attention was on the burning building. Good, I said, looking back down at Rosalie, who I was still holding off the ground. Her head was still buried in my chest, as well as her nails in my forearms. You can let go now, I said, softly setting her down on the ground. Her head popped up as she looked around, her eyes wide in surprise and astonishment as she looked up at where we had been standing. We did it, you did it, she said, turning her head to stare at me in awe. I gave her a smirk. Well, yeah, I said with a chuckle. I don't know about you, but I would like to avoid getting crushed by a collapsing ceiling, I said as she finally released her nails from my skin. As she released her nails, I saw there were small splotches of my blood on my white dress shirt where her nails had sunk into my flesh. I saw when the smell hit her, her nostrils flared as she sniffed the air. I wouldn't do that if I was you, I said, clasping my arms behind me. My blood is toxic to vampires, I said, giving her a sheepish grin. I wasn't, she said with an angry frown as she turned to look at the large bunches of people that had begun to appear on the sidewalk to watch the fire. We should get going, I said, taking a step away from Rosalie. Yeah, she said, turning to follow me. We should stop to get you some new clothes. Yours are all bloody, I said before looking down at my now bare feet. And me some new shoes, I said with a chuckle as I started to walk towards where I knew a dress and men's where store was close by. As I walked, Rosalie picked up her pace to walk beside me. How did you know where I was? Rosalie asked, her eyes staring at the side of my head like lasers. I had a suspicion, I said, looking over at her. Suspicion? She asked. Yeah, I remembered seeing you talk to that king guy at the bank. So I swung by his apartment to see if you went there, and as it turned out, you had. I said, sidestepping a group of people who were walking down the sidewalk to get a look at the burning building. How did you know he lived there? She asked. A simple call, I said. All of my employees' addresses are on file, so all I had to do was call. Rosalie thought for a moment before it dawned on her. Wait, but he worked at Gringotts, she said, looking back up at me. I looked down at her with a raised brow and a small smile. I own Gringotts, I said, smiling as I watched her face go through a dozen emotions of shock. But, she stammered. We reached the shop a few minutes later, where I bought a cheap pair of shoes and a few articles of clothes for Rosalie, who was waiting in an alley not far away. Handing the bag over, I turned away from her as she began to remove the blood-soaked dress. I heard the ruffle of the bag before a scoff. This looks like clothes my mother wears, she said before putting the clothes on. You can get rid of them when we get home. They're just so we can get home without the cops being called because you're wearing a dress covered in blood, I said, reaching for my cigarette case again while I waited for Rosalie to finish dressing. Once she was done getting dressed, we took a cab home. Giving the driver a few bills and a tip, we stepped out of the cab. Do you think Carlisle will be mad? Rosalie asked in a whisper as we stood on the curb in front of the building. Looking down at her, I grinned. No, he won't be angry, I said, giving her a comforting smile. Carlisle has something most others don't: understanding and patience. He knows what it's like to be caught up in the throes of emotions and to want revenge. He will see this as a step in your journey, I said. Rosalie frowned and looked down at her hands, which still had dried blood on them. She looked at them for a few seconds before she balled her hands into fists. Let's go, she said, before she started to walk towards the doors of the apartment building. The meeting of Rosalie and Edward was what can best be described as dry. The two were complete opposites of each other. Kind of. Both were very moody individuals for the most part. At least Edward is. Rosalie actually has a reason to be in a grumpy mood, as it's only been a few days since she went through a very traumatic ending to her mortal life, while Edward was just always like that for no actual reason. I might be able to help Rosalie deal with that, but I had helped Edward the best I could. All of that could be dealt with later. Today I had some business of my own to deal with. The day after I had brought Rosalie home, I dressed myself and left for the diner where Evelyn worked, thinking it had been long enough since I'd last seen her. Pulling up at the curb, I stepped out and walked inside. The atmosphere was the usual, and I found myself pondering how much I actually missed it. Looking around, I looked for the familiar figure, or Evelyn, but I didn't see her. Walking over to my usual seat, which was open, I took a seat and waited. But as I waited, I continued to look around, still not seeing her, even though this was a time she normally worked. After a handful of minutes, I waved down one of the passing waitresses. The woman was older and looked to be quite disheveled. "Excuse me, miss," I said as she passed by. "What is it?" she asked, pulling out a notepad from her dress. "Would you by chance know if Evelyn works today?" I asked. The older woman harumphed. "Evelyn doesn't work here anymore," she said, frowning. My brows rose as she spoke. "Doesn't work here anymore? Seriously? Where did she go?" I asked. "No idea," the woman said. "She came in and took the last of her pay before disappearing. No warning or anything. Now are you going to order or just keep questioning me?" the woman asked, tapping her pencil on the notepad. "I'm okay, thank you," I said, leaning back in my chair as I pondered the news. She didn't mention anything about leaving last we saw each other. But that was nearly half a year ago, shit, I thought, realizing I had just up and disappeared on her for over half a year. Damn it, damn it, damn it, I thought over and over. To me, half a year might as well have been a couple of days, but to her, half a year was quite some time. So she moved on to better things, most likely thinking of me as a person who she fancied for a few months before I up and disappeared on her. Letting out a long sigh, I stood from my chair and looked around the diner I no longer had a reason to come back to. Once I got my fill of the room, I left, getting into my car and driving back home, while smacking myself in the face mentally for the fact that I let the first live interest I've had since coming to this world slip away. Pulling up in front of our apartment building, I gave the doorman my keys to park the car while I headed to our apartment. Opening the front door, I could hear voices coming from the front room. Stepping in, I saw everyone seated in chairs while they turned their heads to look at me, the conversation stopping. "Everything all right?" I asked, taking my hat and jacket off. "Yes, everything's fine," Esme said, giving me a smile as she gestured at an empty chair. Walking over, I took the open seat and looked around at all of their faces. "So what's happening?" I asked. "We have all come to the agreement that it's time for us to leave," Carlisle said, looking over at me. I nodded my head. "Sounds good to me," I said, watching as Carlisle raised a brow. "You want to come with us?" he asked. "But don't you have a—" I cut him off before he could continue. "She moved on," I said, giving him a shrug. Time moves differently to me. What I thought wasn't so long actually was a lot longer, and I lost that chance. "I have nothing tying me here now," I said, rushed and wanting us to move on. "So where have you decided?" I asked, clasping my hands together, hoping he wouldn't push the subject. Everyone looked at me for a moment before Esme spoke. "We decided on Tennessee." Tennessee, I like it," I said, standing. "When are we leaving?" "In 3 days. A company will be shipping our non-essential belongings to our new home," Carlisle said. I nodded my head. "Right," I said, turning and walking to my room. Closing my door, I didn't undress as I fell into my bed, quickly falling asleep unintentionally. I woke up when someone knocked on my door. Rolling over, I realized I had fallen asleep and it was now dark outside. "Yeah," I asked in a normal tone of voice, sitting up in my bed. Opening the door, I saw it was Carlisle. "I wanted to see if you wanted to go with us on our hunt," Carlisle asked. "Don't you have work?" I asked, looking over the small clock on the bedstand, seeing it was a little past midnight. "I've already put in for my leave," Carlisle said, opening my door some more to lean on the doorframe. His face pensive. "How have you been?" he asked, his face concerned. I looked up at him. "I'm fine. Why do you ask?" "Well, you really seem to like this Evelyn. It would be completely reasonable to be a little upset," he said. I stood from my bed, walking to the closet while a small smile spread across my face. "Carlisle, I have lived for far too long to lament the loss of a girl I hardly knew. Sure, I contemplated more with her than just knowing each other, but that's life, especially for those like us," I said, changing into a pair of jeans and a white shirt. What I had said was true. Sure, I was upset about the lost chance to experience something I had yet to in this life, but I knew the chance would come again. Maybe not today, but who knows, maybe tomorrow or 100 years from now, I will wait for the right one. Slipping on my shoes, we walked into the living room where everyone else was gathered. We took 2 cars to reach a forest just outside of the city where Carlisle heard there was a large population of deer. I drove my car with Rosalie in the passenger seat, while Carlisle drove in front of me in his own car with Esme and Edward. The car was silent, beside the rattle of the car itself. "How long have you known Carlisle?" Rosalie asked, breaking the silence. I glanced over at her, her blood-red eyes meeting mine. "Since about 1641. Why do you ask?" I asked, raising a brow. She shrugged her shoulders. "I was just curious. I didn't know how old Carlisle was. What about Esme and Edward?" Rosalie asked. They're both still relatively young in vampire years. Edward was changed in 1918, while Esme was changed in the mid-20s. I said, turning the wheel as Carlisle pulled onto a side road. "And you?" Rosalie asked. "Carlisle said you were a very old friend of his, but he didn't specify or tell me what you are." Rosalie asked, shifting her weight on the seat to face me. "Well, for starters, I'm human, just with immortality and abilities like a vampire might have, without the additive of needing a liquid diet. And secondly, I'm nearly 6,000 years old, as far as I can remember." The car fell silent again. 6,000 years, Rosalie said. Her words staggered as she tried to imagine all that time in her head. I nodded my head at her words. "And you are an immortal?" she asked questionably. "Yep," I said as we hit a bump in the road. "How?" Rosalie asked, amazed. I shrugged. "That's a harder question to answer," I said with a snort. "I guess it kind of depends on who you ask. To some, I'm Adam, the first man, while to others, I'm just an oddity with powers in a world filled with other oddities." I chuckled. "I'm sorry, did you just say Adam, the first man?" She questioned seriously. I nodded my head. Yup, I said nonchalantly. POV Rosalie. The man was an enigma. A mystery wrapped in a puzzle wrapped in a riddle. Sure, Carlyle had said he was old, as well as Esme. But could he actually be who he just said? Neither of them said anything about him being the first man. He certainly didn't act like I would have thought that first man would. His youthful face, eyes filled with a joyful optimism, and a smirk always seeming to be ready to voice a wise crack any chance he could. Not the hardened figure of someone who had seen only God knows how many years here on this earth, which I had imagined. But that's not saying much, as I have never read the Bible before. I sat back in the soft leather of the car's seat, my mind swirling. Finally, I decided to ask another question when I managed to get my thoughts in order. "What do you think you are?" I asked. Adam looked over at me with another of his small smirks. "I don't exactly know," he said. But I started but was interrupted. My first memory was around the year 4000 BCE. I don't remember anything before that. For all I know, I could be the first man, while at the same time, I could simply be something else. He said, following Carlyle's car onto another side road, taking us deeper into a wooded area. "But which do you think it is?" I pressed. He let out a sigh before answering. "I guess it's whichever helps people." He said, "It certainly helped Carlyle and Edward come to terms with their existence when they thought I was the first man, but if it helps others to think I'm just a weird supernatural being, then I'm fine with that as well." How strange, I thought. Adam's perspective was unlike anything I had encountered before. It was as if he existed in a space beyond time and a world of his own. His nonchalance about his identity was both unsettling and fascinating. The car moved smoothly along the winding road, the dense forest brushing against the edges of the path. I watched the interplay of light and shadow on Adam's face, his features tranquil yet enigmatic, as if he held secrets that could unravel the very fabric of existence. His demeanor was reassuring, though, a calm acceptance of whatever he was or wasn't. "What do you mean by helping people?" I found myself asking, drawn to his selflessness. He chuckled softly, a sound that was almost musical in the quiet confines of the car. "I mean exactly that. If my presence brings comfort or understanding to others, then I've fulfilled a purpose. Perhaps it's not about who I might be, but about who I am now." His words resonated with a simplicity that belied the complexity of his existence. It was a perspective I envied, a freedom from the chains of expectations of identity. I had spent so much of my life trying to assert who I was, yet here was someone who seemed perfectly content to let others define him, as long as it served a greater good. I pondered on this as we continued driving. The silence between us was not awkward, but rather filled with unspoken understanding. Adam didn't need to prove himself. He simply was. It was a lesson in humility and grace that felt oddly comforting, like a gentle reminder that sometimes the search for self is less about finding answers and more about embracing the questions. Adam's POV. Pulling to the side of the road with Carlyle's car, I turned off the car and stepped out, followed by Rosalie. The night was cool, the air filled with the fresh scent of forest. Walking to the front of my car, I leaned on the hood, waiting for Carlyle, Esme, and Edward to approach. Rosalie walked to the front of the car and leaned on the front next to me. Turning my head, I gave her a raised brow as I looked at the small amount of distance between us, which wasn't much at all. She didn't seem to notice my look and just continued to watch as the other Cullens exited Carlyle's car. Of course, she could tell I was looking at her, but she seemed not to care. Turning my head at the sound of crunching steps, I turned and saw everyone walking towards us, Carlyle and Esme with gleams in their eyes. Hell, I thought, slightly leaning away from Rosalie, before they could think of something that wasn't. This place normally has a pretty good amount of game to hunt. Me and Esme will take Edward. Adam, you take Rosalie. She's only hunted animals once before, so you should help her if anything comes up, Carlyle said quickly, not letting me get a word in before Esme grabbed Edward's arm and blurred into the forest. "Hey, wait, just that," I started, but Carlyle blurred off before I could object to the pairings. "Those bastards," I thought, hearing a small chuckle from Carlyle, who was already catching up with Esme and Edward. who were following the scent of a group of deer. Turning, I saw a small smirk on Rosalie's face as she pushed herself off the car. "Well, I guess it's just the two of us," she said, turning to look at me. "I guess so," I said dryly, also pushing myself off the car. Opening my senses, I could hear the numerous heartbeats of a pack of deer in the opposite direction from Carlisle, Esme, and Edward. "There's a herd of deer that way," I said, pointing to our left. "There's 4 of them, more than you will need," I said, taking off my coat. Rosalie turned her head in the direction I pointed as I took off my coat, a brow raised. "Are you sure?" she asked. I nodded my head. "I can hear their heartbeats. They're about a mile out," I said, hanging my coat on my car's hood ornament. She looked at me, then the forest, before shrugging her shoulders. "If you say so. Just make sure you can keep up," she said, giving me a devilish smile before blurring in the direction of the herd. I chuckled. "It's you who needs to keep up," I said before taking a long running stride, then a jump into the air, launching myself a dozen feet into the air. I landed a dozen feet in front of her blurring figure, causing her to stumble in her strides. Catching her before she could land face first into the ground, I set her back on her feet with a laugh. "Keep up if you can," I said with a smirk, backing up while facing her. Rosalie gave me another smirk before she blurred away, not even in the direction of the deer, but just in a random direction. Following after her, it only took me a second to match my strides with hers. "Where you going?" I asked, dodging trees and bushes as I spoke. She turned her head to look at me, a gleam in her eyes as she abruptly changed direction towards me, slamming her shoulder into my own, causing me to hit a tree. The tree exploded from the force of me hitting it, sending splinters in all directions as I rolled from the hit. "So that's how you want to do this," I said with a chuckle in Rosalie's direction, who never stopped running. Sitting up, I dusted the wood chips off me and my now torn clothes. I heard a laugh escaping Rosalie as she changed directions towards the herd of deer. Standing up, I removed my shoes from my feet and dug my bare feet into the earth before launching myself in Rosalie's direction. Carlisle, Esme, Edward POV. All 3 of the Cullens abruptly looked up from their freshly drunk deer and in the direction of a loud, cracking boom in the distance. "Do you think that was them?" Esme asked, a small smile on her face as she stood from the core of a deer. "I don't see what else it could have been all the way out here," Carlisle said, walking to Esme and wrapping a hand around her waist. "Do you think they are a match for each other?" Esme asked, turning to look up at Carlisle. Carlisle smirked. "We can only hope." "Do you mean as partners?" Edward asked, walking over to stand next to them. Both Esme and Carlisle turned to look at Edward, smiles on their faces, neither saying anything. Rosalie POV. He was fast, very fast. Not even at my full speed, which neither Carlisle or Esme could match with my current newborn strength, could keep up, but he seemed to be able to do it with ease. Turning to look over my shoulder, I saw as he caught up with me in a matter of seconds, his clothes now torn in multiple places from my little ploy to gain time and distance between us, showcasing parts of his chiseled torso underneath his shirt. I also saw he was now barefoot, and a wide smile was spread across his face. Even now, I could tell that if he so chose, he could run circles around me, which stunned me. How powerful was he? Matching my stride again, but leaving some distance between us so I couldn't push him into a tree like before, he spoke. "So that's how you want to do it?" he asked, turning to look at me, his gray eyes shining with delight as he disappeared from my sight. Turning my head, I looked for where he went but couldn't find him. Continuing my stride, I continued on, but before I knew what was happening, I was grabbed by my left leg and yanked upwards, thrown into the air with more force than I had ever felt before. Shooting through the trees overhead, I corrected my body so I could see what was happening. Looking down, I saw I'd been thrown no less than 50 feet above the trees, the height daunting, but also heart-pumping. As I soaked everything in, I watched as Adam jumped into the air below me, the power of his jump nearly too fast for me to follow. His figure was a blur as he came towards me, but again he grabbed me as he shot past, taking me higher into the air with his momentum. Twisting his body as he grabbed me, he threw me once more farther up. But just as he was about to do so, I caught a glimpse of his face. His eyes were shining from the full moon's light with such joy that it seemed endless. How could he be so joyful? I thought to myself as time seemed to slow. He must have seen such terrible things in those thousands of years. Yet here he was soaring through the night sky with me, an expression of pure exhilaration on his face. As we reached the apex of our trajectory, suspended momentarily in the cool night air, I felt a strange sense of liberation, of freedom I hadn't experienced in years. It was as though, for a brief moment, the weight of my own past was lifted, and I was simply a part of this wild dance above the treetops. Just as we started our descent, Adam twisted his body, both of his hands holding onto my sides as he threw me again into the air. I let out a loud laugh as I flew upwards, the air rushing past me as for once in my life, I experienced true freedom. Freedom from expectations, freedom from having to put up a front to be accepted in my family's rich circles, and freedom from my new reality. Reaching the apex again, I looked up as my body righted itself, the full moon greeting me. For a second, it felt as if I was suspended midair, and I was floating in the night sky, allowing me to see the beauty of the world around me. Slowly, I began to fall again, but without a care in the world as I let out a laugh of joy. Gravity pulling me back towards the earth, where I saw Adam below through the trees. He caught me deftly, spinning us both around in a playful pirouette before setting me gently on my feet on the forest floor. Breathless and exhilarated, I could hardly contain the laughter bubbling up inside me. "You're insane," I exclaimed, half in awe, half in disbelief. "I can't believe you just did that." He grinned, the moonlight casting a soft glow on his face. "Sometimes you have to let go to truly feel alive," he replied, his voice a gentle caress against the night. "Life is too short, even for those of us who live forever, to hold back for moments like these." His words struck a chord deep within me. I had spent so long trying to control every aspect of my existence, to shape my identity in a way that made sense to me. Yet here was someone who seemed to embrace the chaos, who found beauty in the unpredictability of life. It was a lesson I hadn't realized I needed, a reminder that perhaps there was more to existence than the roles we chose to play. For a moment, we stood there, side by side in the moonlit forest, surrounded by the symphony of the night. The world felt vast and full of possibilities, as if anything could happen, and we were bound only by the limits of our imaginations. "Thank you," I said softly, meeting his gaze, "for reminding me that there's more to life than what I've known." He smiled, a warmth in his eyes that seemed to touch my very soul. "Anytime," he replied, and I knew he meant it. In the moonlit embrace of the forest, an impulsive wave of emotion surged within me, compelling me to act on an impulse I had never felt so strongly before. The world seemed to hold its breath, the night air charged with an electric anticipation as I turned towards Adam. His eyes, those enigmatic gray orbs, met mine, and in them I saw a reflection of my own wonder and longing. They mirrored back the adventure and freedom we had just shared, the uninhibited joy that had lifted me high above my own fears and constraints. It was as if in those fleeting moments, we had transcended time itself, existing only in the now, unburdened by past or future. Before I could second-guess myself, before the rational part of me could caution against such a reckless act, I closed the space between us, leaning up to press my lips softly against his. It was a kiss born of spontaneity, a sweet collision of curiosity and gratitude, wrapped in the warmth of newfound freedom. For a heartbeat, time seemed to stand still. The world around us faded into the background, leaving only the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant call of nocturnal creatures. His lips were as warm as his smile, and the connection felt as natural as breathing once had, as if it had been waiting for this very moment to reveal itself. Adam stiffened momentarily, caught off guard, his eyes widening. Adam POV. "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God." Have you ever felt your mind go completely blank? Like everything in your mind was just shoved out of your ears, and now there's nothing in there but blank space. If so, you now know how I was currently feeling as I looked down at the pretty blonde in front of me, who was staring back at me with mischievous eyes. This was all too much for me to handle at the moment. For one, this could change a lot of things in this world related to the Cullens, and secondly, why didn't I care at the moment that it would? Well, I wouldn't say I didn't care, I did, but at the same moment my body was thinking one thing, while my mind was thinking another, and actively trying to fight it. All of that was added onto the fact that I still didn't think I was really ready for a relationship, no matter how much I felt otherwise. For the past 6,000 years, my relationship status with women consisted of being just acquaintances and one-night stands, not long-term relationships. All of that was the same issue that halted me from being in a relationship with Evelyn, except for the fact that she was immortal. Now I just had to deal with the possible change of the story if something was to start between me and Rosalie. "Are you okay?" Rosalie asked, leaning closer to me as she asked. Taking a step away, I raised my hands. "Yeah, I'm fine. It's just this is a bit too much for me at the moment," I said hurriedly, taking another step away from her. I could see it in her eyes that my response to her wasn't exactly what she had anticipated. "Let's go find the others," I said, abruptly turning away from her. As I turned, I felt one of Rosalie's hands clasp my forearm, stopping me in place. "Adam," she said, her voice firm. "I'm sorry if that was too forward of me. I couldn't help myself. I didn't even think. She started, but I interrupted her before she could continue. "Got lost in the moment," I said, finishing her sentence. "Me too," I said, giving her a small fake smile that I hoped looked real. "Let's go. They are probably waiting on us," I said as Rosalie let go of my arm. Rushing through the forest, we abruptly blurred onto the gravel road where our cars were parked. Carlisle, Esme, and Edward were standing around Carlisle's car, lost in a whispered conversation before they saw our appearance. It's good of you two to join us." We were almost ready to start a search party, Carlisle said, a wide smile on his face, but I ignored him. Reaching into my pocket, I pulled out my car keys while opening my car door. Starting the engine, I put the car in reverse, turning my car around before speeding down the road back towards New York. "Stupid, stupid, stupid," I said repeatedly, my grip tightening on the steering wheel as I drove. "How could you have let this happen?" I said to myself, replaying the night's events over and over in my head. From the car ride to when I'd thrown her into the air, I rewatched it in almost perfect recall, but still I couldn't see where everything had gone wrong. Carlisle POV. Standing by the front of my car, I watched as Adam's car roared down the road, leaving us all in a cloud of dust and silence. His face had been stony and stern, a complete opposite to his usual joyful demeanor. Turning my head, I saw Rosalie watching Adam's car disappear down the road, a sad and worried look on her face. Walking over to her, I looked down the road, then back at her. "What happened?" I asked gently, worried for what could have possibly angered Adam and worried Rosalie. Normally it took quite a lot in my experience to anger him, so whatever it was must be quite big. "I don't," Rosalie started, but couldn't seem to finish her words. "She kissed Adam," Edward said in a surprised voice, walking around the car to where we could now see him. Rosalie whipped her head to the side, staring daggers at Edward. "Stay out of my head," she snarled. "Someone had to tell them," Edward said nonchalantly as he leaned his back against the car. I raised my hands to stop the bickering between them, wanting to get to the center of this. "What happened?" I asked, looking back to Rosalie. She let out a sigh as she ran a hand through her long golden hair. "I honestly couldn't tell you," Rosalie said with a shake of her head. "It just happened so fast, I didn't even think." "It's all right, Rosalie," Esme said, walking over to rub a hand on Rosalie's back. "Let's head back," I said, hoping to catch Adam before he could disappear on one of his adventures he takes whenever something is bothering him. We all climbed into the car and quickly followed after Adam. It took us nearly an hour to finally reach the hotel. The entire drive, there was quiet. Handing the keys to the valet, we walked through the foyer to our private elevator, heading up to our current home. He wasn't there. As soon as we had entered the house, I had checked his room while Rosalie locked herself in her own room. Letting out a sigh, I closed Adam's door as I walked into the living room where both Esme and Edward were seated. "Maybe we beat him here," Esme said, hope filling her voice. Edward quickly shook his head. "I highly doubt that. If anything, Adam is probably just driving around at the moment, trying to deal with what is on his mind." "True," I nodded, sinking into an armchair. "He's always been one to process things on his own terms and time. We shouldn't push him, but I do hope he knows we're here for him." Esme sat beside me, her eyes searching mine for assurance. "He's been a part of our family for some time now, Carlisle. I hope he realizes that no matter what happens with Rosalie, it doesn't change how much we care about him," she said, squeezing my hand gently. Edward, who had been silent for a moment, spoke up. "He's conflicted," he said, drawing our attention to him. That much was clear on his face. It must not just be about the kiss. It must be something to do with what it represents for both him and Rosalie. I leaned back, contemplating. Adam's history with relationships is complex. He's carried the weight of his past for millennia, meaning he has a lot of baggage. Perhaps with Rosalie, it's not just about affection, but also about confronting his own fears and insecurities, which he's buried under time. Esme nodded, her expression thoughtful. And Rosalie, well, she's not used to feeling vulnerable. This might be new territory for her too. "I think we should give them both space," I suggested. "But not too much. We should find a way to let them know they're not alone in this." In the quiet of the room, I thought back to the many years I had known Adam, a man of ancient wisdom, yet still very much a person with human emotions and vulnerabilities. This incident with Rosalie was just another piece of evidence to show that even though Adam had thousands of years on us all, he was still a novice at some things. Leaning against the protective fence in front of me, I took a puff from my cigarette as I looked out at the sprawling city in front of me. At the moment, I was standing at the very top of the Lady Liberty statue, right at the torch. The sun was just starting to rise above the ocean in the east, giving me a wonderful view as the first rays of sunlight hit the city. I had parked my car somewhere near the docks where I had then commandeered someone's boat, deciding to take a trip to the large Lady Liberty statue I had seen off in the distance. It was actually pretty surprising how little security the island had, allowing me to get inside, then climb all the way to the top unseen without even trying. Taking one last drag of the cigarette I had been smoking, I flicked it out and away from me, watching as it fell to the ground. I really need to quit smoking, I thought ruefully, looking back up to the city where I could hear horns honking and see the bustle of people starting their days, finally allowing my brain to process everything that had happened to me. Since the car ride here, I had been on autopilot, not thinking, just going with the flow of things. I parked, saw a boat, then saw the Statue of Liberty. You can see how little thought I had put into everything which led me here. I don't know why I went on autopilot, but the best way I can describe it is shock. My brain was unable to process what had happened, so I did what I do best when something happens that my mind just can't seem to process. I ran away from it. Looking back now, I could see how stupid that was, but in the moment, it was all I could think about. Getting away to think, to process. Yes, I'm thousands of years old and have done and seen things any other living being could only ever imagine. And yes, I'm smarter than your average person, but I'm still human. I have human emotions and human thoughts. I feel joy, pride, lust, envy, sadness, anger, and love. All of it. Sure, I have those emotional dampeners and all, but I still feel I'm not a robot. I feel every emotion a normal person would, except if I get to a point that I would do harm to myself. That's when my system would start to dampen my negative emotions. But everything else I feel completely, which is what led me to learn a very valuable lesson early on. It didn't hit right away when I came to this world, but I can't die and never will. Until the sun destroys the earth in the next billion years, I will continue to live on. Hell, even then, there's a good chance I'll wake up a few billion years later when whatever is left of me can regrow itself. With that knowledge, I learned to build up defenses. Keep my emotions inside while keeping others out. That's why I started traveling the world as a merchant. Sure, it was a nice way to see the world while making some money while at it, but it was also a way for me not to stay in one place for too long and see those I would undoubtedly get attached to die. Why get attached to those I knew would one day die in what was to me a blink of an eye? All it would do is hurt me. Yeah, the dampeners would help negate some of the emotions, but the thought of them would never leave me, causing a never-ending spiral of depression. The dampeners would wash it away only for the thoughts of those I got attached to come back and force me to go through the same process over and over again. My own personal hell. It wasn't worth it. Why put myself through that kind of torment? Because of all of that, I hadn't experienced something I always wanted in this world. A relationship, not a companionship like I have with Julius, Jane, the Cullens, and a few acquaintances, but an actual relationship where I could let down my walls and be vulnerable. But I might as well be pulling out teeth when it comes to trying to take down my walls. I did that once with Oscar and Gerard and learned what happens. To add on to all of that, being in a relationship with Rosalie wasn't what really bothered me. Hell, not even the fact that it would change the original story of this world if we did, which I had long ago stopped caring about. What bothered me was the fact that one day Emmett would one day become a part of the Cullens. I didn't know enough of how he was turned in the first place to stop him from becoming a part of the family to begin with. All that I had written about him in my journal was that he had a personality like mine and a vague description of what he looked like. Nothing about how he was turned or what led up to it. My fear is that if me and Rosalie do get into a relationship and Emmett appears, she will be unconsciously drawn to him, which would undoubtedly cause tension among the group. If I'm going to get into a relationship where I get invested in it, it's for the long term. I would have absolutely no remorse taking out anyone who got in the way of my happiness. My hands subconsciously pulled another cigarette out of the metal holder in my jacket pocket, lighting it up. I let out a small sigh as I pulled the cigarette from my lips and looked at it. I'm such a fucking hypocrite, I said, flicking the nearly untouched cigarette over the side, thinking of my thought only moments ago. I always tell people to take leaps of faith and to be spontaneous and to follow their hearts, but I can't even listen to my own words. I said out loud to myself, but maybe that's what I needed to do, no matter how much I needed to force myself. Be spontaneous, take that leap of faith, and trust that if we do start a relationship, Rosalie won't run off as soon as Emmett shows up, and I can pull down my walls. As I thought that, I spotted a small boat heading towards the island. Squinting my eyes, I saw what looked like the morning security heading to the island. Looks like it's time to head out, I thought as I pushed myself off the safety fence and stood straight. Jumping over the fence, I landed on grass as I tucked and rolled, zooming over to the boat I had stolen, hoping I could return it before someone realizes it had been taken. Rosalie POV, sitting in my new room, I stood by one of the large windows placed on the far side of my room from the door. I watched as the sun slowly started to rise and bathe the city in its early morning glow. My mind was a swirl of different emotions, from anger to sorrow. It had truly been a mistake to have kissed Adam like that. I was just so caught up in the moment that for the first time since I had woken in this very room as a vampire, the memories that haunted me were gone. The memories that were slowly starting to creep back into my consciousness. The memory of Royce and his group of friends the night I was killed. I had been doing some late-night shopping when I saw Royce and a small group of his friends. They were clearly drunk, which I hadn't realized until I was passing by. By then it was too late, and I was seen. "Hey, Rose," Royce had shouted, waving a bottle in the air to grab my attention as I passed. I had never seen Royce drunk before, but now looking back, I realized there were a lot of things about Royce I didn't know, but the signs were everywhere. I had gotten too close before realizing things were off, allowing Royce to forcefully grab me by the arm and pull me towards his group of friends. "All of you know Rosalie, right?" Royce slurred, taking another pull from his bottle. "Of course," a weasel-faced man said with a nasty smile, which made me feel more uncomfortable than I had already felt. I couldn't tell you how it happened, just that I was forcefully dragged to a close-by alley where they attempted to rape me. I was so scared. More fear than I had ever felt in my whole life was coursing through me as the realization of what they were planning to do to me hit me as the weasel-faced man tried to tear away at my clothes. I was frozen in fear, my mind in shock, my life flashing through my mind. Images of my childhood, images of my parents, images of my fake friends, images of that white-haired man. My mind stopped when he flashed into my thoughts. I had only seen him once before, a fleeting glance at the bank my father worked at. Why was he the focus of my possible final moments? The memory of that glance played through my mind at lightning speed, the real world slowing down to a crawl as it did. My mother had sent me to bring my father's lunch to him at work, since he had forgotten it at home, not realizing it was a ploy by my parents from the beginning to get me to meet Royce. It hurt to realize I was nothing but a stepping stone for my father, who was willing to use me to put him in the good graces of Royce's father, the vice president of the New York Gringotts Bank. The early morning sun was nice, no clouds to be found in the sky. Walking through the large doors of the bank, I walked towards the front, where I knew I could find my father's assistant. But as I walked, something caught my attention from the corner of my eyes. Turning my head slightly, I caught sight of what had to be the most handsome man I had ever seen. He was tall, had a perfectly chiseled face, and light gray eyes that seemed to stare into my very soul. But above all else, the most striking feature was his white hair. Slicked back on top, the sides were cut short, accentuating the young-looking man's good looks. That's when I was supposed to look away and continue on to where I would meet with my father and for the first time Royce. But instead, something else happened. I stopped walking and continued looking at the man who continued to look back at me with worried eyes. His worried eyes confused me, as when I had seen him in my memories, his eyes were filled with surprise and amazement, not worry. "You need to fight them, Rosalie," the young man said, his voice smooth and slightly deeper than I had thought it would be. I turned my head to the side in confusion. "You need to fight them," the man said again. This time his voice was more insistent. "They will kill you if you don't. Scream for help and fight," he said, stepping out of the line of people who seemed to be ignoring us like we weren't there. As he stepped closer to me, his height amazed me as I hadn't remembered him being that tall. When he got close enough, the man leaned down until we were face to face, his eyes level with my own. "Rose, you need to wake up and fight them. You need to survive," the man shouted before shoving me backwards and back into the real world. I had to blink a few times as the memory felt so real it disoriented me. As my vision came back to me, I saw the weasel-faced man managing to rip off my outer jacket, the other 3 friends and Royce all surrounding me. With a ferocity I didn't know I had, I started to fight and scream. Weasel was closest to me, allowing me to bring my knee up and into his crotch, bringing him to his knees. The others seemed stunned and froze for a moment, allowing me to turn and attack others. Using my nails, I clawed at the first face that came into view, scoring solid scratches on his face. But by then the others had broken from their stunned states and reacted, attempting to grab my arms and stop me from fighting, but I was like an animal. I screamed and shouted for help, while clawing, kicking, biting, and punching, managing to fight them off quite well. "Fuck this bitch," Weasel Face said, now with a few scratches running across his face. He dug into his pocket as the other 4, including Royce, stood a few feet away from me. Taking an item from his pocket, he held it up at eye level. It was a knife. "Listen here, bitch," the man said, an angry scowl on his face as he waved the knife in front of himself. "We're going to do as he started, but was interrupted by a shout from the end of the alleyway. We all turned our heads in the direction of the shout, the silhouette of a man standing there. I didn't wait. I started to run towards the silhouette, pushing one of the men to the side to escape. But I only managed to make it a few feet before one of my arms was grabbed, and I was yanked back. I couldn't tell who it was, but as soon as I saw the glinting knife reach around me, I knew who it was. "No!" the silhouette shouted as he, to my amazement, started to run towards us quicker than I had ever seen anything move before. But it was already too late. Before the silhouetted figure was halfway down the alley, I felt the cold steel of the man's knife bite deep into the flesh of my neck. The feeling of hot blood running from my slit throat was immediate. I tried to gasp for air, but it felt like I was drowning. I felt myself get shoved forward to fall over, my limbs not wanting to work, and save me from the fall. The sound of running feet heard from behind me. My killers were running away. Mere feet from hitting the ground, I felt myself get grabbed around the torso by an arm that felt as hard as steel, stopping my fall. My vision was beginning to darken by then as I felt myself being turned onto my back, the silhouette greeting me as I was turned, but I was unable to see him fully in the dulling light of my eyes. But one thing stood out as the last of my vision started to fade to blackness. The silhouette had white hair like the man from my memories. I tried to blink a few times to get another look at the man, but my vision was completely dark already, the sound of my heart's labored beating thundering in my ears. "I'm sorry I couldn't survive," I said weakly as I tried to inhale air, but was too weak to inhale enough. The sound of my heart continued to get louder in my ears as I felt the man's hand clasp down on my neck, I guess to stop the bleeding, even though it was already too late for me. My body was cold as a lightness washed over my body as if I now weighed as much as a feather. The man said something, but his voice sounded distant and muffled. Then, like I was being stabbed again, a pain more painful than I had already felt this night grew from my right wrist. It felt like liquid fire was spreading through my body, the pain like torture. Thankfully, as soon as the fiery pain had reached my head, my consciousness had left me. I had woken 3 days later in this very room with Esme, sitting at the end of my bed, where she then explained everything to me, and my world had once again been flipped on its head. Tap, 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 tap. Blinking a few times to disperse the thoughts and memories, I raised my head towards the sound where I saw Adam standing outside my window, tapping on the glass with his usual jovial smirk back on his lips. I stared in surprise as he brought a finger up to his lips for me to be quiet before he slowly started to open my window from the outside. As soon as he had the bottom half open all the way, he crouched down on the ledge to lean his head in. I'd yet to speak or even move as he gave me a wide smile. Without a word spoken, he stretched out his hand towards me, gesturing with his head for me to take his hand, which I did, although slowly. I had thought my actions had stepped too far, making him want to leave. Pulling softly on my hand, he pulled me through the window, where he then put his hand around my waist as he closed the window silently with his free hand. As soon as it was closed, he turned towards me, giving me a devilish grin this time, causing me to furrow my brows as I wondered what he was planning to do now. I should have known as soon as he looked up, but maybe it was just the shock of him being back that kept me from panicking as he slightly jumped up, grabbing hold of the ledge above us. With force, he single-handedly threw us both upwards. I wasn't a fan of heights. Normally they scared me to death, even as a vampire. But in that moment, as we flew upwards towards the very top of the high-rise apartment building, I couldn't have felt safer in the arms of the man who, although as a figment of my imagination, saved me from a far more gruesome death. We landed on the graveled top of the building, Adam holding me slightly off the ground at his side as we landed. Setting me down, I turned to look up at him, my eyebrows still furrowed as I looked up at him questioningly. Adam chuckled sheepishly as he also turned to look at me. I didn't wait for Adam to start speaking. Instead, I started first. "Adam, again, I just want to apologize," I started, but was interrupted as Adam smirked at me before taking a step closer and grabbing me by the shoulders, pulling me towards him. "Yeah, I heard you the first time," he said with a smile, before he leaned his head down slightly and kissed me. My eyes went wide in shock as he kissed me, my mind stuttering as it tried to comprehend what was happening. "He's kissing me," my mind thought on its own accord. For a few quick moments, I stood there in shock, unable to reciprocate the kiss as my mind tied itself in knots. But as I finally managed to comprehend what was happening, I ignored my mind and its thoughts, kissing him back. The kiss was passionate, and for the first time in my life, I had a kiss that was actually filled with love, instead of the quick and empty ones that had filled my life up to this point. When the kiss finally ended, we both looked at each other. His light grays looked into my bright yellow. The emotion in his eyes surprised me. "Sorry for running off like that," he said, his face showing a sincereness I had rarely seen before. I smiled at him, one filled with a joy that seemed, as well as felt, infinite. "You came back. That's all that matters," I said, before kissing him again. Standing in the partially packed living room of our apartment, we all stood. Edward was seated on one of the couches, while Carlisle and Esme stood together in front of Rosalie and me. "So the two of you are together?" Carlisle asked in surprise as well as amazement. I looked at Rosalie, who was standing next to me, then back at Carlisle, shrugging my shoulders. Yup, I said, giving Carlisle a toothy smile. Oh, isn't this wonderful? Esme said, clasping her hands together in joy as she gave Rosalie a hug. I won't lie, Adam. I had hoped a relationship would form between the two of you, but so quickly, Carlisle said, raising one of his brows questioningly. I shrugged again. It was bound to happen, I said, giving Carlisle a cheeky smile. He stared at me for a moment while Esme and Rosalie talked, ignoring our banter. After a moment, Carlisle slowly smiled at me, his eyes showing a gleam of emotion I could only describe as pride. Narrowing my eyes at him, I raised one of my brows. What's that look for? I asked. Stepping close to me, Carlisle patted me on the shoulder. It's nothing, Adam. I'm just proud of you, is all, he said, turning towards Esme and Rosalie, who were having a whispered conversation. This calls for a celebration, Carlisle said jovially as Esme and Rosalie turned to us. That is a fantastic idea, my love, Esme said, walking over to us and giving me a quick hug. That first night was one of joy and happiness, with Carlisle happy that he won the bet with Julius, and Esme happy because she saw us as her family. Edward, on the other hand, was in one of his dark moods, which I could guess why. He was lonely and figured he would stay that way for the rest of eternity. But I figured I would just let him be and deal with it when it came to a head. By the end of the night, we were all in high spirits. I even saw Edward try to hide a few smiles as I told some of my old stories. Now, even though Rosalie and I were together, we still weren't quite ready to be sleeping in the same bed together and everything that went with it, if you catch my drift. It was a mutual decision. We had only known each other for a short time and felt that taking that step should at least wait until we were married or something. We packed the apartment over the next few days, deciding what we needed with us and what we could live without for a few weeks while it was all shipped to our new home in Tennessee. Anything of great value that we didn't want to leave behind, I had taken to the New York Gringotts Bank. They had armored cars and other such things that were designed to transport valuable items. If it were up to me, I would have just shoved it all in suitcases, but everyone else had different ideas about how priceless artifacts should be transported, so I was outvoted. It's not my fault my artwork alone is now worth tens of millions of dollars. Blame Leonardo, who wrote extensively about me, teaching him nearly everything he knew in one of his journals, allowing historians to track down a number of my works, which were found in nearly every Gringotts bank. And the only way they could figure out it was me who painted them, since I never signed them, was if they were able to get up close and do some in-depth examination of my works, finding similarities in how I painted between them all. I had to remember to stop them from letting people do any in-depth examinations of my works. Because when carbon dating is invented, and it is found out that most of my works are decades apart spanning hundreds of years, there will be some questions asked that won't be answered. I can already see my artwork being a part of some iceberg conspiracy sheet. Some good news, though. I'm apparently the first Banksy painting the world as it actually was, instead of making the world look prettier than it actually was, painting cityscapes where I showed the great amounts of poor people and the brutality of the world at the time. Anywho, it was decided that we would drive to Tennessee. Figuring we had too much we were already taking with us to take on a flight, and that putting vampires on a plane high up in the sky in a metal tube wasn't the most logical idea. Sure, the Cullens had extraordinary control over themselves around humans, but all it would take is a paper cut, and we could be in a bad situation, Carlisle being the only one unaffected. And besides, it would be good for Edward, Rosalie, and Esme to see the country. Hell, even me. The last time I had seen any part of this country besides New York was during the late 1700s when I was a statesman. Leaving New York, we passed through New Jersey, making it to Maryland by the end of the first day of driving. We stayed there for 2 days as we went to museums and landmarks. What I liked the most about it was going to the Smithsonian museums. In one of them, they even had a rather large section dedicated to me, which I hadn't known about. They had some items that apparently used to belong to me, and letters between me and other notable figures of the time. My favorite was a letter between me and Washington where I ended the letter with a fart joke. When I had written the letter, I was visiting New York in the middle of the summer. If you didn't know, back then large cities smelled bad, but when it got hot outside, the smell intensified by 100%. In summary, I had written to him to inform him of my safe arrival in New York, and ended it by saying, I was seated next to the Adams cousins for the entirety of the creation of the Declaration of Independence, and not even they could produce such foul smells as this city. Nowadays, that seems like a poor attempt at a joke, but back then, that was top-shelf humor. Rosalie was surprisingly mostly interested in the mechanical side of our museum tours, always stopping to look at cars or planes, wanting to see what the engines looked like. Carlyle and Esme were into the art, while Edward liked the literary. By the end of the 5th day of our trip, we had made it all the way to the bottom of Virginia, another 2 days from our destination in Tennessee. I would like to say a lot has changed in the nearly 200 years since I had last seen this part of the country, which a lot has, but at the same time not that much. Sure, the towns we passed through looked more modern than a bunch of wooden houses that looked ready to topple over at the first gust of wind to roll into town like I remembered some of them being. But it was all also so much the same. Meaning, I quickly lost interest in the trip. That's not saying everyone did. As far as I could tell, everyone was having a ball with the trip, which was easy for them to say that they don't get stiff from sitting down all day during the hours of driving we were doing every day. It nearly brought tears to my eyes when we reached our new home. Gatlinburg. The town was nestled between mountains and was quite quaint, but I was hardly paying any attention to the city as I focused solely on Carlisle's car in front of me, ready for my own bed and a week of relaxation. Walking across Europe was easier in my opinion, because if I'm walking, I don't get a stiff back and legs while doing it. Driving down a dirt road, we finally arrived at our new home. It was a large 2-story log cabin with 5 bedrooms and 4 bathrooms. It used to belong to some big city rich guy who wanted a hunting retreat for himself, but died of a heart attack before he could even stay a night here. Opening my car door, I slowly maneuver my way out of the car, holding my back. "You all right, dear?" Rosalie asked as she exited the passenger side. I nodded my head. "I'll be fine in an hour or so. Just need to move around," I said, twisting my body, silently deciding the next time we move somewhere, I'll fly while the others can drive themselves. Or better yet, I'll just buy a damn plane, learn to fly it, then fly us wherever the hell it is we want to go. Because, damn it, I'm getting too damn old for this. It took us a couple days to clean our new home, as dust was covering nearly every surface in the place. The furniture left behind by the previous owner were nice, but had to be carried outside to be cleaned as well. Shortly after we had arrived and cleaned the house, the movers with the rest of our stuff also made it to us. A day after them, the Gringotts armored truck also showed up. They were led and tailed down our road by black cars with armed men inside. They were all pleasant and carefully brought everything from the armored truck inside. Now, with all of our things, it took us another 2 days to get situated, and only when everything was done could we finally relax. It was nice to be away from the constant chaos of New York, and I'm sure everyone felt the same as me on that subject. For me, it was the constant bad smells and noise from the city which made the move so relaxing. It really got tiring trying to always drown out the bustling city you lived in the middle of. Also, here in Gatlinburg, the animal population was ripe for the Cullens to hunt to their heart's content. After a week of just straight relaxing, Carlisle started his first day at the hospital in Gatlinburg as the head doctor of the hospital, taking over for a 70-year-old doctor who had been in that position for decades who was ready for retirement, but couldn't leave since there wasn't anyone willing to leave a big city to come all the way out here to a town of 3,000 and be paid pennies when they were being paid dimes in a bigger city. While he did that, Esme started drawing up plans on how she wanted to remodel the house, deciding to do the remodel herself instead of hiring contractors to do it for her. On the other hand, decided to set out on my own little venture to keep me occupied. I bought a single cab 1935 Ford that was a dark green color, putting the Bentley in a small garage that wasn't connected to the house, letting Rosalie tinker with the engine to her heart's content. My plan was to do something to keep me occupied while we stayed here in Gatlinburg, and to do that I needed to fit in with those I'll be doing business with. So gone were the $5,000 suits, and it was the denim jeans with boots and flannel shirts. I had quickly figured out that the main source of income for Gatlinburg was in tourism. The town's proximity to the Smoky Mountains National Park which was established the year prior, began to attract visitors seeking outdoor recreation and natural beauty. The tourism industry, including lodges, restaurants, and local attractions, was started to develop significantly at this time. And I, being the savvy businessman I am, decided to hitch my wagon to the tourism wagon. Buying a few hundred acres close to town for a somewhat decent price, I paid a company to have the land cleared of all trees and flattened, before they started to use the very trees we cut down to start building cabins. Just up to the paint we had started to build the actual cabins took 3 whole months. By the time it was to be finished, it could take well over a year or two. My plan was to have an entire log cabin community built for tourists, with 83-bedroom log cabins spread across the 200 acres of land, with a much larger log cabin built at the entrance to the community, which would sell pretty much anything you could ask for. Like a modern-day Buc-ee's, we could sell gas, food, and tourism trinkets. It was mid-fall when me and Rosalie decided to go on a late afternoon hunt. We had made it some 80 miles from home, the whole time talking about everything yet nothing. "It truly is pretty here," I said, taking in a lung full of the fresh mountain air. "Did I ever tell you about the time I climbed Mount Everest?" I asked, turning to look at Rosalie. She smiled and smacked my arm as we walked. "Nearly 100 times," she said with a laugh. "All right. Sorry, I forget things sometimes. You know I'm an old man, right? My mind isn't what it used to be," I said with a chuckle as we made it to the top of a short mountaintop. "I highly doubt you forget very much," she said, turning her head to look around us for any sense of deer or any other animal. Turning her head to the side, Rosalie's eyebrows knitted together. "That's new," she said. "What is?" I asked. "That smell. I haven't smelt a scent like that before," she said, turning to her right, as if following the direction of the smell. Following her direction, I also smelled the air, curious as to what she was talking about. As soon as I caught the scent, I instantly knew what it was. "That would be a bear," I said with a small smile, excited at the thought of watching her take on a bear. But as soon as I had said those words, a single gunshot rang out through the air before the furious roar of a bear could be heard, quickly followed by the cry and shout of a man. "Huh," I thought as Rose turned to look at me. "We need to go and help," she said immediately, before turning in the direction of another roar from the bear. "All right, just stay back. We don't know if the person down there is hurt and bleeding. The last thing we need to do is save them from the bear and then have you after them," I said, giving Rose a cheeky smile, which she returned with a deadpan look. Taking off in the direction of the noise, I made sure to be in front of Rosalie, since I could already smell the human blood in the air. As we came into view of the bear, I could see it swiping its large paws at a person under itself. Without thought, I charged the bear, slamming into its side, sending it flying and tumbling 10 feet away. The sound of crunching ribs and the squeal it let out told me I had hurt the bear enough that if it would live, but would be in no mood to bother us again. Quickly looking down at the young bloody face, I instantly knew who it was. It was Emmett. Quickly looking up at Rosalie, who was standing 10 feet away from us, completely still with her eyes locked on Emmett, I could tell the strong scent of his blood was affecting her, but other than that, there wasn't any emotion on her face I could read. Looking back down at Emmett, I looked at his wounds. Most of them didn't look too bad, maybe needing a handful of stitches. Maybe I can get him to Carlisle, so he can stitch him up. He won't even need to become a vampire. I thought excitedly before I saw what looked to be a long claw mark that ran along the side of his neck. Crouching down, I saw there was blood quickly gushing from his neck at the same beat as his heart. "Shit, it's an artery," I thought, hearing his heart beginning to falter from a lack of blood. Thinking quickly, I picked Emmett's large body up, placing him over my shoulder. As I did so, I looked at Rosalie, who was clearly in the middle of a battle with her self-control. "Go ahead and head toward the house. I will make it there long before you do," I said, trying to distract her from her thoughts and thirst. She stared at me for a moment, her eyes wide. Thankfully, after a moment, she seemed to overcome her thirst and turned, taking off in the direction of home. "All right, pal. It's just you and me now," I said, talking to the unconscious Emmett who was soaking my clothes with his blood. "Let's just hope I can get you there before you bleed out," I said before taking off at full speed. It only took me 10 seconds to reach, then pass, Rosalie's blurring figure. And in 15 minutes, I had traveled the 90 miles to our home. As I skidded to a halt outside the front of the house, I was happy to see Carlisle's car parked out front, meaning he hadn't left for work yet. Shouting his name, I stayed away from the house, not wanting the others to be affected by the smell of Emmett's fresh blood as well. It only took a few moments for Carlisle to quickly come out the front door, a concerned look on his face. Me and Rosalie found him while we were out for a hunt. He's bleeding out. It looks like an artery in his neck was nicked, I said as Carlisle quickly blurred over to me, kneeling down to the quickly fading Emmett who I had placed on the ground. Looking up at me and my blood-drenched right side, Carlisle shook his head. He's lost too much blood. Even if I stop the bleeding, he's as good as dead, Carlisle said, looking the young man in the face with pity. What a shame to die so young, Carlisle said, a sad expression on his face, listening as Emmett's heart began to slow dangerously. Probably had so much life left to live. I watched Carlisle for a moment, already knowing what he was about to do, and unsure if I could stop him from doing it. Who was I to stop Carlisle from saving him? He doesn't deserve to die because I'm worried about what might be, I thought, coming to a decision. Hold him down, Carlisle suddenly said before I could say anything else. I placed myself above Emmett's head, pushing down lightly on his shoulder as Carlisle picked up Emmett's right arm, biting down quickly. Sitting in the dim spare room of our new house, I sat in a wooden chair with a book in hand while I waited for Emmett to finally wake from his changing. We had been taking watches in turns for the past 2 days. Turning a page in my book, I heard the gentle rustle of fabric from the bed in front of me. Looking up from my book, I saw that Emmett was awake and now staring at me. Well, look who finally decided to wake up, I said, dropping the book to my lap as I gave him a smile. Emmett looked at me bewildered for a moment, before he finally decided to speak. Where am I? He asked. I let out a long sigh. I'm sorry to tell you this, but you died and are now in hell, I said in the saddest tone I could muster. At least now I'm not stuck here in this room, all by myself for the rest of eternity, I said in a happy tone, snapping my book shut while sitting forward in my chair as Emmett looked around the small room confused. Wow, Emmett said, sitting up in his new bed, looking down at himself, then back at me. But before I could keep the ruse going, the door to the room opened and Carlisle's had appeared. Adam, that isn't even close to funny, Carlisle said, stepping into the room. I chuckled. It is too. Emmett looked back and forth between me and Carlisle. Turning towards Emmett, Carlisle smiled at him in an attempt to reassure him. You're not in hell. He's just trying to play a cruel joke on you, Carlisle said, taking a seat at the end of the bed while taking on a serious look, but he's also not lying about something else he said. Emmett raised a brow. What did he say? Emmett asked, the cogs of his brain clearly spinning. That you died, he said, looking Emmett in the eyes with sadness. Emmett raised a brow. But I'm clearly alive, Emmett said with a small laugh. Carlisle smiled slightly. When you first woke up, what happened? Carlisle asked. Could you hear the forest outside? The beating of his heart, Carlisle asked, painting to the far wall than me. And the lack of your own heart. Emmett's brows knitted together as he looked at the far wall, me, then his own chest. Placing a hand over his heart, Emmett quickly looked up at Carlisle with a worried expression. I can't feel anything. Both Carlisle and I nodded our heads. That's because it no longer beats, Carlisle said with a small smile. As I nodded, I saw Emmett's eyes snap onto me as he swallowed the venom starting to fill his mouth. Thankfully, Carlisle pulled Emmett's attention away from me to quickly explain to Emmett. Your throat feels itchy, right? He asked, when you hear his heart beating, the blood coursing through his veins. What the hell are you trying to do, Carlisle? Get me in a fight with Emmett on his first day as a vampire? I wondered as I watched Emmett's attention move back to me. Why? Emmett asked simply, a worried look appearing on his face. Because you're now a vampire, Carlisle said, waiting for Emmett to react. Emmett's head snapped to Carlisle, a bewildered look on his face. I'm sorry, Emmett asked, confused. And that's when I decided to hop into the conversation. Ever heard of Dracula? You know, red cape, castles, sleeping in coffins, Renfield. I said. Emmett looked at me, then Carlisle. A vampire? He asked. I nodded my head, yep. Except the whole sleeping in coffins is a pretty big misconception. They actually don't sleep at all, and they aren't affected by garlic or crosses. I said with a chuckle. Or sunlight. Carlyle added. I snapped my finger. Or sunlight. Okay, wait. Emmett said, removing the blanket from his lower half and moving his legs over the side of the bed. So what you're saying is I'm a vampire, and everything I know about vampires is wrong? Emmett asked, looking at the both of us in astonishment. Pretty much, I said with a smile, before remembering the most important part. You also don't need to drink human blood. You can survive mostly fine on animal blood. Mostly, Emmett asked. Animal blood doesn't fully satisfy the thirst you are feeling right now, like human blood would. I said, but what it does do is allow you to still live a somewhat normal life with humans. It allows you to fight the urge to drink every human you see. Emmett let out a long sigh, but before he could speak, there was a knock on the door. It was Esme. I have some clothes for him, Esme said, opening the door. Emmett looked at her for a moment with slightly wide eyes. How many of you are there? He asked. Vampires. 4. Well, 5 now, including you, and not counting me. I said as Esme handed me the bundle of folded clothes as she gave Emmett a small smile. And what about you? Are you there, Enfield? He asked. Me, Carlyle, and Esme all laughed, causing Emmett to look at all of us. No, I'm not there, Renfield, I said with a chuckle, leaning forward in my chair again with my hand outstretched for a handshake. I'm Adam. First man, nice to meet you, I said as we shook hands. He stared at me as we shook hands, his eyes growing wide. First man? He asked. Esme placed her hand on my shoulder. You can't just drop something like that on him. She admonished me lightly with a small smile. I shrugged. Better to rip off the Band-Aid now, when he's still taking everything in then, when he's processed and accepted everything. Carlyle nodded his head. He's right, my love. The first man, Emmett asked again, seeming more focused on that over the fact that he was now a vampire. I nodded my head. Yup, Adam and Eve, the apple from the forbidden tree. All that mumbo-jumbo. Emmett's head looked like it was about to explode. I think we should wait before we go any further down that road. Carlyle said, first we should take him on a hunt. I nodded my head, handing Emmett the clothes Esme had handed me. Good idea. I'm going to go talk to Rosalie. She seemed pretty upset about something. Leaving the room, I found Rosalie on the back porch of the house, a car manual in her hand. Studying to become a mechanic? I asked jokingly. Would that be a bad thing? She asked sharply, looking up from the manual. Not at all, I said, taking a seat in the chair next to her. I know absolutely nothing about cars. It would be good to have our own little grease monkey to fix our cars, I said, causing her to smile. Leaning back in the wooden chair, I looked at Rosalie with raised brows. You okay? You seem like something's been bothering you. I asked. Was it something to do with our new member? I asked, wanting to get to the bottom of this as it was a moment I feared greatly. Rosalie dropped the manual to her lap, letting out a sigh before looking up at me. Yes, it does have to do with him, she said, her eyes distant. Shit, I thought, readying myself for the conversation to come. I've told you about the night I was turned, Rosalie said, turning to look me in the eyes. But I haven't told you what I was doing before that happened. I shook my head. I was visiting an old school friend of mine, she said, letting out a long sigh. We were practically inseparable growing up. We both came from rich families with parents who had our lives planned out for us. I fell headfirst into their trap, an imaginary image of Prince Charming in my head placed by my parents. But she didn't. Right after graduation, she ran off with a boy her parents didn't approve of, a laborer who barely made enough to support the two of them. I thought she was crazy to do such a thing, especially when I was introduced to Royce. At the time, he was everything I imagined. Handsome, kind, rich. Rosalie paused, her eyes reflecting a mixture of nostalgia and regret. The forest around us was silent, as if waiting for her story to unfold. I could see the memories playing out in her mind, as vivid as if they had happened yesterday. She continued after a few more moments, her voice tinged with a bittersweet tone. She had chosen love over luxury, and I couldn't understand it. I had both. The dreamy fiancé and enough money of my own I would never need for anything. But when I saw her again, I was struck by how happy she seemed. They lived in a modest little house with a white picket fence with a newborn baby boy not even a week old. It was a life completely opposite of my own. It was everything I apparently ever wanted. Rosalie looked at me, her eyes searching mine. It was during that visit that I saw Royce for who he truly was. The charming facade began to crumble around him. All the flaws and downsides my unconsciousness had covered started to surface in my mind. I saw how he treated people he deemed beneath him, how his kindness was often just a mask for arrogance and control, and the looks he would give other women. My friend's life, though simple, was full of the kind of love, respect, and happiness Royce could never offer. I nodded, understanding the depth of her words. It's amazing how seeing someone else's happiness can shine a light on our own discontent, I said, reaching for her hand. Exactly, Rosalie replied, squeezing my hand gently. It was the first time I questioned my own life, the path laid out for me by my parents. I spent the rest of that visit trying to reconcile my feelings. Rosalie continued, a soft breeze rustling through the leaves, causing a few strands of her hair to fall in front of her eyes. The more time I spent with my friend, the more I felt the chains of my own life. I wanted to be happy like her instead of content, to laugh without worrying about appearances or expectations. Rosalie turned her gaze to the ground, tracing imaginary patterns with the tip of her shoe. I left my friend's home and decided to go for a walk to clear my mind, to figure out if leaving everything I knew was the right choice. But that's when I ran into Royce and his friends. Her gaze returned to mine, earnest and raw. When we found Emmett, something in his eyes reminded me of myself in that moment when I was changed and made me wonder what my life would have been like if I never ran into Royce and his friends. I raised a brow slowly, thinking about what should be said to help her. After a few seconds, I decided and spoke. "Are you happy?" I ventured. Rosalie looked at me confused, so I continued. "Are you happy with your life now?" I asked again. Her eyes went distant for a split second, as if going through everything that happened to her since she had been changed, before looking me in the eyes. "Yes, I am," she finally said, her eyes darting down to our clasped hands before back to my eyes. "Then your past is just that, your past. It no longer shackles you to anything. Royce and his friends are long gone. Your friend is still living her life, and so are your parents. Just like you. You found your happiness here with us, so stop looking for a happiness in the past," I said, watching her as I spoke and squeezed her hand gently. Our lives are too long to think back into the past and wonder what would have happened if we did this or did that. Instead, it's important to look forward instead of backwards. Standing in the empty forest, Emmett and I faced each other. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" Emmett asked in an unsure tone of voice. I gave him a small smile. "Emmett, you can barely stay in the same room as me. Trust me, you're not the first vampire I've taught self-control to," I said before quickly pulling a large knife from my back waistband. Emmett's eyes widened almost imperceptibly as he tried to follow my quick movements. "Get ready," I said loudly before stabbing the knife down into the palm of my hand, driving the knife upward to split my hand in two between my middle and ring fingers. A splatter of blood fell to the leaf-covered ground beneath me as I kept my eyes locked on Emmett, ignoring the quick flare of pain from my self-inflicted wound. He went stock still almost instantly, his eyes locked on my rapidly healing hand that was still leaking blood. I felt a gust of wind hit my back, carrying the scent of my blood with it to him. Emmett moved like a bullet fired from a gun, going from 0 to 100 in the blink of an eye. I didn't even think as I moved, ducking under Emmett's flailing tackle, spinning around him to shove him in the back. Emmett was untrained, moving on instincts rather than an actual idea of what he was doing, making it too easy for me. His body flew through the air, smacking into a large oak tree with a loud thwack that echoed through the forest, splitting the tree in half upon impact. Maybe I had shoved him a little harder than necessary, but until Emmett found his own mate, I was a bit of an ass toward him. What can I say? Not moving from my spot, I watched as Emmett slowly stood from the remnants of the tree, dusting splinters and dust off his now torn shirt. "You need to fight the thirst, Emmett," I said in an even tone as I put my hands behind my back. Emmett didn't say anything. Instead, he charged me once again. Keeping my hand behind my back, I let him charge me, dodging his swings, attempted grabs, and punches with an ease you might only see if a baby were to fight an adult. Stepping backward, I ignored the gust of wind from Emmett's passing fist. As he swung wildly, I passed under one of his haymaker swings, driving my shoulder into his side, sending him flying once again. This time it took him longer to stand up, as the cracks from his collision with another tree needed to heal. Looking down at my hand, I saw it was already fully healed. Looking back up at Emmett, I saw he was now clear of mind and in control of himself. With a shocked look on his face, Emmett looked me up and down. "Damn," was all he said. That was the first of many one-on-one training sessions between Emmett and me. It took about another 3 months just for Emmett to be able to think whenever the smell of fresh blood was in the air instead of just charging at me every time. I didn't exactly train him how to fight, but I did show him the basics, enough to fight another normal vampire and win. While we did that, life went on. I continued with the construction of my log cabin resort while getting closer with Rosalie. I think what really put me over the top for her was when I bought her a 1934 Mercedes-Benz 500K Roadster for her to tinker with to her heart's content. It was the middle of spring on a cloudy day when Emmett and I were walking back home on one of the main roads that led home, a rare treat for Emmett. Normally, we would walk through the forest to stay away from the cabins that lined the road home, but since it was a cloudy day, I figured, why not? Kicking a rock in front of me, I listened as Emmett spoke. "What was it like in the Dark Ages?" he asked. I looked over at him with a small smile. It wasn't as bad as most think. Rome had just fallen, sure, but I was already in England by then, where I kept to myself for the most part. "What about during those plagues?" he asked before I could finish my sentence. "Well, that depends," I said, looking up at the dark, rain-filled clouds above us. "There's the plague of Justinian, which was in the Dark Ages and didn't affect me much, only killing a few 100,000 in England, which compared to some other places wasn't so bad. The worst one out of all of them, though, was the Black Death. Now there's a plague for you. Millions died during that one. The wind had picked up significantly during our walk, causing me to squint my eyes to keep the dirt from the road out of my eyes as we passed one of the cabins by the road to our home. I hadn't been paying attention to my surroundings, missing the fact that there was a woman who had run out of the cabin to grab her clothes from a drying line. Her scent hit both Emmett and me at the same time, causing 2 completely different reactions from us both. I came to a complete halt as I recognized the familiar smell, while Emmett moved without thought toward her. By the time I managed to get myself back under control, Emmett was already 3/4 of the way toward his unsuspecting victim. I moved after him, the ground cracking under my feet as I shot toward Emmett, but it was already too late. Yes, I'm fast, very fast, but so is Emmett, who still had some of his newborn speed. He just managed to bite down on the woman's neck as I slammed into them both, using my hands to pry Emmett's jaws apart, causing cracks to appear at the corners of his mouth as I just managed to restrain myself from tearing off his head entirely, separating him from her. We slammed into the side of the cabin, blowing a hole into its side as Emmett fought me to get at the woman again, who was now lying motionless on the floor of the cabin not far from where Emmett and I had landed. Manhandling Emmett, I wrapped my hands around his torso, trapping his arms under my own. He kicked and fought me like a crazed animal, seemingly unable to control himself around her. With Emmett trapped in my arms, I turned my head, looking the young woman over. Her hair was covering her face, a pool of blood slowly growing beneath her, but I knew what was to come. All it took was one quick bite to get a vampire's venom into the bloodstream, which would change its recipient. But why her? I thought angrily, moving my head backward to avoid Emmett's attempt at a backward headbutt. Thinking quickly, I decided I needed to get Emmett home and away from this, then come back for her with Carlisle. Not needing to think twice, I started to run, going out the way we had come. I moved my legs with all my power, turning the world around Emmett and me into a blend of colors that I could barely keep up with, making it to our cabin in less than a minute. Kicking the front door down, I found everyone but Edward seated in the large living room. They all stood in a blur as they saw us, concern written on all of their faces. "We have a problem," I said, dropping Emmett, who had finally stopped fighting, to the ground. "What happened?" Carlisle asked, blurring over to look at Emmett. He bit someone, I said, looking up at Rosalie for a moment before looking back down at Emmett. Both Rose and Esme looked at each other in alarm as I spoke. Is she dead? Carlisle asked, looking away from Emmett and back up at me. I slowly shook my head. No, I left her to bring Emmett here and away from her. I couldn't control myself, Carlisle. I couldn't control myself. Emmett said miserably from the floor, a genuine sad expression on his face. It's all right, Emmett, Carlisle said, crouching down to put one of his hands on Emmett's head. We all make mistakes. We need to go and get her before she wakes up, I said as the house rattled from a nearby lightning strike. Carlisle looked up at me. Yes, good idea, he said, helping Emmett up to his feet. Look after him while we're gone. We shouldn't be long, I said, practically dragging Carlisle out of the house. We started running as soon as we were outside, the normally tranquil forest, now shaking and swaying with the wind from the storm. What has you bothered, Adam? Carlisle asked as I kept pace with him. I looked at him for a quick second before looking away. It's Evelyn, I said over the loud rustle of the forest. Carlisle stumbled, catching himself before he tripped and fell. The one for New York? Carlisle asked, surprised. The one you were going to court? I nodded my head. Yes, that one. Stepping through the hole in the side of the cabin, Evelyn's motionless body came into view. Her heart had already stopped. She looked the same as the last time I saw her. Carlisle walked up next to me, raindrops dripping off of us both. This will be complicated, won't it? Carlisle asked, a worried look on his face. I nodded my head. Very, I said with a small shake of my head. I don't have feelings for her anymore, but I can't say she won't still have feelings for me. Carlisle slowly nodded his head. True, but she might not. She left New York, remember. For all we know, she could care less about you nowadays. He said before adding, Rose won't like this. Even if you don't have feelings for her anymore, or she doesn't have feelings for you. You know how Rose is, he said, gesturing down at the still lifeless Evelyn. I nodded my head. Looking around the small wooden cabin, I saw it was mostly barren, as if she had just moved in or something. Come on, let's get her home, I said, leaning down and picking Evelyn up in a princess carry. While I did so, Carlisle went around the room grabbing anything that looked important, throwing them all into a sack he had found. Clothes, books, jewelry, and other personal items like photos and what looked like her diary. Once he had grabbed everything, he took a burning piece of wood from the steel furnace placed by the kitchen. With the burning piece of wood in his hand, he placed it on her bed, making sure it caught fire before we left. Quickly running, the rain pelted us, stinging my skin. We made it home, quickly where Rose and Esme met us by the door. Where are Emmett and Edward? I asked, walking to one of the couches where I laid Evelyn down. Edward is watching Emmett in the wine cellar, Esme said as she walked with me to the couch, making sure Emmett doesn't do anything stupid. Good, I said, stepping back to let Esme and Carlisle look Evelyn over. Looking behind me, I saw Rosalie standing there with a small crease in her brow. Walking over to her, I grabbed her hand, pulling her with me towards my room on the top floor. Closing my door behind us, I turned to Rose, who had a confused look on her face. What's wrong? Rose asked, worried. I let out a long sigh, looking down at my drenched clothes before looking back up at Rose. I know her, I said slowly. Rose raised one of her brows, crossing her arms over her chest. Know her? Know her how? Rose asked, her voice carrying an undertone of danger. Pulling the wooden chair from my desk, I sat with a wet plop. Back when we were in New York before me and you had met, I was planning to court her. She was a waitress at a diner I liked to go to, I said, watching as the small frown on Rose's face deepened. I didn't say anything else, waiting for Rose to respond. And Rose asked dangerously. And nothing, I said. I had to leave for England to help Julius with some problems. By the time I got back to the States, she was gone. I said with a shrug as I pulled my wet shirt over my head, tired of being cold and wet. And did she like you? Rose asked, following me with her eyes as I grabbed a towel from my closet. I shrugged. Hell if I know, to be honest, I said, drying my hair and upper body with the towel. It was the first time I thought about getting into any kind of relationship with a woman in well over 5,000 years. I wasn't and still am not, an expert in relationships. So she might or might not have had some. So she might still want to get into a relationship with you? Rose asked, the dangerous tone now cutting through the room like a knife. I let out a laugh. Maybe, but it doesn't matter if she does or doesn't. I'm not interested, I said, putting the towel over my shoulder as I walked towards Rose. Because all I want and need is you, I said, leaning down and giving Rose a kiss. She didn't stop or resist, but I could feel the tension in her. Leaning back, I looked down at her. What's wrong? I asked. She looked up at me, her brows still furrowed. Nothing's wrong, she said, dropping her hands down to her side. You wouldn't understand. I raised a brow. Try me. She let out a sigh. Adam, you are irresistible. There isn't a sane woman alive who wouldn't fall head over heels for you. That's just based on your looks alone. It's when they get to know you, though, when they would fall in love. I raised a brow. What? I asked, confused. For someone as old as you are, you really are quite clueless, Rose said with a small grin. That should be a well-established fact by now, I said as Rose lightly pushed me away with a huff. What I'm trying to say, Adam, is there isn't a chance in hell she still doesn't want to get with you. She probably thought you were never going to return, so moved on. But that's not to say she won't still have lingering feelings for you. I shrugged. So, it doesn't matter if she does. I'm not interested. She didn't say anything, glaring at me. I raised a brow. Do you not trust me? I asked. I do trust you, Adam, but there will always be that nagging voice in the back of my head that tells me there's a chance. I scoffed and shook my head. Rose, I have waited to be with you for thousands of years. Do you think I would throw it away as soon as someone from my past shows up? I asked. She let out a long sigh. No, she said angrily. Then squashed that small voice, because I'm not going anywhere. Rose left shortly after, not as angry as before. She was now a Molotov cocktail instead of a nuclear bomb with a ticking timer. Taking off the rest of my wet clothes, I put on dry clothes, making my way downstairs. I found Carlisle, Esme, and Rose in one of the spare rooms. Standing by Evelyn's bedside, Carlisle looked up at me. He nicked her carotid artery. Other than that, I can't find anything wrong with her. I nodded my head. Let me know when she wakes up, I said, turning to leave the room, avoiding the glare from Rosalie as I did so. Leaving the room, I made my way downstairs to the wine cellar. Opening the large wooden door, I saw Emmett and Edward sitting at a small table with a single light hanging above them in the middle of the large room, completely surrounded by large barrels of wine, playing a game of gin rummy. Emmett shot to his feet when he saw me, while Edward continued to look down at his cards. How is she? Emmett asked. I closed the door behind me, walking towards their table slowly. She's fine, I said, giving him a small smile. A relieved smile spread across Emmett's face. Thank God. I thought I'd killed her, Emmett said, plopping back down into his chair. Oh, you did kill her, I said, leaning on one of the barrels behind Edward. Emmett shot to his feet again. What? He shouted, looking completely devastated. You bit her, Emmett. What happens when vampires bite normal people? I asked. It dawned on him almost immediately. She will turn into a vampire, Emmett said, almost sounding like he was asking a question. I slowly nodded my head. Shit, Emmett exclaimed, his eyes glazing over as he spoke. I couldn't stop myself, Emmett said, looking up at me. She just smelled so good. I couldn't control myself. I raised my hands. No need to explain, Emmett. I get it, I said in an even tone. Nobody's mad at you or thinks any less of you for it. Shit happens, man. He understands that more than any of us, Edward said to Emmett, dropping a card on the table. Sitting in a spare bedroom in a wooden chair, I leaned back on the back two legs, with my back against the wall, humming some old country song while I read a book about a man who got shipwrecked on an island. Flipping a page, I blinked the tiredness from my eyes. It had already been 7 hours since the incident, so she should be waking up soon. I saw her head turn from the periphery of my vision. Looking up, I dropped the front two legs of my chair to the ground while closing my book. She hadn't looked at me until I made a sound, her head whipping over to look at me. You? She said softly before the door to the room opened. I looked over, not surprised to see Rosalie stepping into the room. Love, Rose said sweetly, looking pointedly at me. Dear, I said with a cough, gesturing with my head to Evelyn, but she already knew she was awake. Turning her head, Rose looked down at Evelyn, an emotionless mask on her face. "So, you're Evelyn," Rose said, sounding unimpressed. Evelyn said, slowly sitting up as Rose walked backward to me, taking a seat on my left leg while putting a hand around my neck. "Putting on a bit thick, don't you think?" I asked, barely above a whisper. She looked down at me with a raised brow. Letting out a short sigh, I turned back to Evelyn. "I bet you're confused?" I asked. "You could say that," she said, looking around the room, then at me. "What the hell is happening? And why can I hear your heartbeat so well from all the way over here?" Opening my mouth to respond, I was cut off by Rose. "You're a vampire," Rose said plainly. "A member of our family lost control around you and bit you, turning you into what you now are." I looked up at Rosalie, who ignored me, then back to Evelyn. "I couldn't have said it any better," I said with a sheepish smile on my face. Evelyn's eyes widened as she looked at Rose, putting a hand to her neck, feeling for a pulse she wouldn't find. Her eyes widened even more when she didn't find anything. "Yeah, weird feeling, isn't it?" Rose asked, a small smile on her face that I recognized as her evil smirk. Evelyn's eyes shot to Rosalie, her eyes looking at Rosalie's chest. "And you're one too?" Evelyn asked. I nodded my head. "Yes, she's also a vampire," I said. That's when Evelyn seemed to see how Rose was seated, one of her brows twitching slightly, before she looked at me. "But you, what are you? I can hear your heart," she asked, venom filling her mouth as she listened to my heart. I chuckled. "For the most part, I'm just your average Joe human," I said, expecting her next question. "For the most part?" Evelyn asked. "He's also Adam, the first man," Rose said in her dry tone of voice. The room went quiet. "Adam, the first man?" Evelyn asked, confused. "Yeah, first man created by God in the Garden of Eden. Killed his first son Cain when he saw him kill his younger brother," Rose said. Evelyn's eyes darted to me, clearly confused and frightened. "It sounds more impressive than it actually is," I said with a chuckle, ignoring the tight, bone-crushing squeeze Rose gave me for that comment. Evelyn let out a short bark of laughter. "I lost my mind and am in some sort of fever dream." Both Rose and I looked at each other, then back at Evelyn. "No, you haven't lost your mind," I said with a small smile. Evelyn tossed off her sheets, throwing her feet over the side. "Bullshit," Evelyn said angrily. "Vampires don't exist," she said, standing to her feet. "I would be careful if I were you. You're no longer human and are much stronger and faster than you used to be," I said, watching as Evelyn went to take a step. But as she stepped forward, she blurred headfirst through the thick oak door to the room, sending splinters and chunks of wood flying into the short hallway as she collided with the hallway wall with a thud. Rosalie let out a short, quiet chuckle as we watched Evelyn pick herself up from the ground, rubbing her forehead. "Are you all right, dear?" Esme asked as she and Carlyle blurred into the hallway with concerned expressions on their faces. Evelyn snapped her head in their direction, her eyes wide in shock. You're... Evelyn stammered. "Vampires, yes," Carlyle said with a warm smile. "Is everything all right?" The distant voice of Emmett said. I quickly stood, holding Rose by the hips so as not to drop her to the floor. Setting her down, I quickly made my way to the door, unsure how Emmett would react to Evelyn now, Rosalie hot on my heels. Peeking my head out of the door, I watched as Edward and Emmett both made their way down the hallway towards us. Both Carlyle and Esme turned to look at them as they approached, revealing Evelyn to Emmett, who stopped dead in his tracks when he saw her. His mouth fell slightly open as he looked at her. Turning my head, I saw Evelyn had also stopped moving, her eyes locked onto Emmett. "Well, this is awkward," I said, breaking the tension-filled air with my words, masking my happiness with a blank expression. They clearly had some sort of weird chemistry going on between them, which hopefully meant I wouldn't need to worry about Emmett for much longer, and Rosalie wouldn't have to worry about Evelyn. Both Emmett and Evelyn blinked a few times, confused and startled expressions on their faces. "Evelyn, let me introduce everyone," I said, stepping into the hallway. "These two are Carlyle and Esme, the leaders of this coven." I said, gesturing at the two who were standing beside her. And those two are Emmett and Edward. Edward is one of my descendants, while Emmett is the one that bit you, I said, putting my hands on my hips with a small smile. Evelyn's head whipped over to Emmett, her brows furrowed. Oh, really? She said in a cold tone. There is time enough to get into that later, Esme said, stepping in front of Evelyn. For now, let's take you to your new room where we have some of your clothes ready for you, Esme said, gently guiding Evelyn down the hallway. Miserable. That was the best way I would describe the atmosphere in the house for the next 3 weeks after Evelyn's arrival. It was like a Cold War, with both Rosalie and Evelyn barely hiding their dislike for each other. They never said it outright, but they didn't have to for the tension to be felt throughout the house. Nobody said anything, probably hoping they would resolve it themselves. But it was driving me nuts. From what I could gather from watching their interactions, Rosalie was being territorial, marking me as hers by always draping herself around me whenever Evelyn was around. It was funny because Evelyn seemed more interested in Emmett than me, except he was still grappling with what he did to her, seeming more affected by it than she was. All of that mixed together into a miserable time. Thankfully, when I was close to losing it, I heard something that gave me an idea. While shopping for food, I was listening to a radio playing in the back, only half listening as I moved aisle to aisle. But as I picked up a can of beans, I heard one of the news broadcasters mention a town in Nevada that was currently on the rise. It was named Las Vegas. I nearly dropped my can of beans when I heard that name. It had always been a dream of mine to own a casino, with the movie Casino from my past life being one of my favorites. I had thought about building one long ago back in Rome, but back then I had my hands full with Gringotts and never got around to doing it. To say Rosalie wasn't impressed by the idea would be an understatement. She was okay with the idea of leaving the Cullens for a little while everything calmed down, but wasn't sold on the idea of moving to the middle of a desert. It took another week for her to finally have enough and agree, which was good because I had already called Julius and had him start the construction of a Gringotts bank in Las Vegas, as well as buy me and Rosalie a temporary home while my casino was built. Everyone was fine with our departure, understanding we needed time away from the family to grow closer, while also giving Emmett and Evelyn the space they needed to foster their relationship. They all knew we would come back to them eventually. We only took the essentials, which were pretty much only our clothes and a few other things, leaving everything else with Carlisle and Esme. It took us 4 days to reach Las Vegas, with me driving during the day and Rosalie driving at night while I slept in the passenger seat. We reached the city close to midnight on a Friday, the perfect day and time to see the nightlife of the city. Thousands of people walked the sidewalks, casinos and bars lining the road with bright flashing signs above them, letting the outside world know what was inside. My imagination was exploding with ideas of what could be done here. Our new home was just outside the city, a simple 3-bedroom home in one of the few cul-de-sacs around the city. It was where all the lawyers and doctors lived. The house was empty, but I knew it wouldn't stay that way for long, which it didn't. Rosalie started nesting the next day after she planned how she would furnish the house all through the night while I slept on the floor of our room. She planned to leave and go shopping while I planned to find the perfect place for my casino. To go out, Rosalie wore a long-sleeve, white woolen shirt with a pair of pants, which was something growing in popularity with women, called cigarette pants, which really emphasized her feminine curves in all the right ways. They were a tan color that reached her ankles, and she wore a headscarf with intricate patterns and a pair of large sunglasses to finish it all off, while I simply wore blue jeans and an old short-sleeve button-up shirt. She took the car, while I took a cab to a dealership to buy myself a car of my own. I didn't even think picking the first car I saw, which just so happened to be the 1939 Graham Model 97 supercharged convertible. I must have shocked the salesman that approached me when I pointed at the car and handed him a check, because he was more than happy not to ask any questions. Now with the car, I started driving, looking for somewhere I could have my casino built. It was actually a lot simpler than I thought. Just outside of the city was nothing but open space. I decided on an area just outside of the city where a lot of other construction was happening, with other companies coming in and expanding the city. I didn't waste time having 1,000 acres bought. For the next 3 months, I worked with some of the best architects in America and the world on what was going to be the biggest casino ever built. Of course, it was just my first casino, knowing later on it would be demolished and rebuilt newer and even bigger. That's why I bought so much land. When discussing it with Julius, I decided to keep the Gringotts name out of anything to do with it, deciding enough was owned by the bank, me, and that the casino would be its own enterprise. In reality, it was because I knew what this city would one day become, and I didn't want the mob to be afraid when they came to me and try to push me around to sell the casino. What can I say? I still like to have a little fun in my old age. I decided to name the casino Eden. I thought it was pretty funny, but Rosalie thought I was just asking to get in trouble with the church. But hey, one day this city would be known as the City of Sin, so I wasn't too worried about it. The casino was going to be an ambitious project for what I wanted. It was going to be 20 stories high, with approximately 1,000 guest rooms, each designed with nature-inspired decor, featuring views of gardens or cityscapes. The casino would be on the very bottom ground floor, filled with gaming tables and slot machines, surrounded by indoor gardens and vibrant floral arrangements. Multiple restaurants and cafes with outdoor terraces overlooking garden spaces, serving a variety of cuisines. A large auditorium or theater for live performances. And a rooftop terrace with a garden, complete with walking paths, seating areas, and possibly an outdoor bar, providing sweeping views of the city and surrounding mountains. The interiors could even feature Art Deco elements blended with natural themes, including sculptures of mythical figures, leafy patterns, and bright, vivid colors. I was even thinking of including a spa and large outdoor and indoor swimming pools. The best part was mine and Rose's suite room on the top floor. I gave her free rein to do as she wished, designing it however she wanted with my checkbook. I didn't know it was so easy to spend $3 million. She sure showed me. All of this was going to run me about $50 million to build, not including mine and Rose's suite. I wrote the checks with a smile. Me because the casino was going to be built, and Rose because she got to design our soon-to-be home with whatever she wanted. During all of this, Rose and I went on weekly dates and the occasional casino adventure. It wasn't our fault we had already been kicked out of 2 of them. I swear we weren't counting cards. At least I wasn't. Rose says she wasn't, but I have my doubts. It took a year for Eden to be built, all the while Las Vegas only grew bigger. Partly because of Eden, while also because of the Gringotts Bank. Even though it was only a branch of the main New York bank, it still brought businesses in like flies to a pile of trash. I had convinced Julius to have this one built large. Not as large as the one in New York, but nothing to sneeze at either. It was going to be an above-ground bank, so it didn't take too long to build, quickly opening its doors 8 months after construction had started. The day before the grand opening of Eden, Rose and I stood on the rooftop, staring out at the city. We were on our own little dinner date before the grand opening, wearing fancy clothes and all. It was a moonless night, but with all the lights coming from the city, everything was well lit. Leaning my back against the waist-high glass protective wall surrounding the whole roof, I gave Rosalie a small smile, trying not to seem as nervous as I felt. The black bow tie around my neck seemed tighter than usual, causing me to tug at it a few times to no effect. She was wearing a gorgeous, tight black dress, with her hair done up in a style apparently called Hollywood curls. She was absolutely stunning. "Thank you, Rose," I said, looking into her light yellow eyes. She gave me a small smile. "For what?" she asked. "For coming with me, letting me build this place, and staying with me," I said, putting my hands in my pants pockets, trying and failing to stay calm. "I couldn't have done it without you," I said, the nervous smile never leaving my lips. Rose let out a short, "I highly doubt that. You practically did everything yourself. All I did was design our suite." I chuckled. "You did much more than that. You gave me the strength to believe in this crazy dream, and every time I felt like I was about to rip some city officials' head off, you were there to keep me grounded." I looked out over the shimmering cityscape, taking in the vibrant life that pulsed below us. "And look at it now," I added, gesturing out to the view, "a city that's growing beyond what anyone could have imagined, and we're right at the heart of it." Rose turned her gaze from the city lights back to me, her expression softening. "I suppose you're right. she admitted with a playful glint in her eyes. But what now? Now that we've got the casino, what's next on your grand adventure list? She asked with a small grin. I coughed. Play it cool, man. Play it cool. I thought on repeat, pushing myself off the glass barrier. Well, now that you mentioned it, I said, walking to stand in front of her. I think I have an idea, I said, reaching into my pocket to take out a small black box. Taking a knee, I looked up at her, her eyes shimmering. Will you make me the happiest man to ever live and marry me? Rose looked as if she was ready to cry as she said, yes, her voice thick with emotion as I stood, taking the ring from the box and placing on her finger. The ring wasn't anything special, just your average solitaire diamond on a gold band. I felt like anything crazy wouldn't work, so I decided on something timeless yet elegant like my rose. Are you ready for this? Edward asked, standing next to me as I checked myself over in the large mirror in the dressing room of the chapel. Aligning my necktie, I looked at Edward in the mirror. Yeah, I'm ready, I said, swallowing the butterflies I could feel flying around my stomach. It's the day you've been waiting for, well, for as long as I've known you, Julius said, walking to my left side and handing me a flute of champagne. Taking the glass, I downed it in one swig. You know, alcohol has no effect on me, right? I asked, wiping my chin with the palm of my hand. Yeah, but you still look like you could use a drink, Julius said with a chuckle, taking the glass from me. We were all wearing the best tuxedos money could buy, all black with vests and white button-up shirts underneath. All of the attendees of the wedding had arrived 2 days ago. All of the Cullens, Julius, Jane, Rosalie's childhood human friend Vera, her husband Craig, and their young son, John, as well as the priest. Can't forget him. Other than that, the other pews were going to be empty, which was fine by us. The wedding was being held in the picturesque Whitechapel countryside church. You know the one, all white with the small bell tower. Digging into the small pocket of his vest, Julius pulled out a fancy-looking gold pocket watch. We should probably head out there, he said, closing the watch and putting it back. Yeah, I said, letting out a lungful of air as I smoothed my jacket for the 100th time today. Nodding my head, we turned and left the dressing room. Walking into the main church area, I looked at all the faces that filled the room as I made my way up to the front. Standing to the left side of the altar were the bridesmaids, consisting of Rose's friend Vera, Jane, and Evelyn, all wearing matching color dresses. Standing on the other side where I was going to stand was Emmett, who was watching me, Julius, and Edward approach. When they had arrived the other day, Jane and I were happy to find out that Emmett and Evelyn were in a relationship together, so the tension that had once surrounded us was gone. Taking the few steps up to the altar, I gave Emmett a small smile as I turned to wait for Rosalie's entrance, Julius and Edward lining up behind me with Emmett as my best man. Looking over, I gave the bridesmaids a small smile and nod, clasping my hands in front of me. It felt like an eternity as I waited, my heart pounding away in my chest as I shifted from foot to foot. But when the doors opened, my vision tunneled as my heart skipped a beat. She was absolutely stunning. Rosalie stood there, framed by the open doors, the soft light from the setting sun outside, casting a gentle glow around her from the stained glass windows that ran down both sides of the church. Her gown was a work of art, delicate lace flowing over an ivory silk lining, hugging her figure in all the right places before cascading down into a train that seemed to float behind her. Her blonde hair was elegantly styled, adorned with tiny white flowers that mirrored the ones in her bouquet. She looked like a vision from a dream, ethereal and breathtaking. As she started her walk down the aisle, accompanied by the gentle classical wedding melody played on a grand piano, everyone in the room seemed to hold their breath. Each step she took was deliberate and graceful, her eyes fixed on me with an intensity that made the world around us fade into the background. Her expression was a mix of joy, serenity, and a hint of mischief, the Rosalie I had fallen in love with. The moment stretched, each heartbeat echoing in my ears. The anticipation of this day had been building for what felt like forever, and now, seeing her walk toward me, everything else seemed to fall into place. I felt a warmth spreading through my chest, a profound sense of gratitude and love for the woman who was about to become my wife. As she reached the altar, Carlyle gave her hand to me, his eyes filled with a quiet understanding and respect. I took her hand, feeling the coolness of her skin against mine, a sensation that always sent a thrill through me. Together, we turned to face the priest. The ceremony began, the priest's voice a soothing backdrop to the flurry of emotions inside me. As we exchanged vows, each word felt like a promise etched into my soul. Rosalie's eyes never left mine, her gaze steady and unwavering, and I knew, without a doubt, that we were meant to be together. When it came time to exchange rings, my hand shook slightly with the weight of the moment. Sliding the ring onto Rosalie's finger felt like the most natural thing in the world, a circle of eternity symbolizing our unending love. "You may kiss the bride," the priest announced, and with that, I pulled Rosalie gently toward me. Our lips met, soft and lingering, sealing our vows with a kiss that was both tender and passionate. Cheers erupted around us, but all I could hear was the sound of my heart beating in my chest. Slowly backing away from Rosalie, I gave her a small smile, but as I was looking deep into her light yellow eyes, something that had only happened once before in my life happened again. The room went dead silent, frozen in time, as a small blue screen appeared in front of me. "Dear Mr. Adam, congratulations on the marriage. I had been worried about you, wondering if you were planning to be alone for the rest of eternity. But look at you now, finally tying the knot. Quite the achievement for a monkey, if I do say so myself. Now, I won't take up too much of your time on such an important day. My presence here is sanctioned by my higher-ups, who have decided to bestow a rather unique gift upon you and your lovely bride. It's nothing too extravagant, just a little something that might greatly benefit you and the missus. This gift is a one-time use ability that allows Rosalie the chance to experience the miracle of motherhood. It will temporarily alter her physiology to permit the conception and nurturing of a child, turning her partially back into a human for the necessary period of time. Quite the boon for a couple like yourselves, wouldn't you agree? Consider this a token of appreciation from those of us who have been watching your progress. Use it wisely. Gip. The screen flickered out of existence as suddenly as it had appeared, leaving me standing there with Rosalie's frozen hand still in mine. A mix of disbelief and wonder coursed through me. The idea of having a child with Rosalie was something I had never dared to dream of, given the limitations of her kind. Yet, here was an opportunity presented like a miracle on our wedding day. I couldn't stop the loud laugh that escaped my lips as I kissed Rosalie again, my nervousness forgotten as I picked her up and spun her around. We were like rabbits. That's the best way for me to describe the next month of my and Rose's marriage. For me, sex had long since lost its luster, but now it was something else entirely. I used to be able to go decades without the need ever arising to sleep with a woman, but now it was as if I couldn't go an hour, especially with the knowledge I now had about what all this coitus would hopefully lead to. It was a month to the day we had gotten married when something absolutely fantastic happened. We were in our suite at the top of Eden. "Adam, wake up," Rosalie's startled voice said, waking me from my sleep. Lifting my head from my pillow, I turned to look at her. She was sitting up in bed, staring down at me with wide eyes. "What is it?" I asked, turning to my side to look up at her more easily. "I think something's wrong," she said, looking down at herself then at me. "What?" I asked, pushing myself up into a sitting position. "I think I might have fallen asleep," Rosalie said, looking up at me with wide eyes filled with a mixture of shock and surprise. "You fell asleep?" I asked, also surprised, wondering if this was the start of it. "I was lying with you like I always do, reading a book. Then I fell asleep," she said before she stopped completely, her eyes growing wide as she slowly lifted her hands to her chest. "Adam," Rosalie said in a whisper, moving her hand around the left side of her chest. That's when I heard it, another heartbeat. My eyes widened as I moved my hand to her neck, feeling her now soft and warm skin under my hand, as well as the faint beat of her heart. I don't think my next words helped the situation much. "Oh fuck," I said, unable to stop my mouth from forming the words. An hour later, and now very much awake, I held the receiver to my ear as I talked to Carlisle. Even though I knew what was happening, I couldn't just act like I did. So I decided to act just as confused and bewildered as Rosalie, who was currently sitting in the kitchen devouring a large breakfast I had brought up to the room. Carlisle picked up a few moments after I was transferred by an operator. "This is Carlisle." "Hey, Carlisle," I said, louder than I had meant. "Hey, Adam, it's good to hear from you. How's the honeymoon going?" he asked happily. Better and weirder than expected," I said, turning around in our large living room to spot Rosalie still busy devouring a stack of pancakes on the island counter in the kitchen. "What do you mean?" Carlisle asked, now sounding concerned. You know what? It would probably be best if we just show you when we get there rather than me try to explain it over the phone," I said, turning back to look out the large floor-to-ceiling windows that surrounded the living room. "You're starting to worry me, Adam. Is everything all right?" Carlisle asked. I nodded my head, a large smile spreading across my lips. "Oh yeah, everything's great, Rose, and I just need some answers and feel you would probably be the best to get the answers from." I quickly told Carlisle we would be there by tomorrow afternoon before hanging up the phone. Making my way over to Rose, I watched as she scraped the last of the food from her plate. "How are you feeling?" I asked. She looked up at me with a giddy smile on her face. "I've forgotten how good food can be," she said, dropping her fork to the plate. "Yeah, food is pretty good," I said, giving her a small smile as I looked at the 4 empty plates that covered the island counter. "What did Carlisle say?" Rosalie asked, looking up at me. I raised a brow. "You couldn't hear?" I asked. Rose shook her head. "I couldn't even hear what you were saying," she said happily, a wide smile on her face. "It's like I'm human again," she said, grabbing me by my shirt collar and pulling me towards her for a long kiss. Once separated, I looked down at her with knitted brows. "Aren't you the slightest bit concerned about this?" She shrugged. "A little, but for now I'm just soaking it all in. Enjoying it for however long it lasts," she said, leaning against the counter, her thin red robe slowly coming undone as she looked up at me with a coy smile. She was almost irresistible, but I powered on and stayed in character. "Aren't you worried you might just stay human forever?" The smile slowly left Rosalie's face as it dawned on her. "I hadn't thought about that. That's why we're heading to Carlisle's. I've already booked a plane with a pilot who will be taking us in an hour. Hopefully, Carlisle will have some answers for us." As she got dressed, I zoomed around the suite, grabbing anything we might need. Clothes and essentials Rosalie would now need as a human again. There was a Rolls-Royce waiting to take us to the airport, where our plane was waiting to take us to Tennessee. Rose was amazed to actually be out in the sun again, without sparkling. She had her arm out the window the whole way to the airport. The plane ride was long, having to stop multiple times to refuel. Buying a roomy car in Nashville, I drove us to Gatlinburg. Driving through the night, we reached the cabin early in the morning as the sun was just coming over the horizon. Pulling in front of the large cabin, I watched as Esme, Carlisle, and Edward stepped onto the front deck to greet us. Opening my door, I zoomed around the front of the car to open Rosalie's door, giving her a hand to step out. It must have been immediately apparent why we were there, because as soon as she stepped out of the car, Carlisle blurred to our side, his eyes wide in amazement and complete shock. "Rosalie?" Carlisle asked, looking her up and down. "Yes, Carlisle," Rose asked, a small smile on her lips. Turning his head to me, his eyes were wide. "What is happening, Adam?" Carlisle asked. "Was hoping you would know," I said with a small nervous smirk, hoping my nervousness looked real. This is impossible," Carlisle said with a small, incredulous laugh. "Oh, but it apparently isn't," I said, looking at Rosalie, who suddenly didn't look too well. "What's wrong?" I asked, stepping closer to her. "I don't feel so well all of a sudden," she said, swallowing the saliva in her mouth as if she tasted something bad. I managed to move to the side as Rosalie doubled over, vomiting. Kneeling down next to her, I made sure to keep her hair out of the way as she continued to vomit. Sitting in the living room, I looked around the place. It was exactly the same as when we left. "Where is Emmett and Evelyn?" I asked, taking a seat next to Rosalie on one of the couches. "They moved out, deciding to follow yours and Rosala's path into their relationship," Carlisle said as he stood in front of us, his hand rubbing his chin as he thought. Waving his hand in the air, he sat on the coffee table, looking at both me and Rosalie. "So what did you do leading up to this?" Carlyle asked, steepling his hands together in front of himself as he listened intentionally. "Well, nothing really. We had originally planned to go to Europe, but kind of got a little occupied," Rosalie said, going the diplomatic route. I, on the other hand, decided to go the more direct route. Everyone in the room was old enough. "Sex, Carlyle, we were having a lot of sex," I said, ignoring the now weak elbow Rosalie sent into my arm. Carlyle tapped his pointer fingers together, unfazed by my choice of words. After a few seconds, his fingers stopped as he looked up at me. "And did you know?" Carlyle asked, looking at me, then Rosalie, raising his brows a few times. I rolled my eyes. "Yes, Carlyle, I did. Do you think?" Carlyle asked, rolling one of his hands in Rosalie's direction. "Think what?" Rosalie asked. He looked at me. "Well, that may be your stuff," Carlyle said, slowly and haltingly. "Might have done this?" I shrugged. "I wouldn't exactly know, Carlyle. I haven't slept with any female vampires before. But do you think it's possible?" he asked. "Because if it's not something to do with you, I have absolutely no idea what it could be," Carlyle said, standing up again to start pacing. "This is something unprecedented that could cause a lot of issues if it was found out by others." I snorted internally at that. There wasn't a vampire stupid enough to try anything. "I suppose it's possible," I said after a few seconds of thought. "I am anything but normal, so it's certainly possible." Carlyle took Rosalie into town to do some tests at the hospital to see what he could find out, while I unpacked our belongings in our now shared room, knowing what news Carlyle would have when they returned. Once I was done unpacking everything, I checked in with Edward, who seemed to be in one of his darker moods, so I decided to leave him be. It took an hour and a half for them to return, both looking shell-shocked and as white as ghosts. Me and Esme were seated in the living room, talking when they entered. Standing, I turned to look at them. "How did it go?" I asked. They both looked at me, not saying anything for a moment. "You might want to take a seat, Adam," Carlyle said as he and Rosalie made their way into the living room. Slowly taking a seat, I looked at both Rose and Carlyle as they shared nervous glances with each other. "Is something wrong?" I asked, putting a nervous tone in my voice. Both Rosalie and Carlyle shook their heads in unison, before a small grin appeared on Rosalie's face. "Everything's fine," Carlyle said, gesturing for Rosalie to take a seat with me as Esme stood to stand next to Carlyle, a worried look on her face. Carlyle gave her a small smile as they clasped hands. "It's actually some good news," Carlyle said, turning to look at me. "Rose, why don't you tell him?" Carlyle said, now with a wide smile on his face. Turning my head, I looked at Rose, a brow raised. She put her arm under mine, hugging it to her chest as she gave me a wide smile. "I'm pregnant, Adam." I had been prepared for those words for months now, but to hear them was like a punch to the gut. Not in a bad way, of course, but in a good way, like if you won the lottery. I sat there open-mouthed, not having to take my reaction as Rosalie hugged my arm tighter to her chest. "Really?" I finally asked. Carlyle nodded his head. "I'm sure, Adam," he said, giving me and Rose a smile before turning to look at Esme, who was still in a state of shock. Turning my head to look at the still grinning Rosalie, I couldn't stop the laugh that escaped my lips. This was really happening. I was going to be a father. The mood quickly changed when Edward, who had entered the room unheard, spoke. This could catch the attention of the Volturi. I turned to look at him, a quick flare of anger rising up. "They know better," I said, as Rose also turned to look at Edward. "The Volturi?" she asked, looking at me confused. I let out a sigh. "They're the ruling faction of the vampire world," I said with a puff of air. "But I wouldn't worry about them. They know better than to mess with us." "Mess with you, Adam? It's you they are scared of," Carlyle said. "Hey, they're also scared of Julius and Jane. I'm not the only one that makes them piss their trousers," I said with a chuckle. "Trust me, Adam. They would much rather be locked in a room with them than you," Carlyle said with a small grin. "Still, Adam," Edward has a point, though. "If it is found out that Rosalie, a vampire, was able to get pregnant and revert back into a human because of you, the whole vampire world might band together to get you. The one thing every single vampire wants back above all else is their humanity." I let out a sigh. Oh, right. I forgot that most vampires think they don't have a soul because they're now vampires. If they found out I was somehow able to turn Rose back into a human, which we have no idea if permanent, they would hunt me down, wanting me to turn them back, even though the way I apparently turned her was by impregnating her. I said sarcastically, "It doesn't matter if you can't." Carlyle said, "All Arrow would need to do is spread the word that you were able to turn a vampire back into Immortal, and he could send the whole vampire world after you. It's honestly surprising he hasn't tried that tactic before." I said with a chuckle, even before I actually did it. It could have been one hell of a lie to get every vampire after me. "It's because it's unthinkable." Carlyle said, "Even now that I know it's true, I still find it hard to actually believe it's real. But all it would take is a whisper, and we could be on the run for the rest of our existence. And even if you took the Volturi out, it wouldn't change anything either. The whispers would persist, and more would still come for us." I leaned back into the couch, letting out a long sigh. Why can't I just be left alone? I thought. May 4th, 1939. Sitting in a leather chair positioned in the corner of mine and Rosalie's room, I held a wrapped bundle in my arms, holding it with more care than I had ever held anything else before. Rosalie was asleep in our bed, exhausted from giving birth to our child. It was a boy with the cutest chubby face to ever exist and a tuft of thin white hair on the top of his head. He was as normal as any other baby, without any signs of being any different. I honestly couldn't tell you how long it had been since Carlyle had handed me the child after Rosalie had fallen asleep. It was all just one big blur. He opened his eyes, his nearly white gray eyes like my own looked up at me. I smiled down at him, running a finger gently down one side of his face, memorizing this moment, never wanting to forget it. We had decided on a name close to the beginning of her pregnancy. Liam. It had no real meaning to us, just that we liked how it sounded, since Rose didn't want to name our child after either of her parents, and I couldn't even remember the names of my original parents. If it was a girl, we would have named her Lila, but since it was a boy, Liam. Liam let out a gurgling noise as he smiled up at me with his toothless grin. "You're quite the happy little baby, aren't you?" I said quietly in my own baby voice, tickling his chin, which made him laugh some more. "Just like your good old dad." Looking up at Rose, I saw she was still asleep, so decided it was time to show Liam the rest of the family. Leaving the room without making a sound, I brought Liam to the living room, where the vampires were all seated after sitting on the front porch during the whole of Liam's birth. Everyone watched as I entered, anticipation written on all of their faces. "Would any of you like to meet him?" I asked, watching them all carefully, my body unconsciously ready for anything. Not that I believed any of them would do anything to harm Liam. They weren't stupid, but as I would learn, for some reason, any time when there was the slightest possibility of danger around Liam, I automatically went into a protective mode. In the end, there was nothing for me to fear, as they all held him with great care and without the slightest reaction to the smell of his blood, which was a good thing, because I was on a hair trigger. Esme was a puddle of emotions, while the rest were more curious than anything. Once everyone had had their turn holding him, he was back in my arms as I sat on a wooden stool, while everyone else sat on the couches that filled the small living room. "It's good to hear everything went well," Emmett said, with his arm around Evelyn's shoulder. I nodded my head. I wasn't too worried anything would go wrong, especially with Carlyle there. I said, giving Carlyle a nod of appreciation. "I see he has your eyes and hair color. Is there a chance he will be like you?" Esme asked from beside Carlyle. I looked down at Liam. "We can only hope. But at the moment, there's no way to tell until he's older." "And how's Rosalie?" Evelyn asked, surprising me. I gave her a slightly raised brow. "She's fine, just tired," I said, surprised she would have asked. "That's good." Just then, Liam let out a high-pitched squeal that made us all jump. Looking down at him, I watched with alarm as his non-existent eyebrows knitted together as if he was concentrating with all his might on something. "What's he doing?" I asked, alarmed and ready to panic. Carlyle was quickly by my side, looking down at him. But before Carlyle could say anything, the sound of a diaper being filled the room. "Oh, damn," I said, holding Liam away from me as the stench reached me, forcing me to breathe out of my mouth to escape the acrid smell. As soon as he finished his business, Liam let out a giggle, turning him to face me eye to eye. I couldn't stop the laugh that escaped my mouth. "Yup, you're definitely my son," I said, making everyone in the room chuckle. After quickly learning how to change a diaper, we went back into the living room, Esme holding Liam while I drank a cup of coffee. Only managing 2 sips of my coffee, we all turned at the sound of my and Rosalie's room door opening. We had all figured Rosalie would have slept at least a few more hours. As soon as she stepped into the hallway, only I was able to see down the hallway and the changing in Rosalie. As soon as she lifted her head to look at me, her blood-red eyes pierced into my own, causing me to stop dead, my coffee cup mere inches from my lips. Not moving, I watched her closely, ready for something to go wrong when she caught my scent or that of our son. But as she looked at me, the red slowly started to recede, becoming a dark yellow, with flakes of brown sprinkled within. As soon as I saw the change, a small smile spread across my lips. I would be lying if I said I wasn't the slightest worried that she would stay human and she would need to be changed again. The letter from Gibby damned. Standing from my stool, I set the mug on the seat, waiting as Rosalie slowly made her way down the hallway. As soon as she came into view of the others in the living room, I heard a collective intake of air as they too saw the changes in Rosalie almost instantly. Ignoring it, I stepped close to her, watching her closely, looking to see how she was taking the change. "Well, look who finally decided to wake up," I said jokingly, leaning down to give Rosalie a quick peck on the forehead. She glanced up at me nervously, looking unsure as she glanced at the bundle in Esme's arms. I gave her a small smile as I turned towards Esme, picking up Liam. Turning back to Rosalie, I watched her, knowing exactly what was bothering her the most in that moment. She was afraid that now that she was a vampire again, she couldn't trust herself around our son. Not needing to think twice, I walked towards Rosalie, stopping just in front of her. Without saying a word, I held out the sleeping Liam. "Don't you want to hold our son?" I asked, giving her a small smile. She looked up at me, her eyes still filled with worry as she refused to breathe, not wanting there to be an accident. "It's okay, Rose. There isn't a single other person alive I wouldn't trust more with our child than you," I said, turning to the others in the room. "Sorry." They all gave short nods of understanding. Turning back to Rose, who still hadn't moved, I took a step closer, pushing the bundle towards Rose. "You might want to hurry up. He's quite the heavy little guy, and my arms are getting tired," I said, my arms slowly lowering inch by inch until Rosalie finally grabbed him. As soon as Liam was in her arms, I turned, grabbing my somewhat still hot coffee from the stool, while ignoring the baffled looks on everyone's faces, Carlisle's in particular. Sitting down on the stool, I looked at Carlisle. "What's bothering you, Carlisle?" I asked, taking a sip from my cup. He tore his eyes away from Rosalie, who was gently swaying as she looked down at Liam. She's a vampire again," Carlisle said, his eyes shooting back to look at Rosalie. I looked at Rosalie, then back at Carlisle. "She is, isn't she?" Ohio. Sitting in the large living room of our new home, everyone was ready for their presents. In the corner of the living room, a large 12-foot tree stood, leaving mere inches between the top of the gold star and the ceiling. The tree was overly decorated, adorned with lines of popcorn, tinsel, ribbons, and candy canes. Underneath were no less than 100 presents. Standing in front of everyone, I wore a Santa suit with a large white beard on my face. "All right," I said, grabbing everyone's attention. "Are we ready to open some presents?" I asked in a deep, jolly voice, putting a hand to my ear. Nobody had time to respond before Liam shot to his feet from where he had been seated on the floor. "Why, yes, he shouted, doing a little happy dance, his eyes wide as he looked over the piles of presents. His reaction made everyone laugh with amusement. Icho. Now that's what I like to hear," I said, leaning down to grab the first present within reach. Bringing the small box up close to my eyes, I pushed the gold spectacles on my face up, reading the name written on it. "This one seems to belong to a Mr. Liam," I said, handing the small package to my son, who was practically hysterical with joy. Grabbing the box out of my hand with a strength that belied his small stature, he scampered back to his mother, plopping down on the ground by her feet and tearing away at the paper wrapping. As soon as he tore the paper away, his eyes lit up even more. Inside was a small pouch of different color marbles. It was the smallest gift we had gotten him, but he was acting like they were the coolest thing ever. Leaning back down, I grabbed another present, making sure it wasn't one for Liam, who was currently trying to get the bag open so he could start a game of marbles on the carpet. Looking at the name on the box, a small smile spread across my face as I said, "And this one looks to be for a Miss Esme." Handing her the box, we watched as she opened it, pulling out a fancy sweater. That was one picked out by Rosalie, since I was more inclined to buy expensive items rather than things that actually looked good when it came to women's clothes. I always figured that if it costs a normal person an arm and a leg, it must look good to them. Grabbing another box, I read the name. "Ah, Carlyle," I said, handing him the heavy package. It was a first edition of De Humani Corporis Fabrica, a very rare medical book from the early 15th century. Reading off another box, "Emmett," I said, tossing him the large box. Catching the large box with ease, he smiled happily as he saw what was inside. Inside was a pristine pair of flintlock pistols. "Nice," he said, picking them up and inspecting them, before a piece of paper tied to one of the pistols caught his eye. Written on the piece of paper was one simple name. "These used to belong to George Washington?" Emmett asked, looking up at me. Giving him a wink, I grabbed another present. "Oh, let's see here," I said, reading the name slowly again. "This one's for Mr. Edward." He seemed surprised to be getting a gift as he sat forward in his chair. Handing him the box, I watched intently as he opened it. Tearing off the paper, he opened the box slowly. He pulled out an ornate silver dagger. The dagger was heavily worn, with scratches and dents marking the silver sheath. Before pulling out the blade, he reached back into the box, pulling out a piece of paper with writing on it. "This dagger belonged to Oliver. I thought you might want it." Edward looked up at me with wide eyes. I gave him a small smile, reading off the name on the next gift. "And this one is for Evelyn." She received a fancy silver bracelet with small gems scattered across it. Grabbing a small box, I read off Rosalie's name. Handing her the box with a small smile, I couldn't help but chuckle internally as she opened it. Reaching into the small box, she pulled out a single key. She looked at me confused, so I explained that goes to the brand new Cadillac 1942 coupe in the driveway. I said, quickly standing and rushing to see her new car. The way things were going now, with how many cars we had, I was going to need to buy Georges for them. Looking back at the pile, I saw a small package was for me. Picking it up, I rattled it, listening to whatever was inside. Looking up, I saw everyone looking at me. Everyone but Liam. That is, he was currently attempting to flick a marble into another one with no luck. Dexterity was still a work in progress for him. Tearing open a small square package, I smiled, lifting a black box out of the wrapping. The box had Patek Philippe in silver cursive on the top, with a gold ribbon wrapped around it. Removing the bow, I opened the box, revealing a Patek Philippe Prince Mohammed Tofek. "No way," I said happily, quickly taking the watch from the box and fitting it to my wrist. "I've been trying to get my hands on one of these for months," I said, dropping my Santa act as I focused on the watch. Everyone smiled as they watched me. It definitely wasn't easy to G. Emmett started, but was quickly silenced by Evelyn, who gave him a stare. Letting out a chuckle at their act, I started handing out the rest of the gifts. Everyone got 5 presents each, except Liam. He got around 20. What can I say? Rose and I like to spoil him. The toys weren't anything extravagant, but they were things every kid his age would want, like a tricycle, pop guns, and a baseball glove and bat. Bell Fountain, Ohio. Sitting in our shared office, me and Rose read through piles of paperwork. I dealt with whatever Julius sent us, while Rosalie dealt with everything to do with our Casino Eden. Pulling a piece of paper from the top of a large pile, my brows raised with amazement as I read over the paper. Julius wants to spend $100 million on oil refinement and another $500 million in the construction of oil rigs. I said, reading the whole page. Rose looked up from her own desk, giving me a raised brow. "That's a lot of money." "Yeah, for how much we would make back, it's actually quite cheap. I'm just surprised how many offshore rigs he's wanting to build." I said, writing my signature at the bottom of the paper. "How many is he wanting to build?" Rosalie asked, turning in her chair to look at me. He's wanting to build close to 100, having them spread across the world. Before Rosalie could add her thoughts about that, the ring of the house's phone could be heard. Turning our heads in the direction of the noise, we quickly looked at each other. The phone rarely rang, and when it did, it tended to be something bad. Since Carlisle currently isn't working, instead focusing on medical studies, there were only a handful of people who knew how to call us, and all of them would only call us if there was something important. We could hear the approaching footsteps of Esme, then the clink of the phone being picked up. Cullen residence? Esme said. Hello, an unfamiliar man's voice said. Would the Greys by chance live at this residence as well? The man asked. They do. I will get them now, Esme said, but as she turned we were already standing there. She handed me the phone. This is Adam Gray, I said, putting the receiver to my ear to listen. Hello, Mr. Gray. I am Gregory Thomas, principal of Bellefontaine Elementary. Both Rosalie and I went dead still. Liam went to that school. He had started a year ago. I'm calling to tell you that there was an accident at school today. Rosalie didn't wait to hear what else the man said. She blurred to the door, grabbing her car keys along the way. He was playing on a monkey bars when he slipped, breaking his right arm when he fell. I nodded my head, turning at the roar or Rosalie's car, tearing out of the driveway. Very well. We will be there soon to take him to the hospital, I said, hanging up the phone before the man could say anything else. Making my way to the door, I passed Esme and Carlisle, who had been listening to the conversation. We will be back as soon as possible, I said, opening the front door and quickly running after Rosalie's car. We lived a handful of miles out of the town in a large 2-story house, which Esme had designed, allowing me to catch up with Rosalie's car a mile from the house. She was pushing the Cadillac to its limits. Matching my speed with the car, I opened the car's passenger door, hopping in to keep myself from tripping. Closing the door behind me, I turned to Rosalie. He's all right, love, I said, leaning to the side as Rosalie passed the car. She turned and looked at me, her eyes filled with a fire only a worried mother could have. He broke his arm, but should be all right, I said, trying and failing to calm her. Reaching the town limits, I kept an eye out for any police as we raced through the narrow streets. Thankfully, it was an overcast day when we screeched into the school's parking lot and stepped out. I had to grab onto Rosalie's arm, though, when he walked to the school's front doors, Rosalie ready to blur inside. Anyone who saw be damned. Making it inside, we walked to the receptionist. We are here for our son, Liam Gray. We were told he was injured. The middle-aged woman who sat behind the long wall-to-wall reception desk stared up at the two of us, her eyes slowly going wide in awe of the two of us. Miss, I said, breaking her from her staring, causing her to jump slightly in her chair. Oh, yes, sorry, she said with a small chuckle. Let me take you to the nurse's office. The woman said, quickly standing nervously. Exiting a side door, she met us in the hallway outside the office, taking us further down the hall to an open door. Stepping inside, we saw the small looking room, with Liam seated in a chair in front of a small table, his arm wrapped into a sling as he drew on a piece of paper with his left hand. Rosalie ignored the nurse, instantly walking over to check on Liam, leaving me to talk with the nurse. From what I can tell, it was only a fracture and not a complete break, the young nurse said, picking up a clipboard from her desk. The teacher watching the kids on the playground said she watched him fall from the monkey bars, hearing a loud crack as he hit the ground. He was crying when he got to me, but as I did an examination of his arm, he seemed to be all right. The nurse said, flipping through the pages on the clipboard, I would recommend taking him to the hospital, though, for more tests just to make sure. I gave the nurse a small smile, walking forward to kneel next to Liam, who was talking to his mother. Hey, buddy, I said, getting his attention. How's your arm feeling? I asked. Much better, he said, giving me a wide smile. At first it really hurt, but then it started to feel much better. I slowly nodded, wondering, did you feel anything after you fell and hurt your arm? I asked, curiously, like a tingling feeling and some popping. He instantly nodded his head, looking at me surprised. I did, Liam said excitedly. Then it stopped hurting. It was weird. I smiled. This possibly confirmed what we had all hoped. Liam was like me. He had never shown any signs that he would end up like me, getting cuts and scrapes like any young kid, which healed normally. Then a thought struck me like a bolt of lightning. Was it possible he was always like me, growing stronger over time? His healing ability, one of the things getting stronger the older he gets? So what's the verdict? I asked, standing in front of Carlisle's desk in his home office. Carlisle was reading through one of his many journals, shaking his head. Standing next to me was Rosalie, a pensive look on her face. She wasn't happy about the test Carlisle had to do on Liam to find out if he was actually like me. Thankfully, the combined efforts of Carlisle and me managed to sway her just enough for her to agree. These tests weren't anything insane like cutting off a couple of his fingers and seeing if they would grow back. No, these were simple tests. Carlisle started by testing Liam's reflexes, which he passed, showing a higher level of reflex than a normal kid his age. After that, it was muscle mass, which was at a normal amount for a kid his size and age. But even though he had a normal amount, he could lift more than the average kid, managing to lift 30 pounds easily. The real breakthrough happened by accident when Liam scraped his knee while playing outside under Carlisle's supervision for just that moment. He saw firsthand as the scrape healed itself within a minute. "It's just as you had thought," Carlisle said, looking up at me and rose. "There's no doubt he shares some of the same abilities as Adam." I smiled, looking over at Rose. "Do you know what that means?" I asked. She smiled back at me, the tension she had been trying to hide finally relaxing as she nodded her head. "He won't need to be changed, or we wouldn't have to live on and watch him grow old if he decided he didn't want to be a vampire," I said, giving her shoulder a soft squeeze. "Pfft, that wouldn't have happened," Rosalie said, turning and leaving the room, probably to check on Liam, who I could hear talking to Emmett and Edward. Focusing my attention back on Carlisle, I raised a brow. "What did you figure out about his growth?" Carlisle shrugged, leaning back in his leather chair. "There hasn't been enough time to really tell. Give me another month, and I'll have answers." I nodded my head, understanding. "I just hope he won't stop aging until he's at least 20 or so." Carlisle agreed with me. Leaving Carlisle's office, I made my way into the lounge room, where Edward and Emmett were playing chess on the coffee table, while Esme was reading a book in her chair by the fireplace. "Where did Rose and Liam go?" I asked. "Outside," Edward said, moving one of his rooks and putting Emmett in checkmate. Walking to the back door, I stopped just before opening it, watching through the glass windows as Rosalie tossed a pile of red and orange leaves into the air over Liam's head. "Again! Again!" Liam shouted through loud giggles. This was the life I had always wanted. It might have taken thousands of years to get, but sometimes the greatest things in life are worth waiting for. Opening the door, I joined my wife and son in their fun, sending large piles of leaves into the air to come showering down on our heads as if it was actually raining leaves. 1952. In a large clearing, I stood, watching the slowly setting sun. Turning my head, I watched as my son, Liam, stretched his arms. "You ready?" I asked, turning to face him. "We have time for one more. Then we gotta head home before your mother comes looking for us," I said, turning the baseball in my hand and lining my fingers with the stitching for a wicked curveball. "Yeah," Liam said, getting into a batter's stance, his eyes focusing on me as I readied myself to throw. Instead of using a normal wooden bat like anyone else would have used in our time, I had a steel bat created just for his use. It was basically a solid steel pipe molded into the shape of a wooden bat, just smaller to fit his current size. Turning my body to the side, I ran my fingers over the bill of my hat to dry them, my eyes narrowing as I readied myself to throw. Pausing for a few seconds, I let the wind settle before winding backward to throw. I couldn't throw at full speed, which would have made it impossible for him to hit. Instead, I only used about 5% of my strength. Even still, the ball was faster than any pitch a 21st century pitcher could have thrown. Liam was on the outer edge of the small batter's box we had drawn in the dirt, his eyes following the fast-approaching missile. Bringing his leg up, he twisted his body, hitting the baseball perfectly and sending it soaring into the air. Following the baseball's trajectory, I smiled, taking off in its direction into the surrounding forest as Liam quickly tossed the bat and ran for first base. Again, using only a fraction of my power, I ran after the ball. By the time I had gotten the ball, which had bounced off a tree and landed on the ground, Liam was already passing second. Picking up the ball, I started running back into the clearing. Behind home plate was a wooden stick representing the catcher. If I could hit that stick before he reached home plate, it would represent an out. The issue was he was already halfway to home by the time I threw. Watching closely, I saw Liam go into a dive, his movement nearly fast enough that he would almost be a blur to a normal person. Liam's dive kicked up a cloud of dirt as he slid into home, obscuring the stick. Waiting a few seconds, the dirt began to settle. "Whoa!" Liam shouted from the ground as he looked up at the stick, seeing it was still whole. "Dang it," I said, happy to see Liam so joyful that he had one. Walking up to him as he dusted himself off, I ruffled his hair. "Good job," I said. "But you know I let you win, right?" "Sure, that's what you always say," Liam replied. Picking up after ourselves, we gathered the remaining baseballs and Liam's bat before heading to my cherry red 1951 Chevy 3100 pickup. Setting his bat and the bucket of baseballs in the back, we got into the truck. These baseball games had become a bit of a weekly tradition for the two of us, a way for us to bond and have some fun while we were at it. Putting the car in drive, we drove to the other tradition his mother didn't know about. Pulling into Don's Burgers, Bell Fountain's best and only diner, we got chocolate shakes. But while we were savoring our shakes, I had to stop mine from shooting out my nose as I saw Rosalie walk through the front door of the diner. Rosalie was tyrannical when it came to Liam eating healthy. Her head turned like a radar, slowly honing in on me and Liam in the corner of the diner in a booth. "Quick, duck," I whispered, grabbing my and Liam's shakes from the table as we ducked down, hoping, no, praying, she wouldn't find us. But it was too late. I had forgotten I was married to a vampire who could follow our scents, even in a packed diner. Walking over to our booth, she looked down at the two of us. "You two can stop trying to hide," she said, surprising the two of us since she didn't sound angry. Sitting up slowly, I watched her, wondering if this was some kind of trick. "I've known the two of you were coming here the whole time." "Really?" I asked in surprise, wondering how. We went to great lengths to make sure she never found out. The smell of body odor and dirt from our baseball games would keep any scent of Dawn's out of our clothes, and the copious amounts of mints we would eat on the way home would keep it from our breath. So how? Even I couldn't smell it on us. So how else could she have found out? A couple of weeks after the two of you started this whole guy's day, I passed Dawn's when I was going shopping. Your truck isn't exactly inconspicuous, and the two of you always sit in the same spot by the window where it's easy to see you. The only two people with bright snow-white hair. Liam and I looked at each other in unison before looking back at Rosalie. "And you're not mad?" I asked, confused. She put a hand on her hip, giving me a look. "No, I'm not mad. It's not like you're sneaking him shakes every day," she said, looking up and out the large window we were seated next to. "Anyway, I'm not here to berate the two of you. Carlisle sent me. It would seem we had some unexpected visitors, and he wants you there." "Visitors?" I asked, curious. Rosalie nodded her head, her golden hair tied up in a ponytail, a rather strange look for this era. But she didn't care. She liked the convenience of it, especially since she was known to work on cars and get her hands dirty. "Why do your hair all pretty when you're just going to get dirty anyway?" "Two vam of our kind," Rosalie said, almost slipping and saying vampire. They showed up out of nowhere. "They say they want to join our group. Carlisle wants your input before we vote." I slowly nodded, alarm bells ringing in my head. "Two vampires? It must be them," I thought, looking over at Liam, who was currently trying to drink the last of his shake. "We aren't bringing him home. Not until we know for sure these new faces aren't a threat." "Agreed," Rosalie said with a small smile. "I'm going to take him for a drive while you go home." Liam's head shot up from his shake, the straw dropping from his mouth, making a clink sound as he looked at his mother. "Really?" Liam asked excitedly. "Which car are we taking?" he asked, seeming to have not heard what me and Rose had been talking about beforehand. "Your favorite," Rose said, pointing out the window we sat by at a bright red modified Jaguar XK 120 parked just outside the diner. It was the fastest production car in the market when I bought it for Rose. An anniversary present. Since I had given it to her, she had made a number of alterations to it. She had taken out the engine completely, doing whatever she does, making it go faster than I thought possible. Liam's eyes grew wide as he saw the car, scrambling to get out of the booth. It wasn't every day Rose took her favorite car out of storage to be driven. Not waiting for us, Liam passed Rose and ran for the door, using his reflexes to dodge other patrons as he made his way out. Looking at Rose, I shook my head. He loves cars nearly as much as you do. I said with a chuckle. That he does, Rose said, whipping some chocolate from my nose with her finger. When he's a little older, I'll let him help me out in the shop with some of the cars. Standing from my booth, me and Rose made our way to the door, ignoring all the stares we had been getting since entering the diner. Giving her a quick kiss and a wave goodbye to Liam, I made my way to my truck, starting the also modified engine. As I was about to back out of my parking spot, I had to hit the brakes as Rosalie's car shot past my truck, skidding out of the small parking lot at breakneck speed. Shaking my head, I made my way home. By now the sun was completely down, and there wasn't a sign of the moon in the night sky. Pulling up to our large home, I could see that most of the house's lights were on, and an unknown car was parked in our large driveway. Turning off my truck, I stepped out, spotting Edward on the roof, his legs dangling off the roof. Looking the 2 stories up, I gave him a raised brow, questioning why he was up there. It was too crowded. Too many thoughts, he said. Looking around, I figured everyone inside could wait. It was good to check in with Edward every now and then. Using very little effort, I jumped up, reaching the roof with ease. Landing close to the edge, I took a seat on the edge of the roof next to Edward. I had a feeling it had nothing to do with it being crowded inside with too many thoughts. 1, he wasn't far enough away to not hear their thoughts, and 2nd, Edward could walk through a crowd of people who were doing nothing but thinking and be perfectly fine. It must have to do with what he saw in one of our visitors' visions. Letting out a long sigh, I stretched my back. Sitting forward, I looked at Edward, who was looking out at the farm fields that surrounded our home. "What's on your mind, kid?" I asked. A small smirk came to Edward's face. "Why do you still call me kid? I'm almost 60 years old." I chuckled. "That's exactly why," I said, giving Edward's shoulder a fist bump. "All right, I tend to forget you are what? Half a century away from 6,000 years old." I nodded my head. "Nearly there. The big 6,000," I said, now shaking my head, wondering where the time had gone. Sitting in silence for a few more seconds, Edward spoke. "How did you do it? How did you make it through all those years?" I shrugged, didn't get attached. Found things that interested me. A lot of things. "Why do you ask?" "Just can't imagine living that long." I laughed. "Yeah, well, neither can I sometimes," I said, but was interrupted before I could continue. Below us, the front door opened, and Emmett walked out. He looked around confused. "Up here, Emmett," I said, drawing his attention to us. Turning to face us, a playful smile came to his lips as he looked up at us. "Ah, there you are. We heard your truck pull in, but when you didn't come inside, Carlisle sent me after you. Just having a chat with my great however many grandson." I said, "Yeah, well, Carlisle would like a word." Emmett said, walking back inside. Looking over at Edward, a smile came to my face. "You gonna stay out here?" I asked, into my feet. He nodded his head. "Yeah, just a little longer." Dropping from the roof, I landed gracefully on the ground below, looking back up at Edward. "Suit yourself." Walking to the front door, which was cracked open, I stepped inside. Walking through the short mudroom, I walked into the living room. Our living room was set up just like our other homes. Multiple couches aligned into an L shape. In the middle was a large wooden coffee table, and a fireplace took up the far wall from the couches. The room was filled with everyone. Esme and Carlisle stood with their backs to the fireplace, while Emmett and Evelyn sat on one side of the couch. But sitting on the other couch sat 2 familiar faces, Alice and Jasper. The 2 of them straightened as they looked at me, confused looks on their faces. Ignoring them for the moment, I turned to face Carlisle and Esme. "So who are our guests?" I asked, looking at Carlisle, then Alice and Jasper. "These 2 are Jasper and Alice," Carlisle said, gesturing at each in turn. "They came to join our coven." I lifted a brow in surprise. Really selling the mock surprise. "Really?" I asked, turning to look at the 2. "And how did you find us?" I asked them. Alice smiled at me, her previous look of surprise nowhere in sight. "Visions. I have visions of the future," she said, taking a quick glance at Jasper, who was frozen in place before focusing back on me. "When I decided to stop drinking human blood and animal blood instead, I started to get visions of this coven. I found all of you through landmarks from my visions. Well, everyone but you and someone else. That actually surprised me. Add a new ability to the list, why don't we? I thought, running the rest of her words over in my head. The other one she hadn't seen must be Liam. Ow! He's the one that stands out the most. Emmett asked through a snort. I shot him a wink. Don't be jealous. I don't know how. As far as I can tell, he's the first person who I've never seen in a version before meeting them since I was turned. It must be some ability he probably didn't know he had. Evelyn said from beside Emmett. From what I have heard, that's something that has happened before. Carlisle nodded his head, taking a step forward to stand next to me. That's true. Before meeting Edward, you never knew you had a power that blocked others from reading your mind. I nodded my head. There's a good chance that the ability that blocks mind readers from reading my thoughts also blocks others from reading my future. Everyone but Alice and Jasper nodded their heads in agreement. What are you? Jasper asked, speaking for the first time since I had entered the house. His voice was low, with a semi-thick southern accent. Turning to face him, I smirked. I'm a normal human, I said nonchalantly. Jasper furrowed his brows as Emmett and Evelyn snickered, while Carlisle and Esme gave me disparaging looks of disapproval. I'm only joking, I said, straightening my back to stand at my full height as I puffed out my chest. The name is Adam, progenitor to the human population. I said in my best superhero voice. All Might. Both Alice and Jasper looked at me with confused looks. As much as it seems like he isn't joking. Esme said lightly, looking down at Alice and Jasper with concern. They both looked at Esme, the disbelief still clear. I'm sure the both of you at least know the basics of the Bible, right? If so, you must at least remember what Adam looked like. Tall, snow-white hair, dashingly handsome. I said with a wide smile as I ran a hand through my hair. An hour later, sitting at our kitchen table, I picked up my coffee cup, taking a gulp of the rich coffee. Really? Alice asked excitedly. I nodded my head, setting the mug down. Yup. What was it like? Jasper asked, finally starting to open up and not looking at me like a tasty snack. I shrugged. Besides the cold, it wasn't too bad. Up there, you can see for miles, and even the curvature of the earth itself. Alice looked over at Jasper, a wide smile on her face as she clasped his hand. Wouldn't it be great to climb Mount Everest? She asked in her usual, happy chipper voice. Jasper smiled, nodding his head in agreement. With you, absolutely, he said, his southern twang evident in his voice. Looking past the two of them, I saw Carlisle standing at the doorway to the kitchen, one of his brows raised. I nodded my head almost imperceptibly. Leaving the doorway, he disappeared into the house to a back room where I was listening to their conversation while talking to Alice and Jasper. Adam says yes, Carlisle said, softly closing the door behind himself. So we are all in agreement, Emmett said happily. Almost, Evelyn said, interrupting whatever Emmett was going to say next. Rosalie still hasn't voted yet. She told me before she left that she trusts Adam's judgment. Whatever he voted for will be the same for her. I couldn't help but smirk a little at that. We can't stay here anymore, though, Esme said. I could hear as everyone in the room shifted a look at her. There are no more rooms. Now that we have agreed that they will be joining us, they will need their privacy. I heard a few grunts of understanding. Then it's a good thing we've already chosen where we will go, Carlisle said. We can make a few calls and get construction started on our new home while we pack and get ready for the move. And you said you were also here when the Mayflower first arrived? How exactly did that happen? Alice asked, her eyes wide with wonder. I spoke on autopilot as I went through what led up to that while still listening to the conversation in the back of the house. Forks, Washington, Evelyn asked. It's the cloudiest place in America besides a few other places. It's a place where we might just be able to live normal lives. I heard a snort from Edward. Normal lives? Like humans? Edward asked. Yes, Carlisle said, a tone of steel coming to his voice. Do you want to stay in a house for the rest of forever? Or would you rather actually do something with the time we all have an abundance of? The room went quiet for a few seconds before Carlisle continued. We might not be fully human, but a part of us still is. As little as you show it. I know you crave human connection, just like the rest of us. I paused in my talking as I listened. This was the first time I had heard Carlyle talk like this. Don't you see it? Part of the purpose of the way we live our lives is to keep what humanity is still inside us. Just drinking animal blood isn't enough, though. We need to make bonds with humans, too. We need to remember what it truly means to feel, to empathize, to care. The longer we keep to ourselves like we have been doing, the farther we get from the humanity we wish to keep. Just then, Alice tilted her head to the side slightly, her brows furrowing together as her eyes went out of focus. Must be one of her visions, I thought, watching her. Weird, Alice said slowly, her eyes coming back into focus. What is? I asked, curious as to what she had seen. She shifted her eyes to look at me. The woman I saw here when we arrived. She's coming, but there's something I can't see. Kind of like you when I had visions about the Cullens. I could see them talking to someone, but that person never came into my sight. I chuckled. That must be Liam, I said, just as the rumble of Rosalie's car came into my hearing range. Liam? Alice asked, confused. Mine and Rosalie's son, I said, as if it was an everyday thing. You too had a son before she was turned? Alice asked. I shook my head in the negative. No, she was a vampire when he was conceived. But from that point on, she reverted back into a human during her pregnancy with him. I sometimes forget stuff like that wasn't quite believable. Alice and Jasper both looked at me as if I had grown two heads. I know how it sounds, I said, a coy smile coming to my face, but it's true. We believe it has something to do with who I am, I said, waving a hand through the air. They both looked at each other, then back at me. I smiled at them, turning my head to look at Jasper, my eyes losing the joyful gleam they normally held, as if it had never existed. Before they get here, though, there's something I should warn the two of you about, I said, the smile on my face slowly dropping until I became only a vestige of the joyful person they had met. Now I looked and sounded as cold as a blizzard. My son is like a normal human, blood coursing through his veins like myself. So I expect the two of you to be able to control yourselves around him. I disappeared from my seat, my image flickering before their vampiric eyes. Or things may end terribly, I said, now standing behind them with a hand on each of their shoulders as I leaned forward with my head level with theirs. Am I clear? I asked. I felt sort of like shit for doing this since I knew they were good people, Alice in particular. But at the moment, they were just starting their journey on the vegan transition and still had the intense pull towards human blood. I could see in Alice's eyes that they were already starting to turn gold, but only barely. Jasper, on the other hand, was completely different. His eyes were still an intense crimson-red color, with no signs of fading. I guess that was because he had been drinking human blood for much, much longer than Alice ever did, so he would have a harder time transitioning to the vegan lifestyle. I had already decided Liam wouldn't be leaving my sight for some time to come. Alice and Jasper nodded their heads slowly. I patted their shoulders, the smile and gleam of joy coming back. Good, I said, straightening myself. Then let's go meet the rest of the family, I said, making my way to the front door. Stepping outside, I could hear as Alice and Jasper slowly made their way outside, hesitation filling their every move. It must have surprised them more than I had thought that I could do what I had done, I thought to myself, watching as Rosalie's car pulled into the driveway. Turning off the car, Rosalie looked at me. I gave her a small nod, letting her know it was safe to bring Liam out. Liam was seated in the passenger seat, a curious look on his face as he looked past me at the two new faces. Opening their doors, Rosalie took the lead, walking in front of Liam, her protective instincts on full blast. Stopping 10 feet from them, Rosalie looked at Alice and Jasper, not saying a word. My love, I said, giving her a small smile. I would like to introduce Alice and Jasper. Rosalie nodded her head slightly in greeting, trying to be cordial while also watching them like a hawk. It's so nice to finally meet you, Alice said, waving a hand at Rose and Liam in an excited greeting. Liam leaned to the side to look past his mother, one of his brows slowly raising as he looked at the two, a mischievous smile coming to his face. Glancing at his mother, he looked at Alice and Jasper. It's nice to meet the two of you, Liam said, waving back at Alice, a wide smile on his face. Turning at the sound of approaching footsteps, we all watched as the rest of the family walked through the front door, taking positions in a straight line across the front porch. As Jasper and Alice turned to face them, I made my way over to my wife and son. Wrapping an arm over her shoulder, I smiled down at Rose. "Don't worry, Liam is safe with them," I said in a whisper that only she could hear. "How exactly do you know that?" she asked. I smirked down at her. "They wouldn't dare," I replied, keeping my voice low and reassuring. I might have emphasized the consequences of any misstep on their part. "Alice, Jasper," Carlisle said, taking a step forward to stand in front of all the other members of the coven. "It would be my pleasure to welcome you into the Cullen coven and family." "Wow," Liam said from the back seat of our car. "So this is Forks?" he said, leaning close to his window to look out at the tall trees, a light fog clouding the tops. "It sure is," I said, looking at the thick green forest through the windows. "It's just like Carlisle and Esme said." Rosalie said from the passenger seat next to me. "Yeah, sunlight is pretty rare in these parts," I said with a small chuckle, following the car in front of me onto a muddy side road. "You have been here before, right?" Rosalie asked, catching Liam's attention from the back seat with her words. "I remember you saying something along those lines while we were packing," she added. I gave her a glance and a small smile. "Yeah, but that was hundreds of years ago," I said, watching as Liam's eyes grew slightly wider. It had only been recently that we had started discussing my past around Liam, who seemed to have quite the curiosity about it. The idea that his old dad was thousands of years old was something that blew his mind when he first found out. "What was it like here?" Liam asked, leaning forward to hear my every word. "Much like it is now, except for the roads and Forks itself, that is," I said as the car shook from the unpaved but well-used side road. "There's a tribe of Native Americans that live around here. I helped them out of a bind back then. It would be neat to go talk to them," I said. Liam's eyes grew slightly bigger in amazement. "Indians?" Liam asked. I shook my head. "Native Americans. Indians are from India in South Asia, a beautiful country with a rich culture. Native Americans are native to the Americas with their own rich culture." "Oh," Liam said, his brows furrowed. "What were they like?" he asked, my previous statement seeming to fly over his head as images of wild Comanche warriors he had seen on TV flew through his head. "Very nice people," I said simply, deciding the stories about the many raided villages I had come across weren't best to tell him yet. For another 10 minutes, I told Liam stories about my alpaca Tony's travels across America. Finally, we reached our new home. This time, I took up the tab for our new home, giving Esme my checkbook with pre-signed checks inside. In other words, giving her literally billions of dollars to build our new home, which she designed. She didn't use anywhere close to that much, but she also didn't hold back on the design she picked from her vast collection of designs. In total, she used close to $1.2 million to have it built, which in 1952 was a lot of damn money. She had crews of people working on the house 24/7, day and night, weekends and holidays. That's why it only took them 4 months to complete the build. The house was 8,000 square feet, with 8 spacious bedrooms and 4 full bathrooms. We weren't going to be lacking in the space department here. Putting the car in park behind Carlisle's, I stepped out to look the house over while the 2 other cars parked behind us. It was 2 stories tall, with a charming design that blended seamlessly with the surrounding forest. The exterior was a beautiful mix of wood and dark brick, giving it a timeless, natural feel. Large windows allowed the outside scenery to flow into the house, inviting nature into every room. Esme had outdone herself, crafting a home that was not only functional, but also a masterpiece of architecture. As I stood there, admiring the intricate details of the house, Rosalie and Liam emerged from the car. Rosalie was the first to join me, her eyes scanning the house with a look of approval. "It's perfect," she said softly, her gaze lingering on the sturdy wooden beams that held the structure together. "Esme really knows how to capture the essence of a place." Liam bounded up beside me after slamming his door shut, his excitement palpable. "Can we explore the inside now?" he asked eagerly, his youthful energy infectious. "Soon," Let's wait for everyone to join us, I said, ruffling his hair. He swatted at my arm to get me to stop, thinking only small children should be treated like that. I chuckled, turning back to Rosalie, who was now looking at the large 5-door garage that was built next to our home. She said it can hold 10 cars, I said, watching as the others started to exit their cars. So that means I can have 6 of my cars brung up from Las Vegas, Rose said with a smile. Our car collection has grown significantly in recent years. I blamed that partly on myself. I like to give expensive gifts to everyone, and after a while, gold and diamonds lose their luster. So, I started giving everyone new cars every year or two. Except Rose. I practically gave her a new car every holiday. After a while, there were just too many, so I had a large underground car park built by my casino just for our cars. Whenever we wanted to trade out our cars, I would pay a company to pick up the cars from the car park, load them into a truck, and have them brought to us. Once they were brought to us, they would take our old cars back to the car park. Everyone ready? Esme asked as we all stood together looking the outside of the house over. We all gave sounds of affirmation. The front door was a grand, double-door entry made of heavy oak, polished to a shine. As we walked inside, the spacious foyer greeted us with a warm, welcoming atmosphere. The interior was just as magnificent as the outside, with high ceilings and an open floor plan that made the space feel even larger. To the right, a living room with plush seating arrangements and a stone fireplace beckoned us to sit and relax. The kitchen, visible through a wide archway, was a chef's dream, equipped with the latest appliances and ample counter space. "This is great," I exclaimed. "You've truly outdone yourself," I said, turning to look at Esme, who was standing next to Carlisle, their hands intertwined. The rest of the family expressed their admiration for the home. Alice was already planning where to place decorations, while Jasper and Emmett inspected the sturdy construction with nods of approval. Liam was already darting from room to room, his laughter echoing through the halls. "This place is huge," he called out, his voice filled with awe. I wandered through the house, appreciating the little details that Esme had included. The wide staircase with its handcrafted banister, the large windows that framed the surrounding forest like works of art, and the cozy nooks perfect for reading or quiet contemplation. Upstairs, I found the bedrooms, each one thoughtfully designed and tailored to the occupant's taste. My and Rosalie's own room was fantastic, with plenty of space and a large window that overlooked the forest, offering quite a view. After some 30 minutes of exploring the house on our own, we all regrouped in the foyer. "Anyone else feeling a bit peckish?" Emmett asked. "Absolutely," Evelyn said. "We've been in the move for what? 2 days now without stopping for a good hunt. It would also be good to see what populates the area," Carlisle added. "Oh yeah," Liam said, turning to look up at me and his mother. "Can we go and explore?" he asked excitedly. "Sure, me and you can go, but your mother needs to go and hunt," I said. "Sound good to me," Liam said, excited for an adventure in a new land. We all left the house, all of the vampires heading off together to hunt for some animals, while me and Liam stayed together, heading in the opposite direction. We didn't rush through the forest. Instead, we took in the sights at a normal pace like regular people. The large trees and light fog that filled the forest enhanced the beauty of our new home. As we walked, Liam would pick up rocks or small sticks and throw them at the large trees, causing loud knocks to echo through the forest. "Are you trying to communicate with Sasquatch?" Adam asked, looking down at his son. Turning his head, Liam looked up at Adam. "Sasquatch?" he asked, unfamiliar with the name. "Yeah. Have you never heard of him?" Adam asked, already knowing he hadn't. Liam shook his head. Adam stopped in his tracks, looking around the forest suspiciously before whispering. "Sasquatch is said to be a massive, hairy man, well over 10 feet tall with enormous feet, who roams the forests," Adam said, biting his bottom lip to keep from laughing as Liam's head slowly turned in all directions, worried that he might actually spot a Sasquatch. "Really?" Liam asked, alarmed. Adam let the forest sounds fill the air for a few seconds before leaning in close to Liam. "Nope," Adam said with a chuckle, laughing too hard to see the daggers Liam shot his way with his eyes, a trait he had gotten from his mother. That's not funny, Liam said angrily, picking up another rock to throw at another tree, this time with some force, causing the small rock to embed itself in the tree's trunk. Adam chuckled, wiping a tear from the corner of his eye. Yes, it was, Adam said before laughing again. Liam rolled his eyes with a snort, trying to hide the small smile he had as well. Once Adam got himself under control again, he explained that Sasquatch was just a mythical being from across the world that he personally had never encountered and very much doubted actually existed. As Thu walked, Adam continued to explain the mythology behind Sasquatch, always wanting to expand Liam's ever-growing thirst for knowledge when his senses picked up something. Wet dog, he thought, sniffing the air. The smell was strong and pungent, not even an hour old. Oh, shit, he thought, quickly turning in the direction he knew the Cullens were in. What is it, Dad? Liam asked, on alert, wondering if he might have spotted a Bigfoot. It would seem your old dad forgot something very important, Adam said, looking in the direction he had last sensed the Cullens and Rosalie. What did you forget? Liam asked, stepping up beside me. A meeting that doesn't need my presence, Adam thought, surprising himself with the thought. Normally, Adam wanted to be involved in any of the main moments of the story he knew about, but for some reason, he couldn't help but not care. If things followed as they were supposed to, then everything would turn out the way he wanted. It's nothing, Adam finally said after a few moments. Liam shrugged, not worried about whatever his father was talking about, ready to continue exploring the forest. Adam turned back to face his son, the usual smirk back on his face. Want a race? Adam asked his son, giving him a light push on the shoulder. Sure, Liam said, always ready for a competition. Pointing north, Adam spoke. Do you see that mountain? He asked, pointing a rather small mountain compared to the one surrounding it. Whoever reaches the top first gets to decide what's for dinner, Adam said, knowing that was the best way to get Liam to go all out in a competition. Oh, does that mean we can have cake? Liam asked. Adam looked down at Liam. Only if you can convince your mother. Damn, Liam said with a huff, knowing cake was out of the question. Watch the language, Adam said, flicking the side of Liam's head with a finger. Ah, Liam yelped, rubbing the side of his head with a frown. An hour later, they made their way back down the mountain, ready for home. I nearly had you, Liam said, chattering happily like a magpie. You sure did, Adam said with a chuckle, happy to see Liam happy. Of course, Adam had only made it seem like he almost won, when, in reality, he only used a fifth of his power. At 14, Liam was certainly fast, almost as fast as your average vampire, but still a long shot from my speed. So what's for dinner? Liam asked. I saw a restaurant in town that looked pretty good. What do you think about going there for dinner? Oh, yes, let's go there, Liam said, happy for the chance to be around people. Finally reaching home, Adam could hear that everyone was inside in the middle of a conversation. Your bags should already be in your room. Go get changed, then we will head out, Adam said as they reached the door. Letting Liam inside first, Adam closed the door behind them, walking to what would become Carlisle's study, where he found the rest of the family. Everyone turned to look at Adam as he walked into the room. What happened? Adam asked, already knowing why everyone looked concerned. We had a pleasant meeting with our neighbors, Alice said in her chopper tone. You say that, but all of your faces say otherwise, Adam said, looking around the room at everyone. Well, Alice started before being cut off by Emmett. They knew what we were, he said, shaking his head. And apparently, they are some kind of shapeshifters. Adam raised his brow questioningly. They are werewolves, like the children of the moon, except they can control their transformations and themselves when transformed, Carlisle said. Adam let out a low whistle. Start from the beginning. So he did. Carlisle told of how they were just finishing up their hunt when Alice got a vision of a group of men, Quileute warriors from their dress. As they got closer, the smell of dog got stronger. When they finally met, the leader of the group of men instantly knew what they were and was ready to attack when Carlisle, the ever-peace negotiator, explained that they were not normal vampires, but instead only drank animal blood, not human. Of course, the leader of the group didn't believe Carlisle, but thankfully gave him long enough to explain how he, along with the rest of his coven, lived mostly normal lives and how they didn't want to harm any humans. Then what? Adam asked. He agreed to a treaty, Edward said. Adam turned to look at Edward with a raised brow. Really, he asked. Yup, Carlyle affirmed. And what are the rules of this treaty? Adam asked. It's simple. We don't kill anyone in Forks or go onto their land. Sounds simple enough, Adam agreed, just before the sound of Liam's running feet could be heard coming down the stairs. Dad, I'm ready, Liam shouted, running at a normal speed into the room the whole family was in. Ready for what? Rosalie asked, looking at her husband and Liam. We thought we would try out that diner in town. See if it's any good.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.